Editor's Comments, Chapter 4. The chapter entitled, Nature of Modern War, starts with a section on Essence of War in the Modern Era. Any treatment of this subject involves the basic tenets of Marxist-Leninist ideology. Before examining the changes in this chapter, a brief background to discussions that took place in the Soviet press between the second and third editions of Military Strategy will put the subject in context. In September 1965, Lieutenant Colonel Rybkin published an article, The Nature of Modern Nuclear War. This started a discussion in the Soviet press on whether war, with the use of the nuclear weapon, would remain the action of politics by other, that is, violent means. This latter expression is from Lenin, paraphrasing Clausewitz's famous dictum. The article was from the Lectures and Consultations section of Communist of the Armed Forces, to be used by officers, admirals, and generals studying certain themes. Therefore, it was an official article, not just Rybkin's opinion. Certain Soviet writers, particularly the well-known General Major V.D.Sokolovskiy, had stated that it was a dangerous illusion to think that thermonuclear war would still serve as an instrument of politics and that political goals could be achieved by using nuclear weapons. In July 1966, Colonel Grudinin, a professor and doctor of philosophical sciences, took Rybkin to task for an obscure point but upheld his criticism of Sokolovskiy. Such an assertion, Grudinin writes, is not only an error, but is harmful because it shakes one's assurance in our Soviet victory over the aggressor. This argument was carried one step further in an unusual article in Red Star in January 1967 on the essence of war. The article made it clear that the earlier articles were prompted by communist Chinese accusations of revisionism. To the non-Marxists, such arguments may be tedious, but they are important in understanding the Soviet assertion that socialism will win in a future war even if fought with nuclear weapons. The second section of this chapter contains a discussion of wars of the modern era and the conditions and causes of their. Because economics plays such a great role, the following change is quite interesting. The second edition had read, the countries of the world's socialist system now occupy 26% of the territory of the world and include about 35% of its population. They have huge natural resources, produce almost half the world's grain production, and more than one-third of the industrial production. The industrial output of the socialist countries has already attained more than half the size of the output of the developed countries of the capitalist world. The per capita industrial production of the world socialist system taken as a whole has already caught up with the world capitalist system. The third edition contains more modest claims. The countries of the world's socialist system now occupy 26% of the territory of the world and include about 35% of its population. They have huge natural resources. The economy of the socialist countries is developing faster than in the countries of the bourgeois world. The most important section of this chapter is that dealing with the categories of wars. Having noted that, while imperialism and colonialism exist, national liberation revolutionary wars are unavoidable. The authors then list the various kinds of wars. These categories were revised in the second edition in 1963, but this sentence was added in the new edition. The USSR will render, when it is necessary, military support as well, to people subject to imperialist aggression. Although all three editions have stated that Soviet military strategy is studying small-scale local wars in order to prevent them from developing into world war and bring quick victory over the enemy, the authors fail to give any concrete details as to how this will be accomplished. In the third section of Chapter 4, Modern Means of Armed Combat and Their Effect on the Nature of War, the revolution in military affairs can be seen at work. Here is a sentence as it appeared in the 1962 edition of Military Strategy. Taking into account the fact that the Soviets created hydrogen weapons before the United States, and, most important of all, that the United States does not possess super-powerful thermonuclear charges, with a power of several tens of megatons, such as those possessed by the USSR, we consider our superiority over the Western Bloc in nuclear weapons to be indisputable. Emphasis added. In 1968, the italicized phrase was omitted and this sentence added. By the admission of competent American specialists, our superiority in total nuclear might of strategic rocket weapons is very considerable. The revolution in military affairs, as has already been noted, resulted in the nuclear rocket weapon being introduced into all the services and even the creation of a new service, the strategic rocket troops. In 1962, only the strategic rocket troops possessed a significant number of missiles. In the intervening years, technical advances have produced submarines which carry nuclear missiles, long-range aircraft which carry nuclear missiles, and land-based mobile launchers. Operational tactical missiles revitalized the ground troops. In addition to nuclear and rocket weapons, note the authors in all three editions, there has emerged on the scene still another new, very important military technical factor, which in the future will undoubtedly have a very serious effect on the nature of war. We are speaking of military radio-electronic devices, electronic computers, and devices for automating the processes of control. This is the third phase of the revolution in military affairs, sometimes called the cybernetics revolution. The third edition has added the words placed in italics. Military radioelectronics assures not only the use of missiles, anti-missiles, and other technical means of combat, but /so reconnaissance, the control of troops, forces, and weapons as a whole. All three editions assert that victory, the aggressor, can be achieved only by the combined efforts of all means of waging war. Ground troops, national PVO, aerospace defense, troops, and the Navy, with the active participation of the people. The conclusion of this part of the chapter states that a future world war will be, above all, a nuclear rocket war. The final section, the military strategic features of a future world war, reads as it did in the first edition, except for some changes in discussion of the Soviet ABM system. Below is the text as it appeared in the first edition. Because the probable enemy considers nuclear attack to be the main means for achieving the goals of a future war, and because he considers strategic bomber aviation and ground-to-ground, air-to-ground, and ship-to-ground missiles to be the main means of delivery of nuclear warheads to the target, one of the cardinal problems for Soviet military strategy is the reliable protection of the rear from nuclear strikes, anti-missile, and air defense. A further improvement of the methods of conducting three anti-missile and air defense based primarily on the automatic control of surface-to-air missile complexes, the creating of an effective means of combating enemy ballistic missiles in the air and mastery of the methods of using them, organization of defense against other means of mass destruction, and also the carrying out of other measures should reduce as much as possible the losses from enemy nuclear attacks and ensure the vital functioning of the rear areas and the fighting capabilities of the armed forces. Emphasis added. The third edition omits the italicized material and adds 1, tasks, 2, of the country, and 3, in the means of, at the places indicated. This is followed by 2 paragraphs which contain important deletions. Originally, the paragraphs had read, at the same time, it must be taken into account that under present-day conditions the methods and means of nuclear attack definitely predominate over the methods and means of protection against them. Consequently, the threat of a surprise massive nuclear attack by the aggressor remains. The possibility of a surprise attack by an aggressor making mass use of nuclear weapons immeasurably increases the requirements for constant combat readiness of the armed forces. Emphasis added. In the 1968 edition, the words in italics were deleted. The omission of the word surprise is very important and has to do with the growing possibilities of reconnaissance, which are discussed in Chapter 6. This chapter of the first edition contained 2 inevitable sentences which stirred up quite a controversy in the American and Soviet press. They were: 1. It should be emphasized that, with the international relations existing under present-day conditions and the present level of development of military equipment, any armed conflict inevitably will escalate into a general nuclear war if the nuclear powers are drawn into this conflict. 2. In the event of the unleashing by the imperialist bloc of war against the USSR or any other socialist state, such a war inevitably will take the nature of a world war with the majority of the countries of the world participating in it. An American edition of Military Strategy which contained a foreword by Herbert Dinerstein, Leon Gower, and Thomas Wolfe, quoted sentence 1. In a criticism published in Red Star, 4 of the Soviet authors of military strategy took the American authors to task for using the word inevitably. They then proceeded to quote sentence 2 in which inevitably had been replaced by might. In the second edition, then they testily concluded, obviously the words might and inevitably have different meanings. Thus we see the Soviet authors did change the word inevitably to might between the first and second editions, but in another paragraph. The Soviet authors continued to criticize the American version in their Red Star article, this time referring to Sentence 1. Secondly, nowhere in the book does it state that any war must take the form of a world nuclear war, as the authors of the American foreword assert. Indeed, they themselves cite the place in the book where it clearly and plainly states that, with the international relations existing under present-day conditions and the present level of development of military equipment, any armed conflict will develop into a general nuke/ear war if the nuclear powers are drawn into this conflict. Emphasis in original. Here the Soviet authors quote Sentence 1, but omit the word inevitably, yet inevitably has remained without change in Sentence 1 in all three editions. Only in Sentence 2 had it been changed to read, might. The only thing that is clear from all this is that general nuclear war will be inevitable if the nuclear powers are drawn into it, according to the Soviets, and all this misquoting and criticizing may have been simply a ruse to get this very point stressed. Moreover, this point of view has not changed in the 6 years which have passed since the first edition was published. In closing the chapter Nature of Modern War, the XXII Party Congress is again referred to and their statement quoted that military might depends on the economy of the country. Decisive factor for the outcome of a future war will be the ability of the economy to assure the maximum strength of the armed forces in order to inflict a devastating strike upon the aggressor during the initial period of the war. These points are made about a future war in the conclusion. It will be a world war representing a decisive armed clash of two opposed social systems. A war naturally ending in victory for the communist system over the capitalist system. A war in which the economic potential of a country is a decisive factor. A coalition war. War waged by mass armed forces. A nuclear rocket war. War involving unprecedented spatial scope. A war in which the initial period of the war will be of decisive importance. A war in which victory in the shortest possible time is the goal, although a protracted war is possible. Chapter 4. Nature Modern War. One of the primary tasks of the theory of military strategy is the study and determination of the nature of wars, of their military strategic and military technical peculiarities. A correct scientifically founded solution to this problem is possible first of all on the basis of Marxist-Leninist teachings on war and the army, of an analysis of the specific historical conditions of social development, which makes it possible to establish the social-political essence, the causes and conditions for the origin of a particular war, and the state of the material base for its conduct. The importance of scientific foresight into the nature of a future war is that only under this condition can the governmental and military leaders guide the building of the armed forces without error along the most correct path, and rationally solve the problems of preparing the country as a whole for war. Editor's Note 93. In the present situation, correct foreknowledge of the nature of the initial period of a war has taken on exceptional importance for the solution of the theoretical as well as the practical problems of military strategy. The effect of armed conflict during this period upon the course and outcome of modern war will be decisive and fundamentally different in comparison with past wars. Therefore, serious new demands are now being made on our armed forces, the country, and the people. Editor's Note 94. Essence of War in the Modern Era. The question of the essence of war is the determining one for solving all the principal theoretici and practical problems of military strategy. It is also of paramount importance in explaining the nature of any specific war. A genuinely scientific answer to this question is contained in the tenets of historical materialism, in Marxist-Leninist teaching on war, and in the most important program documents of the Communist and Workers' parties, determining their theoretical, political, and practical activities under modern conditions. The military events of our era are convincing proof of the correctness of the Marxist-Leninist concept of the essence of war and the causes and conditions of its origin. This thesis requires special emphasis because in recent years, due to the aggravation of the ideological struggle in the international arena, the ideologists of imperialism, the revisionists and dogmatists, e.e. Editor's Note 95, of various schools of thought, have sharply increased their attack on Marxism-Leninism, Editor's Note 96, and their attacks even touch directly upon military and political questions. Western military ideologists of imperialism have become active propagandizing various new military philosophical theories which support the interests of imperialist monopolies and directed at justifying aggressive wars under the flag of anti-communism. War, teaches Marxism-Leninism, is a socio-historical phenomenon arising at a definite stage in the development of class society. It is an extremely complex social phenomenon, and its essence can be revealed only by using the only scientific method, Marxist-Leninist dialectics. Speaking of the use of Marxist theory of knowledge in the study of war, Lenin stated that dialectics requires a comprehensive study of a given social phenomenon in its development and also of information external, apparently, to the fundamental motivating forces, to the development of industrial forces, and to the class struggle. The experience of history shows that even the largest world war, no matter how all-encompassing it may be, represents only one side of social development. It is entirely dependent upon the course of this development and upon the political relationships between classes and countries. V.I. Lenin stressed that war is part of a whole, and this whole is politics. He also pointed out that war is a continuation of politics, and politics also continues during war. This Leninist thesis is a principal one and extremely important. It notes the bourgeois theories of the universal, all-absorbing nature of war, of the class peace during war. It explains that during war politics continue, i.e., the class relations and the class struggle in all its forms, with all its means, ideological, political, economic, etc., do not cease. The correct understanding of these principal theses also makes it possible to disclose the essence of war. Applied to wars, wrote Lenin, main thesis of dialectics, consists of the fact that war is simply a continuation of politics by other, namely violent, means. And it was always the point of view of Marx and Engels that every war was a continuation of the politics of the given interested powers, and of the various classes within them, at a given time, too. It must be stressed that Marxist-Leninists always meant, by the phrase violent means, as applied to military action, means of armed conflict, the armed forces, and the military organization as a whole as a means of conducting war. Engels, in his work The Theory of Violence, wrote that violence is at the present time represented by the army and the navy. He explained that violence is a political act. Editor's Note 97. Starting from these Marxist-Leninist positions, it can be said that war is armed violence, organized armed conflict between the various social classes, governments, groups of governments and nations in the name of achieving definite political goals. Classes, countries, and nations in peacetime always strive to attain their goals by using the most diverse means and forms of conflict, ideological, political, economic, etc. Under conditions of the sharp aggravation of contradictions, however, they have resorted to the use of the means and forms of armed conflict, to war. All of this shows that war is only one of the resources of politics, only one of the forms of the political, the class struggle. V.I. Lenin said, in particular, that civil war is the most acute form of class struggle, when a series of economic and political clashes and battles, being repeated, accumulated, widened, sharpened, results in the conversion of these clashes into armed conflict. 3. Another Leninist concept is that, certain periods of acute economic and political crises, the class struggle develops into direct civil war. 1. Armed conflict. 4. The following Leninist position is of great importance for a proper understanding of the essence of war as the continuation of politics precisely by violent means, using military operations. War is a continuation, by means of violence, of that policy which had been pursued long prior to the war by the ruling classes of the belligerent powers. Peace is a continuation of the same policy, with a write-in of those alterations in the relations between the forces of the opponents which have been brought about by military operations. Italics hours. Author. 5. Lenin's statements that war is a continuation of politics by other, violent means imply that war is not equivalent to politics in general, but makes up only a part of it, and that politics has available, in addition to war, a large arsenal of various non-violent means which it can use for achieving its goals without resorting to war. Under present conditions, this is the strict guideline of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet government in calling upon the Western powers to solve all disputed international issues by negotiation, not by war. The theory of Soviet military strategy also takes into consideration the other side of the problem, the fact that as opposed to other political means, war has its own special specific nature. In order to conduct a war, a special system of military organizations is created, the weapons for armed conflict are produced, and combat methods are developed. The waging of war itself has always represented a specific form of human activity, when the belligerent sides directed their efforts toward destruction of each other, toward the capture of enemy territories or the holding of their own territory, striving, as a result, to attain their political goals. The present era is characterized by an enormous growth in the productive forces of society which stipulate the appearance of new superpowerful means of mass destruction, and also by radical changes in the conditions of political struggle brought about primarily by the formation of a world system of socialism. Under these conditions, the political aims of the sides in a future world war will be achieved not only by the defeat of the armed forces, but also by complete disorganization of the enemy economy and lowering of the morale of the population. Therefore, the essence of war as a continuation of the politics by means of armed violence and the specific nature of war appear today more distinctly than in the past, and modern means of violence acquire ever-increasing importance. Armed conflict has now become a still more specific form of human activity. This is stipulated by the following reasons. First, huge masses of people are drawn into modern war due to growth of armed forces and widespread enlisting of the civilian population to solve a number of military and semi-military problems in guarding the interior of the country. Second, the complexity of modern military equipment demands special military knowledge and skills. Finally, modern war, as never before, involves the utmost strain on the economy in order to provide the needs of war and particular material and scientific technical resources specially created for satisfying the needs of military conflict. However, despite the fact that hundreds of millions of people are drawn into a war, war is only one side of social life, one of the forms of the political, the class struggle, while social development, the interrelations of classes, countries, and nations are phenomena which are immeasurably more widespread than war. Therefore, no world war, total or global, can encompass all of these phenomena. And during war, an uncompromising class struggle goes on, and must go on, simultaneously. This means that confusion and identification of two such social phenomena, as war and the class struggle, war and politics, is not permissible even in contemporary circumstances. At the same time, there have recently appeared in various foreign military publications statements to the effect that it is wrong to consider war as a continuation of politics by violent means. In these publications, war, politics, and the class struggle as a whole are essentially equated. Thus do the military ideologists of imperialism attempt to justify war which they allege not to be violence anymore. The British military theoretician Liddell Hart, in his book, The Strategy of Indirect Action, asserts that by the term means of war must now be understood not only, and not so much, the armed forces, but also various non-military means of struggle, economic pressure, propaganda, diplomacy, subversion, etc. On the basis of such assertions, the conclusion is drawn that war is a conflict using all the resources of politics, the complex of all its resources and forms of struggle. It is entirely evident that the means of waging a war are the armed forces and its symptom nothing else than armed conflict, whose beginning and end determine in fact the beginning and end of the war. Editor's Note 98. Certainly, war as a social phenomenon, as the extreme resource for the implementation of the policy of certain definite classes, is not isolated from the other phenomena of social life. The experience of modern wars shows that, as soon as they start, states attempt to mobilize to the maximum their resources and means for the attainment of victory. Once it has come to war, Lenin pointed out, everything must be subordinated to the interests of the war. The role and importance of the various means and forms of conflict with the aid of which a policy is effected will vary. Both in peacetime and in wartime they are going to alter depending on the overall setup. In wartime, the basic and decisive resource of policy is the armed forces and the armed struggle. All remaining resources, economic, ideological, diplomatic, and others, are directed in the first instance to collaborating with the armed forces and the other military formations brought into being on the basis of a broad-scale enlistment of the masses of the people for the attainment of political goals by way of armed violence. It must be stressed again that Lenin saw the essence and specificity of war in the continuation of politics, by means of violence, by way of the conduct of armed conflict, military operations. It was namely as a result of military operations, armed conflict, and the use of means of violence, and not non-military and indirect operations in World War I that 10 million people were killed and over 20 million wounded and maimed. World War II took almost 50 million lives. Many countries suffered colossal material losses. In the Soviet Union alone, over 70,000 towns and villages and 1,710 cities were completely or partially destroyed and burned. More than 20 million were killed. This is the actuality which reflects the essence of war as a continuation of politics by means of armed conflict. A future war, in which the basic means of violence would be nuclear weapons, weapons of mass destruction, would lead to immeasurably greater losses and destruction. As a result of the rapid development of productive forces, science, and technology, the resources for waging war have become so powerful that, from the purely military point of view, the possibilities for attaining the most decisive political goals by the use of armed conflict have grown immensely. This means that counting on non-military means of conflict in the course of a future war does not correspond to the methods for conducting it or to the laws of development of the means of conflict. The attempts of certain Western ideologists to propagandize non-military methods for conducting war are designed to veil the horrors of a future nuclear war and to divert the attention of broad masses of people from the preparation for war by the imperialist forces. The teachings of Marxism-Leninism on war were creatively developed in the resolutions of recent congresses of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, in the new program of the CPSU, in the documents of the conferences of the Communist and Workers' Parties, and in the statements of prominent party and state figures of the Soviet Union and the countries of the socialist camp. Of especially important value are the positions on the nature of the modern era, the absence of the fatal inevitability of wars, and the possibilities of preventing world war. Editor's Note 99. On the peaceful coexistence of countries with different social systems, the military function of a socialist country under present conditions, the development of the world's socialist system, and the future degradation of imperialism, the outcome of a future war between them in favor of socialism, and the means of conducting war. The positions of the nature of coexistence between two world systems, which were developed by the Communist Party, have great significance for correct understanding of the fundamental problems of war. It was pointed out at the XXII Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union that the Soviet Union regards the coexistence of states with different social structures as a form of class struggle between socialism and capitalism. The USSR at the same time supports normal and peaceful relations with capitalist countries. It stands for non-intervention in the internal affairs of all states, for the sanctity of their territories, and respect for their sovereign rights. The summary report of the Central Committee of the CPSU to the Congress at the same time emphasized that the principle of peaceful coexistence does not apply to the internal processes of class and national liberation struggles in the capitalist countries and colonies. Struggles between two social systems are and must be carried out by peaceful means, economic, political, ideological, but not military. From this follows the completely clear and logical conclusions that the desire of bourgeois ideologists to muddy the fundamental distinction between war and that struggle presently being conducted in the international arena by peaceful, non-military means is deeply incorrect and dangerous. The leaders of the Soviet government have stressed Editor's Note 100 that if countries disarmed completely and had means of conducting war, no nuclear or rocket weapons, land armies, navies, or air forces, then all international problems would be solved not by the strength of weapons, but by peaceful means. With destruction of weapons and abolition of armed forces, it would be materially impossible for countries to pursue any policy but a peaceful one. In summing up all that has been said, it should be emphasized that 1. War is coercion in the relations between countries. 2. As the means of coercion or means of waging war is meant the armed forces of countries. And 3. The Leninist concept of war as a continuation of class politics by forcible means and the concept of war as armed conflict in the name of definite political aims remains in force even in the present era. The Marxist-Leninist thesis concerning the class nature of politics, of which war is a continuation, plays a paramount role in the proper grasp of the essence of war. It has been in the varying interpretation of this fundamental question that the radical difference has lain between Marxism-Leninism and the doctrines of the bourgeois ideologists, the majority of which later, while admitting that war is the continuation of politics, have nevertheless covered up its class bias. Marxism-Leninism asserts that the basic question in an analysis and evaluation of war must be the question as to what is the class character of a given war, what classes are waging it, and for the sake of what goals, by what classes it was prepared and directed. The whole history of class society is the history of the struggle of the classes, and this struggle constitutes the basic content of social development. The class struggle finds its clearest expression in the political struggle. It is a well-known fact that politics is a relationship between classes. Hence follows the crucially important conclusion that war, being as it is the continuation of class politics, always has a class character. Any and every war is inextricably bound up with that political order out of which it flows. Bourgeois ideologists, by denying the class nature of politics and war, always strive to represent politics as an expression of the common interests of countries and peoples. The modern ideologists of imperialism and their agents in the international workers' movement, revisionists, contradict the reformist theory of class peace, deny the class struggle, and distort the Marxist-Leninist position on war, on the defense of the socialist fatherland, and on proletarian internationalism. The American bourgeois ideologists and reformists announce, in particular, that modern American capitalism is not the capitalism about which Karl Marx wrote, but rather a popular, humane, and peaceful capitalism. In the program of the CPSU, it is stated that the defenders of the bourgeois system, by striving to hold the masses in spiritual captivity, invent newer and newer theories which mask the exploitive nature of capitalism and embellish it. They believe that modern capitalism has changed its essence and that it has become the people's capitalism, in which classes disappear and class contradictions are erased. In reality, the development of modern capitalism proves the correctness of the Marxist-Leninist teachings on the growth of contradictions and antagonism in capitalistic society. Certain military writers attempt to prove that in the capitalist world today, the entire country and all the people conduct war, and that under present conditions war has been converted to conflict of one armed people with another, directing all their military, labor, and spiritual forces toward defeat of the enemy. All these theories depart from objective reality, conceal the class contradictions of modern capitalism, and mask the real essence of war and its contradictory class nature. War in our time, wrote Lenin in 1914, is the people's war. From this truth it follows not that it is necessary to drift in the popular current of chauvinism, but that in wartime the class contradictions which rend the population continue to exist and will become manifest in war and through the war. In order to prove this Leninist thesis by present-day facts, it is sufficient to use the United States, the richest country in the capitalist world, as an example. During the last World War, there was a vast strike movement in that country. In 1941, there were 4,288 strikes involving 2,400,000 people. In 1943, during 11 months, there were 3,425 strikes in which 3,500,000 people participated. And in 1944, there were 4,956 strikes with 2,100,000 participants. The refusal of a group of capitalists to convert their enterprises to war production also attests to the unity of the American people and the country in the last World War. The capitalists, writes William Foster, even arranged the unique Italian strike and continued it until the government accepted their usurious conditions. The experience of imperialistic wars attests to the fact that actual unity of the people in such wars is unthinkable. The situation is different when conducting just wars. Speaking of the causes of the victories of the Soviet government over external enemies during the period of foreign intervention and the Civil War, Lenin stated that a mass of people such as never before was enlisted for active participation in the war, and in no political regime was there even 1/10 as great a response as under the Soviets. This was confirmed to an even greater extent by the experience of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union against Hitler's Germany. The positions of Marxism-Leninism on the class nature of wars and on war as a continuation of politics by violent means are fundamental in Soviet military strategy. They permit correct solution of the basic problems of training the armed forces and the people for war with an aggressor, and permit the nature of modern wars and the methods for conducting them to be revealed, and also permit solution of other important problems of the theory and practice of strategy. Wars of the modern era, and the conditions and causes of their origin. Marxism-Leninism teaches that it is impossible to understand a given war without understanding the era. The characteristics of the modern era have had profoundly scientific and universal treatment in such important documents of our day as the program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, adopted at the historic XXI Party Congress, and the Declaration and Appeal of the Conference of the Representatives of Communist and Workers' Parties in 1960. These outstanding theoretical and political documents also allow correct understanding of the probable nature of modern wars, the conditions of their origin, and the ways in which they develop. Lenin's approach to the characteristics of the era consists in the fact that all great events of history can be correctly understood only through consideration primarily of 2 points. 1. Considering them from the point of view of the struggle of 2 fundamental historical trends, capitalism and socialism, and 2. From the point of view of just the specific historical relationship of forces between them, i.e., when taking into account the regular growth and consolidation of the positions of socialism. At the beginning of the 20th century, capitalism was the single, all-encompassing system. It ruled undivided in the international arena and unleashed war at its discretion, causing revolutionary uprisings against it. In these conditions, Marxism-Leninism correctly raised the question of the era of imperialism, war, and revolution. The Great October Socialist Revolution opened a new era in the history of mankind, an era of the downfall of capitalism and the consolidation of socialism. The victory of the Socialist Revolution in Russia was directly connected with the First World Imperialistic War. Socialist revolution in European and Asian countries, which led to the formation of the world socialist system, was the outcome of World War II. Today, the countries of the world socialist system occupy more than 26% of the territory of the world and include about 35% of its population. They have huge natural resources. Editor's Note 101. The economy of the socialist countries is developing faster than in the countries of the bourgeois world. The socialist method of production more and more obviously demonstrates its clear supremacy over capitalism. The relationship of forces in the international arena in the modern era favors socialism. This predetermines the course and nature of international relations. Of the most important factors of today is the national liberation revolutions which are destroying the colonial system of imperialism. The international revolutionary movement of the working class is expanding. The program of the CPSU states that the present era, the fundamental makeup of which is transition from capitalism to socialism, is an era of conflict between 2 opposite social systems, an era of socialist and national liberation revolutions, an era of the downfall of capitalism and the liquidation of the colonial system, the era of the transition of more and more nations to socialism, of the triumph of socialism and communism on a worldwide scale. The international working class and its chief offspring, the world system of socialism, are the focal point of the modern era. In characterizing the modern era, Marxist-Leninists stress the new fact that this is not an era of imperialism and war, but the era of the decay of imperialism as a world system, an era of revolution and of the triumph of socialism and communism on a worldwide scale. This basic content of the era is definitive in explaining the fundamental problems of war and peace. Now imperialism has entered a period of decline and death. It has irrevocably lost its power over the majority of mankind. Now the main content, direction, and feature of the historical development of mankind is being determined by the world's socialist system, by forces struggling against imperialism for the socialist reconstruction of society. World War I and the Great October Socialist Revolution were the start of the general crisis of capitalism. During World War II and in socialist revolutions in a number of countries, the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism began. Now world capitalism is entering the new, third stage of this crisis. One of the expressions of this crisis is the further unprecedented strengthening of militarism. The imperialist countries have built huge armed forces, on which they spend an ever greater part of their state budgets. The imperialist countries have become militaristic and military police states. In one generation, imperialism has involved mankind in 2 world wars in which tens of millions of people have been killed. A new world nuclear, Editor's Note 102 war, being prepared by World Reaction, threatens nations with horrible disasters, the death of hundreds of millions of people and the destruction and devastation of cities. Under present conditions, as a result of the unevenness in the development of capitalism, the economic, political, and military center of imperialism has shifted from Europe to the United States. American monopolistic capital has seized the main sources of raw materials, the markets, and the spheres of application of capital. It has created a private colonial empire and has become the most powerful world exploiter. U.S. imperialism today plays the role of a world gendarme, coming out against democratic, revolutionary transformations, and has unleashed aggression against peoples who are fighting for their independence. The clearest example of this is the barbaric war of the USA in Vietnam. The American monopolists and their editor's note 103, allies in NATO, have again aided the rise of West German imperialism after defeat. Thus a dangerous breeding ground for war, a breeding ground for new aggressive power, threatening the peace, has been created in the center of Europe. Another dangerous breeding ground for war is the Far East, where the American monopolists have revitalized Japanese militarism. The areas in which it is further most probable that the imperialists will launch aggressive wars are the Near and Middle East and Africa, where the contradictions of the colonial powers and the peoples fighting for their independence collide most sharply. Cuba, against which the U.S. is systematically organizing provocations. Korea, inasmuch as considerable armed forces, particularly of the U.S., are being maintained in South Korea, the island of Taiwan, an ancient Chinese possession on which the Chiang Kai-shek clique and the American occupation forces have entrenched themselves. Vietnam and other regions of Southeast Asia where the USA does not hesitate to intervene militarily in the affairs of freedom-loving peoples. Thus, Soviet military strategy must take into consideration the possibility of the unleashing of new predatory wars by imperialist aggressors at diverse points on the globe. It is impossible to exclude, in the present era, the possibility of wars between imperialist capitalist countries. The fact of the matter is that the capitalist world is torn by deep contradictions. There is a savage competitive battle for markets, spheres of investment of capital, and for sources of raw materials. This battle has become quite pitched, since the number of territories dependent on capital has been greatly reduced. Contradictions increase between the principal imperialist powers, Anglo-American, Franco-American, West German-American, Anglo-West German, and Japanese-American. Political crises arise periodically in imperialist military blocs. In this respect, it is interesting to refer to the experience of the past, to the remark of former Hitlerite General Kammhuber, who today occupies the post of inspector of the West German Air Force. In an article entitled The Art of War, published in one of the West German magazines, he wrote that if the Nazis had had the atomic bomb, they would have completely destroyed England and France and won World War II. It must be assumed that today there are no guarantees that the Bonn revanchists, having obtained atomic weapons, will not use them against their present NATO partners, and would not commit crimes even more cruel and vile in comparison with those which the fascists committed during the last war. Editor's Note 104, P. Edwards, British Labour leader, writes in the brochure America, Ally or Boss, that the West German revanchists have convinced the United States that there are too many communists in France and too many socialists in England, and, therefore, both England and France are very unreliable military allies. This is advanced as one of the arguments for the necessity of equipping the West German army with atomic weapons, so that under extraordinary conditions it could neutralize England and France. Our era is characterized by universal historical victories of the international revolutionary movement of the working class. In the capitalist countries, social forces are being built up and strengthened to assure the victory of socialism. These countries constantly stir up class struggles. The ruling circles suppress strikes by using the armed forces. The imperialists create military blocks and bases not only for battle with the socialist countries, but also for the defeat of revolutionary workers and national liberation movements. Marxism-Leninism teaches that socialist revolutions do not necessarily involve war, although both world wars unleashed by the imperialists ended with socialist revolutions. The great aims of the working class in the present era can be accomplished without world war and without civil war, by peaceful means. However, when the exploiter classes resort to violence toward the people, it is necessary to keep in mind the possibility of non-peaceful conversion to socialism. And this means that revolutionary wars and people's uprisings are not to be excluded. The modern era is characterized by stormy, national liberation revolutions, one after another, which sweep away the colonial system and undermine the foundations of imperialism. The imperialists exert every effort to maintain their rule in colonies. They employ all possible means: colonial wars, economic pressure, subversion, conspiracy, terror, and bribery. The colonialists do not grant people independence voluntarily. Therefore, the colonies are liberated by stubborn conflict, including armed conflict. As long as imperialism and colonialism exist, national liberation and revolutionary wars are unavoidable. Socialist, national liberation, anti-imperialist, and people's democratic revolutions, vast peasant movements, the struggle of the masses to overthrow fascist and other tyrannical regimes, and the general democratic movements against national oppression are all merged today in a general worldwide revolutionary process undermining the foundations of the imperialistic camp. Revolution cannot be imposed on a nation from outside. It arises as a result of the serious internal and international contradictions of capitalism. Together with other Marxist-Leninist parties, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, as stated in the program of the CPSU, considers it its international duty to summon the peoples of all countries to merge and mobilize all internal forces for action and, guided by the power of world socialism, to prevent the interference of imperialists in the affairs of the people of any country rising up in revolution, or to give them a decisive repulse. The CPSU also considers it its international duty to aid countries going the way of winning and strengthening national independence, all peoples fighting for the complete abolishment of the colonial system. Whatever path the nations which have thrown off the yoke of colonialism choose, capitalistic or non-capitalistic, is their own business. But with the present correlation of forces in the world arena and the real possibility of powerful support from the world system of socialism, the people of former colonies can solve this problem in their own interests. All these Marxist-Leninist theses are starting points for a correct understanding of the social-political essence of modern wars. Studying the nature of these wars, Soviet military strategy starts with the fact that in the present era the following basic categories of war are theoretically possible. War between the imperialist and socialist camps, which, if not prevented, would be, by its political essence, a decisive armed conflict between two opposing world social systems. Such a war would be an aggressive, predatory, and unjust, on the part of imperialism, and a liberating, just revolutionary war on the part of the socialist community. This would be a world war between the two big coalitions, so far as its scale is concerned. Imperialistic wars undertaken by the imperialists for the purpose of suppressing national liberation movements, for the seizure or retention of colonies, and for the attainment of other aggressive aims. These wars are also predatory, unjust, and anti-national on the part of the imperialists. National liberation wars, civil wars, and other popular wars aimed at the repulsion of aggressive predatory attacks of the imperialists at the fight for freedom and independence. Such wars are the opposite of imperialist wars and are just liberating and revolutionary. Both imperialist and national liberation civil wars in size are small, local wars. The communists have always been the most resolute adversaries of world wars and, in general, against wars between countries. Such wars are necessary only to the imperialists for the capture of foreign territories and enslavement and robbing of the people. The CPSU and all the Soviet people, as stated in the program of the CPSU, have always opposed and will always oppose any and all predatory wars, including wars between capitalist countries, and Editor's Note 105, wars directed at smothering the national liberation movements, and consider it our duty to support the sacred struggle of oppressed peoples, and their just wars of liberation against imperialism. This duty the Soviet Union discharges consistently and steadily by helping the peoples in their struggle with imperialism not only ideologically and politically but materially as well. The USSR will render, when it is necessary, military support as well to peoples subject to imperialist aggression. It is quite understandable that the conditions for the origin and development of such wars will differ each time. There will be a sharp distinction between the military political and the strategic aims of the participants, and also between ways and means for conducting these wars. This poses a serious problem in the Development Editor's Note 106 of the Theory of Military Strategy. to study and elaborate the problems of modern war not in general but quite specifically as applied to a given specific war. The distinguishing characteristics of the present era have allowed the Marxist-Leninists to raise the question of war and peace in a new way. The XX Congress of the CPSU, on the basis of a Marxist-Leninist analysis of the radical change in the correlation of forces between the two world systems and of the international situation as a whole, concluded that when the world's socialist camp has been converted into a powerful political, economic, and military force and the forces of peace over the entire world have been strengthened, war will not be a fatal inevitability. Developing this position, the XXI Congress of the CPSU resolved that even before socialism is completely victorious in the world, while capitalism still exists in part of the world, there is a real possibility of eliminating war from the life of society. This conclusion is based on the fact that further successes in building a communist society exert a strong influence on the entire international situation, lead to the consolidation of the forces of peace and the weakening of the forces of war, cause enormous changes not only in our country but throughout the world, and bring about a decided shift in the area of economics in the world arena in favor of socialism. Economics, as is well known, is the main field of peaceful competition between socialism and capitalism. The XXI Congress of the Communist Party defined the general strategic line of the Soviet Union for the historical period in the near future, the period of the extensive building of the communist society. The main problems of this period are the creation of the material technical foundation of communism, the most complete fulfillment of the needs of the people, and, simultaneously, further strengthening of the economic and defense might of the USSR. Editor's Note 107. The fulfillment of the five-year plan of development of the economy of the USSR for the 1966 to 1970 period, adopted at the XXII Congress CPSU, will be a new important stage in solving these historical tasks. The foreign policy of the CPSU and the Soviet government depends on the successful fulfillment of these tasks. It is directed at creating the most favorable conditions for building communism, for strengthening the peace and averting new world war, for affirming the Leninist principle of peaceful coexistence of governments with different social structures. In the present era, the struggle for peace. Editor's Note 108 assumes, above all, the steady strengthening of the military might of the Soviet Union and of the entire socialist camp by development of production forces and continuous growth of its material technical foundation. The historic necessity of solving this vitally important problem is due to the fact that as long as imperialism exists, the economic basis of wars is preserved, and that reactionary forces representing the interests of capitalist monopolies will in the future strive for military adventures and aggression. Our military strategy must take into consideration the fact that, despite the presence and the growth of factors ensuring the preservation of peace, there remains a danger that the imperialists will unleash new predatory wars and attack the socialist countries, primarily the Soviet Union. The imperialist camp, as stressed in the program of the CPSU, is preparing a horrible crime against mankind, a nuclear world war which might cause the unprecedented destruction of entire countries and exterminate whole nations. The problem of peace and war has become a problem of the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. This is why the CPSU and the Soviet government consider it their main task to avert nuclear war. This task is acute, since the united forces of the powerful socialist camp, the peace-loving non-socialist countries, the international working class, and all people defending the cause of peace are interested in its accomplishment. The XXII Congress CPSU stressed that the conclusion of the international communist movement on the possibility of keeping the aggressor in check and averting a new world war keeps its validity. Considering the conditions of the origin and the nature of modern wars, Soviet military strategy starts, first of all, with the presence and struggle of two world social systems. The socialist system, traveling along the path of the building communism and conducting a policy of peace, and the capitalist system, which has entered the third stage of the general crisis of capitalism and which is conducting an aggressive policy aimed at the unleashing of new wars. Peaceful coexistence between these two world systems, socialism and capitalism, is a continuation of the class struggle of these opposing systems on an international scale. But this is a conflict by peaceful means, without the use of violence. However, despite the fact that the socialist camp is consistently conducting a policy of peaceful coexistence, the imperialist bloc might make an adventuristic attempt to achieve its aggressive aims by the force of weapons, i.e., by war. The main source of the military threat today is the aggressive course of American imperialism, which reflects the striving of U.S. capitalist monopolies for world domination. The aggressive course of the imperialistic policy is expressed in the constant opposition of the ruling circles of the United States and other countries in the aggressive military blocs to the peaceful settlement of international problems, to the liquidation of the remains of World War II, in proclaiming the so-called policy of liberation of the countries of Eastern Europe in the continuous arms race, the stockpiling of nuclear weapons, the creation of missile, air force, and naval bases, directed against the countries of the socialist camp, and in the intensified preparation of the armed forces and the future theaters of military operations for conducting a nuclear war. The Western powers attempt to draw together all the new countries into military blocs, to unite the existing aggressive groups such as NATO, SEATO, and CENTO into a unified bloc under the control of the United States, and to scrape together new blocs directed against the socialist camp. This aggressive course is manifested in the ever-increasing militarization of the economy and science, in the intensification of the political and economic enslavement of underdeveloped countries, in the striving by armed might to preserve the remnants of colonial rule, in the systematic provocations of military conflicts in various parts of the globe, including the territories of the socialist camp. The aggressiveness of imperialist policy is also expressed in the military ideological preparation for a future war under the pretense of a fight against communism, in the propaganda of an eventive war against the Soviet Union. A particular danger for the cause of peace is the policy of the revival of West German militarism by the ruling circles of the United States, the restoration of the West German military economy, the expansion of its armed forces, and the arming of West Germany with nuclear rocket weapons. In Western Europe and other regions of the world, the aggressive imperialistic blocs headed by the United States maintain strong armed forces in the immediate vicinity of the borders of the socialist countries. Editor's Notes 109 and 110. In accordance with the imperialistic policy of the Western powers, the leaders of their armed forces and the general staffs have developed detailed plans for military attack against the USSR and other countries of the socialist camp. These plans are clearly of an aggressive nature in aim and content. This indicates that the threat of military attack against the USSR has by no means diminished. Moreover, recently, in the 1960s, the danger of the conflagration of a world war has become more real than previously. War against the Soviet Union and the entire socialist camp as a whole might be unleashed by direct attack against the USSR or other socialist countries, or as a result of some aggressive local war against one of the non-socialist countries, if this war infringes on the basic interests of the socialist countries and creates a threat to peace in the world. In any of these cases, the unleashing of a war by an aggressor will, obviously, lead to a new world war, in which the countries of the socialist camp will be on one side, and the imperialist countries and capitalist countries dependent on them which are united in aggressive military blocs will be on the other. The overwhelming majority of the countries of the world would be drawn into such a war. It would indeed have the nature of a world coalition. Certain non-socialist countries might take the part of the socialist camp in a future war, especially during the war. The possibility of forming a coalition of countries having different social-political structures is supported by the experience of World War II, when the Soviet Union and individual capitalist countries formed an anti-fascist coalition. War between the socialist and imperialistic camps, if the aggressor succeeds in unleashing it, would be an extreme means for solving a historical problem: armed conflict between the socialist and capitalist social structures. In Soviet military strategy, the position is clearly expressed that the acute class nature of such a war would predetermine the extreme decisiveness of the political and military aims of both sides. In addition, the widespread use of means of mass destruction would give the war an unprecedented destructive nature. Our armed forces must be prepared for such a grim, intense, and exceptionally violent war. In a new world war, the imperialist bloc would strive for maximum destruction of the armed forces and the deep interior of the socialist countries, attempt to liquidate their social-political system and establish capitalist systems instead, and enslave the people of these countries. The Soviet Union and the countries of people's democracy, in order to protect their socialist achievements, will be forced to adopt no less decisive aims directed towards total defeat of the armed forces of the enemy with simultaneous disorganization of his interior zone, and towards suppression of the enemy's will to resist, and rendering aid to the people to free them from the yoke of imperialism. Evaluating the real balance of all the political, economic, and military forces of the two world systems, our military strategy assesses the situation as follows. The socialist camp has everything at its disposal for the successful repulsion of an attack by any aggressor and for his complete defeat. The basis for this conclusion is the complete and final victory of socialism in the USSR, the strengthening of the unity of the socialist countries, the vigorous development of their economy, science, and technology, and the continual growth of military power. In addition, the socialist camp in its just fight against aggressive forces can count on active support from colonial and dependent countries who are waging a courageous battle against imperialism and colonialism, and also on the support of the people in capitalist countries who are deeply concerned with the preservation of peace. Our evaluation of the military strategic situation of both camps as a whole is that the position of the socialist camp is considerably more advantageous and will ensure victory in the case of imperialist aggression. Such powerful, invincible forces now oppose the aggressors that if they unleash war, then they will get nothing except their own destruction. Such was the conclusion made in the report of the Central Committee to the XXII Congress CPSU. It is entirely clear that both gigantic military coalitions will put out massive armed forces in a future decisive world war. All modern powerful and long-range means of combat, including multi-megaton nuclear rocket weapons, will be used in it on a huge scale, and the most decisive methods of military operations will be used. An enormous strain on the moral forces of the people. Editor's Note 111 will be required in order to assure victory in such a war. From this it follows that the Soviet government and all the countries of the socialist camp and their armed forces must be ready primarily for a world war. For a war against a militarily and economically powerful coalition of imperialist powers. The most probable and, at the same time, most dangerous means for the unleashing of a war by the imperialist bloc against the socialist camp would be a surprise attack. Soviet military strategy takes into account the features of a real aggressor and considers that in contemporary circumstances, even a large war might arise suddenly, without the threatening period characteristic of the past. Simultaneously with preparing for a decisive battle with the aggressor during a world war, the armed forces of the socialist camp must also be prepared for small-scale local wars which might be unleashed by the imperialists. The experience of such wars which have repeatedly arisen during the post-war period shows that they are conducted by ways and means which differ from those used in world wars. Therefore, Soviet military strategy calls for the study of the means for conducting such wars in order to prevent them from developing into a world war and to bring quick victory over the enemy. In order to correctly understand the conditions of the origin of wars, it is necessary to distinguish the reasons for wars and the cause for their unleashing. The reasons for the origin of modern wars lie in the operations of the law of unevenness and spasmodic nature of the economic and political development in capitalist countries, in the contradictions inherent to the capitalist system, and in the struggle of the imperialists for world domination. The direct causes of wars arising in the present era are the aggressive imperialistic and predatory policies followed by the United States and other strong capitalist countries, which are directed primarily against the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries. The most diverse events can become causes for unleashing war. The ruling classes of the aggressive imperialist countries, as history has shown, usually resort to direct fabrication of the reasons for an attack. In the present situation, however, this problem is considerably complicated in view of the great possibility for the so-called accidental origin of war. With the frenzied arms race, there is a serious danger that even a small miscalculation by the state leaders of one country or another can lead to the unleashing of a new war. Nuclear weapons can be launched, not only upon command of bourgeois government or another, but also at the discretion of individuals at the control panel. Careless operation of radar systems can cause incorrect interpretation of instrument readings, and this could lead to the beginning of military operations. Incorrect understanding of an order or the mental disorder of an American pilot flying a bomber armed with nuclear bombs could cause the bombs to be dropped on the territory of another country. Indicative in this thought was the extremely dangerous episode in 1966, when as the result of an aviation catastrophe of American airplanes over Spanish territory, 4 thermonuclear bombs fell. Faults in electronic equipment in combat nuclear rocket systems could also start a war. All this requires the greatest vigilance by our armed forces. It requires great wisdom and insight by our government, political, and military leaders to prevent the accidental start of a war. These are the fundamental problems relating to the categories of wars and to the conditions and causes of their origin in the present-day situation. Modern means of armed combat and their effect on the nature of war. The modern age is an age of enormous growth of productive forces and the development of science. Mankind is entering a period of the greatest scientific and technical revolution resulting from the mastery of atomic energy, the conquest of space, the development of chemistry, the automation of production and electronic machines, and other outstanding achievements of science and technology. To a great extent, this determines the nature of a future world war, if the imperialists succeed in unleashing one. Therefore, in military strategy, when studying the possible nature of a modern war, we cannot fail to take into account the present state and the future prospects of development of science and technology. Especially favorable conditions for the development of science and technology have been created in the Soviet Union. In solving the main economic problem of the party and the people as outlined in the program of the CPSU, the creation of the material and technical base of communism, a large role is given to science, which, as it develops further and its relationship to the practice of the building of socialism is strengthened, should become, in full measure, a direct productive force. As the CPSU program says, the creation of the material technical foundation of communism entails the complete electrification of the country and the resulting improvements in engineering, technology, and the organization of social production in all branches of the national economy. The comprehensive mechanization of production processes and their ever-increasing automation, the widespread use of chemistry in the national economy, the utmost development of new, economically efficient branches of production and new forms of energy and materials, the organic union of science and production and rapid rates of scientific technical progress, a high cultural technical level of the working people, considerable superiority over the most developed capitalist countries with respect to the productivity of labor, which is the most important condition for the victory of communism. The creation of the material technical support for communism simultaneously solves the problem of strengthening and developing the material technical base for supplying our armed forces with the required amounts of modern military equipment. The first-class heavy industry already created in the Soviet Union is the basis for further technical progress and for increasing the economic might and defense capabilities of the country. The measures being taken by the CPSU to develop heavy industry serve as a reliable guarantee that the defense needs of the country will be fully ensured. This will be aided to a considerable extent by the further achievements of our science, which occupies an important position in the world. Soviet science in a number of important branches already firmly occupies the leading place in the world. The discoveries made by our physicists in the field of the theory of the atomic nucleus and the theory of elementary particles, in the field of low-temperature physics and others, are among the greatest achievements of physics. The country has an advanced atomic industry, and the ways are open for the study of controlled thermonuclear reaction. Important investigations in the field of mathematics have been carried out, and significant progress has been made in the creation of electronic computers. The achievements of science technology have enabled the Soviet Union to be the first to use atomic energy for peaceful purposes and to blaze a trail into space. Priority in such outstanding stages in knowledge of the universe as the launch of the first Sputnik of Earth, the first flight of man in space, the first group flight of men in cosmic space, the first cosmic flight in the world of a woman, the first exit of a man into open interstellar space, belongs to the Soviet Union. The landing of an automatic station on the surface of the moon and also flights of automatic stations to Venus are outstanding achievements of our science. The Soviet Union created the most powerful rockets in the world, the carriers of cosmic objects. The Soviet Union was the first in the world to create the hydrogen bomb and the intercontinental ballistic missile, and also a number of new kinds of rocket armaments which are new in principle. The achievements of modern science, technology, and industry in the creation and production of nuclear charges, rockets of different types and classes, and military radio electronics constitute the base upon which the entire system of armament of a modern army is constructed. It must be assumed that in the near future radical corrections will be able to be introduced into this system as a result of the incorporation of various cosmic means. All of this in turn conditions the nature of a future war, the methods of waging it, and the principles of organization of the armed forces. History has shown that with the growth in productive forces, particularly industrial production, science, and technology. The means of armed combat and military equipment as a whole develop steadily, and their role in war increases. Moreover, the development of means of combat inevitably also causes a change in the methods of carrying out military operations. The means of armed combat developed continuously and were improved during the centuries of history of human society. However, never before in history has this development taken place so intensively as in the middle of the 20th century, especially at the beginning of the second half of it. This is due mainly to the rapid industrial and scientific technical progress and the outstanding discoveries in physics, chemistry, and other natural sciences. The development of means of armed combat is also affected by the aggressive policies of the principal imperialist powers directed against the socialist camp and by the arms race initiated by them. The distinguishing feature of the development of the means of armed combat under present-day conditions is the appearance of qualitatively new types of weapons and military equipment and their rapid mass introduction into the armed forces, which sharply increased in fighting capabilities of the latter and led to a fundamental break in the organizational forms of the armed forces and the means for carrying out military operations on every scale. In military strategy, in military art, in military affairs as a whole, a revolution has taken place. In World War II, the main role was assumed by ground troops, the major portion of which consisted of non-mechanized infantry, armored troops, and special auxiliary forces. The main means of fire action against the enemy at that time were cannon artillery and aircraft, the striking depth and power of which were relatively small. The methods used at that time for carrying out military operations corresponded to the existing armed forces and means of waging armed combat. The main events in the war occurred in land theaters of action, and the results of armed combat in these theaters, in final analysis, determined the outcome of the entire war. The nature of the war was one of mutual destruction of the armed forces on the fronts with simultaneous solution of the problems of seizing or holding territories. The available means of destruction did not permit realization of a rapid change in the balance of the participant powers, and thus there was a relatively slow development of military operations. In World War II, although it was more mobile than World War I, stabilized forms of combat and a certain linearity in the formations and operations of the troops were nevertheless retained. Action by the belligerent parties against the enemy's deep interior, owing to the absence of appropriate means of destruction, was negligible and had no significant effect on the outcome of the war. A fundamentally new stage in the development of means of armed combat during World War II was the use, at the end of the war, of long-range rocket weapons, the V-1 and V-2, especially for the destruction of objectives in the enemy's interior, as well as the use of a new powerful fire weapon, the atomic bomb. This marked the appearance of completely new means of armed combat, which should have produced and actually did produce a fundamental revolution in military science, a revolution immeasurably greater than that caused by the appearance of gunpowder and firearms. The appearance of nuclear weapons is a result of the latest discoveries of the natural sciences. The first half of the 20th century ended with the technical solution of the problem of the utilization of the enormous energy reserves of heavy atomic nuclei of uranium and thorium. The solution of the problem of atomic fission led to the creation of the atomic bomb. The second half of the 20th century will, in the opinion of scientists, be a century of space and thermonuclear energy, which cannot fail to influence the development of corresponding means of destruction and of the means for their delivery to the target. Nuclear weapons appeared in the Soviet Union at the end of the 40s and the beginning of the 50s in the form of atomic, and then hydrogen aviation bombs, and somewhat later in the form of nuclear charges for rockets of different types and for torpedoes. In the 60s, all services of the Soviet armed forces, strategic rocket troops, ground troops, air forces, the Navy, and national PVO troops, have been equipped with nuclear weapons. Editor's Note 112. Taking into account the fact that the Soviets created hydrogen weapons before the United States, and, most important of all, that the United States does not possess superpowered thermonuclear charges, Editor's Note 113, such as those possessed by the USSR, we consider our superiority over the Western Bloc in nuclear weapons to be indisputable. By the admission of competent American specialists, our superiority in total nuclear might of strategic rocket weapons is very considerable. As concerns the level of development of our nuclear munitions industry, the production of nuclear ammunition assures the output required for the solution of all the problems of a possible major war. The stockpiling of nuclear weapons and the widespread introduction of these weapons into all services of the armed forces enables the strategic leadership to use them simultaneously, both to inflict massive losses on the armed forces of the aggressor, as well as to destroy his material technical war machinery and to disrupt government and military administration. Nuclear weapons can be used in a modern war to solve problems of every scale: strategic, operational, and tactical. From a purely military point of view, the use of nuclear weapons can give incomparably greater results than conventional means of destruction. It allows us to carry out combat assignments within a considerably shorter period of time than was the case in past wars. Therefore, nuclear weapons are considered by specialists to be the most powerful and effective means for destruction of the enemy when conducting all types of operations and war as a whole. The introduction of these weapons into the Soviet armed forces sharply increased their fighting capabilities and placed at the disposal of Soviet military strategy a powerful means for restraining an aggressor and for defending the achievements of socialism and assuring peace. The armed forces of the aggressors are also being widely equipped with nuclear weapons. The main nuclear power in the West is the United States. Great Britain has certain nuclear weapon reserves, while France is beginning to create them. Revanchist West Germany is taking exceptionally feverish measures to obtain nuclear weapons from the United States, in addition to organizing its own production of them. The West German revanchists are openly demanding atomic weapons. Thus, the Munich extremist newspaper, Deutsche Nationalzeitung und die Soldatenzeitung, wrote in May 1966 that such a great and powerful country as the Federal Republic of Germany has the right to decide its own fate and act independently. It must atomic bombs and rockets. It is not impossible that in time still other countries belonging to both military groups will have nuclear weapons. Editor's Note 114. The nuclear industries of the Soviet Union and the United States are on such a plane that the stockpiles of nuclear charges have reached enormous dimensions in these countries. If nuclear weapons are not destroyed, and if the aggressors unleash a world war, there is no doubt that both sides will use these weapons. The intentions of the aggressors in this respect are well known. The statement made by French Marshal Juin, former Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the NATO armed forces in the Central European Zone, during an interview on November 4, 1960, is characteristic in this regard. Juin stated that nuclear weapons would be used by NATO in the event of war even if the enemy did not resort to their use at the start of military operations. At the beginning of 1962, the same thing was confirmed by the then U.S. President, J. Kennedy, who called for the use of nuclear weapons from the very start of a war, regardless of the consequences of this step. Taking all this into account, we have concluded that the armed forces of the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries must be prepared above all to wage war under conditions of the mass use of nuclear weapons by both belligerent parties. Therefore, the correct and profoundly scientific solution of all the theoretical and practical questions related to the preparation and waging of just such a war must be regarded as the main task of the theory of military strategy and strategic leadership. In the last decade, along with the nuclear weapon, the rapid development of combat rockets of different types and classes began, especially rockets intended for the destruction of ground and air targets. By the end of the 50s, rocket weapons began to be introduced into the Soviet armed forces in large quantities. The rapid development of rocket weapons is due to their extremely advantageous properties. These weapons have unlimited range, enormous speed and flight altitude, great striking accuracy and great firing maneuverability, and the ability to carry a nuclear warhead of enormous power. Editor's Note 115. All this enables missiles to inflict surprise attacks and rapid and reliable destruction of a large number of objectives simultaneously deep in the interior and at the front, which other means of armed combat cannot do. The above-mentioned qualities of missiles advance them to first place among all other means of armed combat. The development of rocket weapons necessitated a serious re-evaluation of the role of bombers and artillery, which were the main means of destruction in the last war. The use of strategic missiles, Editor's Note 116, will have an especially great effect on the nature of war as a whole. Their quantitative and qualitative development in the Soviet Union has achieved such a level that it has now become possible to destroy simultaneously the necessary number of objectives of an aggressor in the most remote regions of the Earth, and to put entire countries out of the war as a result of massed missile attacks. The intensive development and the enormous combat capabilities of strategic land-based missiles, led to the creation of a new service of the Soviet armed forces, the strategic rocket troops. These troops can, if necessary, be used for the solution of the main strategic missions of the war, the destruction of the aggressor's means of nuclear attack, the basis of his military might, for the destruction of the main groupings of his armed forces, as well as for the destruction of all vitally important enemy objectives. The execution of these tasks by the rocket troops will create the conditions for conducting successful operations by other services of the armed forces, for defending the interior of the country against enemy nuclear attack, and for rapidly attaining the military, political, and strategic goals of the war and final victory. The strategic troops now have such a quantity of launching devices, rockets, and nuclear charges for them, including multi-megaton power, that they are in a position to completely solve the problems with which they are confronted. Simultaneously with the strategic rocket troops, the main force for keeping the aggressor in check and for decisively defeating him in war is the atomic rocket-carrying submarine fleet. In addition to strategic rockets, editors note 117 rockets 8 also being developed, which have been introduced into the national PVO troops, the ground troops, the Navy, and the Air Forces. These rocket weapons are becoming the basic means of destroying land, air, and sea targets. They have fundamentally altered the appearance of all former services of the armed forces and immeasurably increased their fighting possibilities. Thus, rockets are the most effective and most promising means of armed combat. The massive use of nuclear rockets substantially alters the nature of war and the methods of waging it and imparts to war an extremely decisive and destructive character. One of the important positions of Soviet military doctrine is that a world war, if unleashed by the imperialists, will inevitably assume the nature of a nuclear rocket war. A war in which the main means of destruction will be nuclear weapons, while the main means of delivering them to the target will be rockets. The mass use of atomic and thermonuclear weapons with unlimited possibilities of delivering them to any target is a matter of minutes with the aid of rockets will make it possible to achieve within the shortest time possible military results of the utmost decisiveness at any distance and over enormous territory. It should be emphasized that, with the international relations existing under present-day conditions and the present level of development of military equipment, any armed conflict will inevitably escalate into a general nuclear war if the nuclear powers are drawn into this conflict. The logic of war is such that if a war is unleashed by the aggressive circles of the United States, it will immediately be transferred to the territory of the United States of America. All weapons, ICBMs, missiles from submarines, and other strategic weapons, will be used in this military conflict. Those countries on whose territory are located military bases of the U.S., NATO, and other military blocs, as well as those countries which create these military bases for aggressive purposes, would also be subject to shattering attacks in such a war. A nuclear war would spread instantaneously over the entire globe. The enormous destructive power of the already existing types of nuclear weapons is well known. This power, multiplied by the mass use of nuclear charges with the help of rockets, a reliable and accurate means of delivering them to the target, gives an idea of the nature of a nuclear rocket war and its consequences. The power of the types of thermonuclear bombs existing at present exceeds several times over the power of all the explosives used during World War and even during the entire existence of mankind. It suffices to point out that while during the period 1940 to 1945 Anglo-American aircraft, in a huge number of air raids, were able to drop about 2 million tons of bombs on objectives in Germany and in German-occupied countries, at present one strategic missile is capable of delivering to a target a nuclear charge 10 times more powerful than the total explosive power of the conventional explosives contained in these 2 million tons of bombs. According to the calculations of scientists, up to 1.5 million people can be annihilated immediately, and approximately 400,000 more people may perish from the subsequent radiation as a result of the explosion of one thermonuclear bomb in an industrial region. Even a thermonuclear bomb of average power would suffice to wipe a large city from the face of the earth. British scientists have concluded that 4 megaton bombs, one each on London, Birmingham, Lancashire, and Yorkshire, would annihilate a minimum of 20 million people. Soviet and foreign specialists have calculated that approximately 100 nuclear charges in the 2 megaton range dropped within a short space of time on a country with a developed industry and territory of approximately 300 to 500,000 square kilometers would suffice to transform all of its industrial regions and administrative political centers into a mass of ruins and its territory into wasteland contaminated with death-dealing radioactive materials. Of special interest are the data concerning the possible losses in the United States. Editor's Note 118. In one of the official documents of the U.S. Congress, it is mentioned that if in the initial period of the war 263 thermonuclear strikes with an average TNT equivalent of approximately 5 megatons each are made on the most important objectives in the United States, these strikes will destroy, according to the calculations of the authors of the document, 132 large military objectives, many different important industrial plants, and 71 large cities. The total area of radioactive contamination will amount to almost half the nation. As a result, 50% of the population of the United States will be subject to destruction by nuclear weapons. According to calculations of the U.S. Health Service, as a result of a nuclear attack on American cities, Editor's Note 119. The majority of these cities would be destroyed, the water supply will be 90% destroyed, and a large quantity of medicine will become unusable. Naturally, under these conditions, mass fatal infectious diseases would be unavoidable. A few years ago, the American scientists, William Kellogg and Charles Schaefer, in their report to a special subcommittee on radiation of the USA Joint Congressional Committee on Atomic Energy, presented rudimentary calculations on the probable results of nuclear strikes against the USA in the event of war. At that time in the USA, it was considered that 250 nuclear strikes with a total power of 2,500 megatons can be delivered to their objectives. It was asserted in the report that, as a result of these strikes in the very first day of the war, 42 million people will be killed, out of the U.S. population of 175 million. Later, at the end of 1963, the well-known U.S. scientist, Nobel Prize winner, Linus Pauling, wrote that according to his calculations, the Soviet Union has a total nuclear strike capability of more than 10,000 megatons in force, and that as a result of such a strike against the USA, almost all the people will be killed and the whole country placed in ruins. Studies conducted by the scientists Hugh Everett and George Pugh, Institute for Defense Analysis in Washington, led them to conclude that with a nuclear missile strike with a total power of 10,000 megatons, 170 out of 190 people in the USA will perish within 60 days after the beginning of the war. 15 million will suffer seriously and 5 million will remain relatively unharmed, if one does not include the results of the radioactive radiation. In addition, the American scientists underline that the number of victims mentioned is not indicative from the viewpoint of the overall number of the dead and wounded. The disorganization of the society, the breakdown in the means of communication and information, the destruction of livestock, the genetic harm, and the slow manifestation of radioactive poisoning from the penetration of organisms by radioactive substances together with contaminated food products can, to a large extent, increase overall losses. In the fundamental work Strategy of Survival based on studies employing mathematical methods, the Americans, Martin and Leadham, gave an analysis of the probable losses as a result of nuclear strikes, not only against cities, but also against military objectives in the USA. Such a method of calculation is, without doubt, correct, inasmuch as the strikes against the military objectives will likewise inevitably lead to substantial losses among the population. According to the calculations of the authors of the Strategy of Survival, several tens of millions of citizens, living in areas located near launch facilities for intercontinental missiles, near bases for strategic aviation and other military objectives, as well as the inhabitants of 303 U.S. cities, in the event of war, will be subjected to destructive nuclear strikes. The authors point out that about 100 million Americans may find themselves subject to the effect of a shock wave and light irradiation, and 80 million subject to the threat of contamination by radioactive fallouts. According to the calculations of other American specialists, published in the magazine Saturday Evening Post in the article with the characteristic title, "Few Will Survive," a strike against American bases for strategic aviation, submarine and missile bases will lead to an immediate loss of 56 million people and to the fatal irradiation of an additional 117 million. Such is the general picture of the results of nuclear strikes against the USA drawn by American scientists. The unavoidable enormous losses of the USA in the event of a nuclear war were also openly discussed by certain official representatives in American government circles, and in particular by Secretary of Defense R. McNamara. Thus, in 1965, he officially admitted that a strike by the Soviet strategic missiles against only 200 U.S. cities could, in a few hours, lead to the destruction of almost 150 million people and two-thirds of the American industrial potential. It should be emphasized that a significant part of the statistical material presented, since it was taken from foreign sources, far from corresponds to the probable results of nuclear blows. The fact is that if the Soviet Union is forced to fight, it will have fully sufficient means to deliver nuclear strikes against an incomparably greater number of most varied objectives belonging to any aggressor and with charges of a much greater force than 5 megatons. It goes without saying that the use of super-powerful thermonuclear charges, undergoing still further development, will have increased the destructive and exterminating character of a future war to a colossal degree. Editor's Note 120. The losses in a world nuclear war will not only be suffered by the USA and their NATO allies, but also by the socialist countries. The logic of a world nuclear war is such that in the sphere of its effect would fall an overwhelming majority of the world's states. As a result of a war, many hundreds of millions of people would perish, and most of the remaining alive, in one respect or another, would be subject to radioactive contamination. This is why we are talking of the unacceptability of a world nuclear war, of the necessity for its prevention, of the realization of total disarmament, and of the destruction of the stockpiles of nuclear weapons. The supreme catastrophic threat of a world nuclear rocket war is hovering like a specter over mankind. It can break out suddenly as a result of an initially local military conflict. The alternative to a devastating world nuclear war is the peaceful coexistence of states with different social orders. In addition to nuclear and rocket weapons, there has emerged on the scene still another new, very important military technical factor, which in the future will undoubtedly have a very serious effect on the nature of war. We are speaking of military radioelectronic devices, in particular, the introduction into the armed forces of electronic computers and machines of different types and purposes, as well as other devices for automating and mechanizing the processes of control of combat equipment and troops as a whole. The further development and mass introduction into the armed forces of the latest military radioelectronic devices, mainly electronic computers, will significantly increase the fighting capabilities of the armed forces. This, in turn, will alter the methods and the nature of military operations and will increase their maneuverability and mobility. The exceptional importance of radioelectronic and automation devices in a modern war is determined primarily by the fact that they constitute an integral part of missile control systems, and without them neither the development nor the use of these decisive weapons is possible. Editor's Note 121. Military radioelectronics assures not only the use of missiles, antimissiles, and other technical means of combat, but also reconnaissance, the control of troops, forces, and weapons as a whole. It is the basis of the solution of the problem of complex automation of the processes of staff activity. Without complex automation, effective command of the armed forces and consequently their successful use in a modern war will be impossible. More and more attention has been devoted in recent years to the creation of comprehensive automated command systems in the armies of the biggest countries. Such systems, based on the use of new automated communication systems and electronic computers designed especially for military use, are being developed and incorporated into all services of the armed forces. They embrace command echelons from general staff to subunits and take in launch sites, individual aircraft and submarines. Spacecraft can only be guided by automated systems. The development and introduction of nuclear and rocket weapons, as well as of radioelectronic equipment, has led to fundamental changes in almost all other means of armed combat. As a result, the importance and strategic significance of the services of the armed forces, as well as the methods of using them in war, have changed profoundly, thus imparting an entirely new nature to war. It is entirely obvious that no matter how important the role of such means of strategy as strategic rocket troops and rocket-carrying submarines may be in a future war, victory over the aggressor can be achieved only by the combined efforts of all means of waging war. Ground troops, national PVO troops, air forces, and the Navy as a whole with the active participation of the people. In order to achieve these decisive political and military goals with which the socialist coalition will be confronted in a future war, it is not nearly enough to destroy the enemy's means of nuclear attack, to defeat his main forces by nuclear rocket attacks, and to disorganize the interior. For final victory in this clearly expressed class war, it will be absolutely necessary to bring about the complete defeat of the enemy's armed forces, to deprive him of strategic bridgeheads, to liquidate his military bases, and to seize strategically important regions. Moreover, we must not allow enemy ground armies, air, and naval landing forces to invade the territories of the socialist countries. We must hold these territories. The internal security of the socialist countries must be protected from subversive actions of the aggressor. All these and a number of other problems can be solved only by the ground troops in cooperation with the other services of the armed forces. Therefore, the ground troops will undoubtedly play an important role in achieving the final goals of the war. The equipping of the ground troops with operational tactical rockets, Editor's Note 122, gives them new fighting qualities, increases their capability for defeating enemy groupings in land theaters, and eliminates the necessity of carrying out military operations with large compact masses of motorized infantry. The main means of fire of the ground troops are now their operational tactical rocket units and formations, armed with nuclear and other rockets with a range of several to many hundreds of kilometers. In addition, conventional weapons, in particular artillery, play an important role in the ground troops. The theory of Soviet military strategy anticipates that even in a nuclear rocket war, conventional weapons will be widely used, and that they must be skillfully used in conjunction with nuclear weapons. They must supplement them. Let us point out the following fact. The Soviet motorized infantry division, with respect to number of personnel, is smaller than at the end of the last war. On the other hand, however, the weight of one of its salvos, without taking rocket weapons into account, has increased more than fourfold. There are more tanks in the present Soviet motorized infantry and tank divisions than in the motorized infantry and tank corps during the Great Patriotic War, or in the corresponding divisions of any NATO country. The capabilities of the probable aggressor with respect to the infliction of mass nuclear attacks on vitally important centers of the countries of the socialist camp and the main groupings of the armed forces of these countries lead to the conclusion that in a future war the role of the PVO, air defense, and PRO, anti-missile defense, will increase significantly. Characteristic of PVO and PRO at the present stage of its development is the equipping of these forces first of all with rockets of various ranges and altitudes of destruction, new types of fighter planes, radio-electronic devices for long-range detection, and automated control systems. The introduction of these means has greatly increased the fighting capabilities in combat with present-day means of aerospace attack. The re-equipping of the national PVO troops from anti-aircraft artillery to surface-to-air rockets has produced exceptional fighting advantages. This is clearly illustrated by the following facts. During the last war, an average of 400 to 600 shells were used to destroy a single enemy plane by means of anti-aircraft artillery. A modern plane, on the other hand, traveling at an enormous speed and at an altitude twice that which can be reached by anti-aircraft shells, can be knocked down with the first, or, at most, the second rocket. This has been fully confirmed by the combat actions of the PVO troops of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. An investigation of the present and future development of modern means of armed combat indicates that the air forces in a future war will play a different role than in the last war. At that time, aircraft were the longest-range means of destruction in the zone of combat operations of troops, and the only means of striking objectives in the enemy's rear areas. Aircraft also had the most powerful ammunition in comparison with other types of weapons. Now the situation has changed sharply. Rockets are now a longer range, more powerful, and more effective means of destruction. Moreover, modern PVO has become almost insurmountable for bomber aircraft. Consequently, its role in war has changed. Aviation itself has undergone great modernization. Thus, obsolete military piston planes have been entirely replaced by modern jet planes, including supersonic long-range bombers. Cannon machine gun aircraft weapons have been replaced by rocket weapons. In recent years, the speed and ceiling of military planes has increased by a factor of 1.5 to 2.5. Rocket-carrying aircraft are being more and more widely introduced. These are capable of inflicting nuclear rocket attacks on an aggressor from great distances without entering the air defense zone. Such tasks of aviation as reconnaissance and transporting of troops and material will obviously occupy a very important place in a future war. The development and mass introduction into the armed forces of nuclear rocket means of destruction have led to a reconsideration of the importance and the role of the Navy in war. In a future war, the importance of the fleet as a whole will be determined by the nature of the new problems which it will be required to solve, in destroying objectives of the enemy both on the high seas and on dry land. The main fighting weapons of the Navy of the USSR are now submarines, which in a nuclear rocket war are incomparably more effective than surface vessels. Moreover, strategy considers atomic submarines armed with powerful nuclear rocket weapons as the basis of our submarine fleet. Naval rocket-carrying aviation will carry out combat operations in conjunction with submarines. The strength of our fleet has been greatly increased by equipping it with new means of combat. It has become capable of solving the active missions entrusted to it far beyond the confines of Soviet waters. Modern atomic rocket-carrying submarines are armed with ballistic missiles with underwater start and great range of launch. The development of the services of the armed forces will be considered in detail in Chapter 5. This brief survey of the state of the basic modern means of armed combat and their effect on the nature of war has enabled us to draw the entirely well-founded conclusion that a future world war, from the point of view of means of armed combat, will be above all a nuclear rocket war. The basis of waging it will be the mass use of nuclear rockets by all services of the armed forces, but primarily by the strategic rocket troops and atomic rocket-carrying submarines. We must anticipate that in this war the aggressor will use chemical and bacteriological weapons in combination with nuclear weapons. Military strategic features of a future world war. The use of qualitatively new means of combat in the future world nuclear rocket war will naturally lead to significant changes in the military strategic goals of both sides and will cause a fundamental break in the methods of waging war and military operations. In all previous wars, the main military strategic goals of the belligerent parties were the defeat or weakening of the enemy's armed forces and, as a result of this, the seizure and retention of vitally important regions or administrative political centers. The achievement of these goals generally assured the realization of the political goals which were set in the war. Under these conditions, the adversaries, depending on their political and military strategic goals, as well as on the possibilities of their armed forces, used offensive or defensive methods of waging war or a combination of both methods. The main events occurred in theaters of action, ground and naval, with direct contact between both sides, since there were no long-range strategic means of destruction. In World War II, as a result of the appearance of such strategic means as long-range bomber aircraft, the belligerents acquired the ability to inflict attack not only on the armed forces of the enemy to a greater depth than formerly, but on objectives in the enemy interior. As a result, aerial bombardment was added to the military operations directly on the battlefield for the purpose of disorganizing the interior. It should be noted in this regard that attacks on objectives in the interior of the belligerent parties had no decisive effect on the course and outcome of World War II. The military strategic goals of the war were, in essence, attained by defeating the enemy's armed forces in theaters of military operations and by seizing vitally important regions and administrative political centers of the enemy. What will be the characteristic features of a war of the future from the point of view of its military strategic goals and the means of waging it? On the basis of the above considered political and military goals of the two camps, it may be assumed that the belligerents will use the most decisive means of waging war with, above all, the mass use of nuclear rocket weapons for the purpose of achieving the annihilation or capitulation of the enemy in the shortest possible time. The question arises of what, under these conditions, constitutes the main military strategic goal of the war. The defeat of the enemy's armed forces, as was the case in the past, or the annihilation and destruction of objectives in the enemy interior and the disorganization of the latter. The theory of Soviet military strategy gives the following answer to this question. Both of these goals should be achieved simultaneously. The annihilation of the enemy's armed forces, the destruction of objectives in the rear areas, and disorganization of the interior will be a single continuous process of the war. Two main factors are at the root of this solution of the problem. First, the need to decisively defeat the aggressor in the shortest possible time, for which it will be necessary to deprive him simultaneously of his military, political, and economic possibilities of waging war. Second, the real possibility of our achieving these goals simultaneously with the aid of existing means of armed combat. The probable enemy's targets, comprising his military might and his economic and moral political potential, are located over an enormous area, deep within his territory and on other continents. In order to annihilate and destroy them, long-range strategic means of destruction, and the methods of armed combat corresponding to these means will be required. The proportion of these military operations in the entire armed combat will increase sharply. At the same time, the military operations which will have to be carried out over a relatively small depth, where groupings of enemy ground troops are concentrated, will in a future war be much less important. Editor's Note 123. All this shows that the relationship between the role and importance of armed combat waged by forces in direct contact with the enemy in the zone of combat action, employing simultaneously tactical, operational, and strategic means of destruction on the one hand, and the role and importance of armed combat waged beyond the confines of this zone by strategic means alone, the other hand, has shifted abruptly toward an increase in the role and importance of the latter. Thus, the means of acting against an enemy, the methods and ways of armed combat, the methods of waging a future world war as a whole, will, in principle, differ from those in previous wars, World War II in particular. Mass nuclear rocket strikes will be of decisive importance for the attainment of goals in future world war. The infliction of these assaults will be the main, decisive method of waging war. Armed combat in ground theaters of military operations will also take place differently. The defeat of the enemy's groupings of ground troops, the destruction of his rockets, aircraft, and nuclear weapons in carrying out any operations will be achieved mainly by carrying out nuclear rocket strikes. This will lead to the formation of numerous zones of continuous destruction, devastation, and radioactive contamination. Great possibilities are created for waging extensive maneuverable offensive operations with the aid of highly mobile mechanized troops. Trench warfare is obviously a thing of the past. It has been replaced by rapid, maneuverable fighting operations carried out simultaneously or consecutively in individual regions at different depths of the zone of military operations. While in the past war the main problem of attack was the methodical breakthrough of deeply echeloned, strongly consolidated defense zones, now the possibility of the wide use of the nuclear weapon removes this problem from the agenda. Formerly an attack was usually carried out along a solid front in closed battle formations, slowly, against the defending enemy who assumed the same operational position. Now it will be carried out by mobile shock groupings along the main directions at lightning speeds with rapid appearance at a considerable depth of the enemy's position. Formerly, attacking troops were usually confronted with the task of seizing an entire locale within the boundaries of the attack, while now they have only to seize those individual vitally important regions and centers which are not destroyed or demolished by nuclear rocket strikes. The means of defensive troop operations are also changing fundamentally. Defense will be conducted on the basis of lightning maneuvers of groupings of highly mobile troops and counterattacks in combination with stubborn retention of the main regions. The defense will be based on the retention of the main regions in the probable directions of enemy attack. Linear defense constructed on continuous zones will obviously not be used. Profound changes will take place in the methods of carrying out military operations in naval theaters. It is characteristic that already during World War II up to half of all fleet losses were the results of aircraft operations. With widespread use of strategic nuclear rocket weapons, the main task in naval theaters will also be accomplished by means of these weapons. Editor's Note 124. The waging of military operations based on the use of large formations of surface ships will disappear from the scene, together with the surface ships themselves. In a future war, the tasks of destroying shore targets, of defeating groupings of the naval forces of an aggressor, his assault carrier formations and rocket-carrying submarines at bases and on the high seas, disruption of sea and ocean communications, will be accomplished by strikes of rocket troops and mobile operations of rocket-carrying submarines cooperating with rocket-carrying aircraft. Because the probable enemy considers nuclear attack to be the main means for achieving the goals of a future war, and because he considers Editor's Note 125, ground-to-ground, Editor's Note 126 and ship-to-ground, missiles to be the main means of delivery of nuclear charges to the target. One of the cardinal problems for Soviet military strategy is the reliable protection of the rear of the country from nuclear strikes. Editor's Note 127. Pro-antimissile defense. A further improvement in the means of antimissile Editor's Note 128 defense, based primarily on the automatic control of surface-to-air missile complexes, Editor's Note 129, and mastery of the methods of using them, organization of defense against means of mass destruction, and also the carrying out of other measures should reduce as much as possible the losses from enemy nuclear attacks and ensure the vital functioning of the rear area and the fighting capabilities of the armed forces. At the same time, it must be taken into account that under present-day conditions the methods and means of nuclear attack unquestionably predominate over the methods and means of protection against them. Consequently, the threat of a Editor's Note 130 nuclear attack by the aggressor remains. The possibility of an Editor's Note 131 attack by an aggressor making mass use of nuclear weapons immeasurably increases the requirements of constant combat readiness of the armed forces. At the present time, the bringing of troops into combat readiness must be measured not by days, and in a number of cases not even by hours. For many units and formations, it is now a matter of minutes. This applies particularly to the rocket troops and atomic rocket-carrying submarines, the main means of inflicting mass nuclear attacks on the aggressor, and also to the national PVO troops whose duty it is to repel any enemy attack by air and to protect the most important regions and objectives of the country and the armed forces from nuclear attack. The troops in the frontier military district, as well as fleets and aircraft, must be in a state of constant combat readiness. Every unit, every formation must be ready, at a signal or upon command, to proceed immediately to the execution of its combat assignment. Only such an exceptionally high degree of readiness of the basic forces and weapons can assure the solution of the problem of frustrating an enemy attack and repelling his Editor's Note 132 strike. A future world war will require of the Soviet armed forces, of the entire socialist camp, the use of the main military forces from the very outset of the war, literally in the very first hours and minutes, in order to achieve the most decisive results in the shortest time possible. This requirement of strategy derives from the fact that the very first mass nuclear assaults by the aggressor may cause such losses in the rear and such troop losses that the people and the country will be placed in an extremely serious situation. Therefore, not only is a high degree of combat readiness of the armed forces required, but the entire country must be specially prepared for war against the aggressor. The waging of war by the above-mentioned ways and means may fundamentally alter the former notions of the development of armed combat according to periods or stages of war. It simultaneously attests to an extraordinary increase in the role of the initial period of the war. The peacetime stockpiles of nuclear weapons and their carriers, Editor's Note 133, may be used in full measure by the belligerents from the very first minutes of the war to destroy and annihilate the most important enemy objectives throughout his territory, in order to achieve the main political and military strategic goals within a brief period of time at the very outset of the war. Therefore, the initial period of a present-day nuclear rocket war will obviously be the main and decisive period and will predetermine the development and the outcome of the entire war. Armed combat in this period will obviously be the most violent and destructive. One of the characteristic features of a future war will be its enormous spatial scope. The decisiveness of the political and military goals of the adversaries will cause armed combat to be waged not only in the zone of contact between the adversaries, but, in essence, over the entire territory of the countries in the belligerent coalitions, since both sides will strive to completely disorganize the enemy rear. The mass nature, the high degree of strategic maneuverability, and the long-range nature of the means of destruction will assure the placing of the enemy under fire over his entire territory, including its most remote regions. As a result of the enormous dimensions of these territories and the features of the military geographical positions of the adversaries, the war would encompass practically every continent of the world. The war will be waged not only on land and sea, but along long-distance lines of communication as well. The concept of geographic expanse of war in the future will require substantial supplementation inasmuch as military operations may embrace outer space. The enormous spatial scope of a future war requires the development and improvement, above all, of those means of destruction which would be capable of really solving the problems over any distance. Such means include strategic rockets, rocket-carrying nuclear submarines, and, to a certain extent, rocket-carrying aircraft. For a correct explanation of the special features of modern war, the Leninist teachings concerning the role of the masses in war are of fundamental importance. Concerning the defeat of Tsarism in the Russo-Japanese War, V.I. Lenin wrote, "Wars are now waged by the people, and therefore a great characteristic of war stands out very sharply in our time. The unmasking, before the eyes of tens of millions of people, of the disparity between the people and the government, which up to this time has been apparent to only a small class-conscious minority. In modern wars, the disparity between the interests of the people and the aggressive policy of the imperialist government stands out even more sharply. Depending on the level of political maturity and the aggregate of objective conditions, the masses, during the waging of predatory wars by their governments, either passively resist the continuation of war or wage an active struggle against it. The result of the class contradictions which, according to Lenin, rend peoples asunder during waging of predatory, unjust wars, always was and always will be the absence of unity within imperialist countries and the impossibility of inducing all the people to support the war. The political goals of just wars, wars of liberation, in the defense of a socialist state, are close and comprehensible to the broadest masses, and therefore during the entire war they consciously and actively support and carry out the policy of their government. In this sense, the countries of the socialist camp have an indisputable and reliable advantage over the countries of the capitalist world. A future war will be a clash between two military coalitions with vast human resources at their disposal. Editor's Note 134. A future war will require an approach to the use of the human contingents of a state that differs from the approach used in the past. Modern complex military equipment requires a large number of maintenance personnel, particularly engineers and technicians. The proportion of engineering and technical personnel is growing continuously in all the armies. In the Soviet armed forces at the end of the last war, there was one regular unit of engineering and technical personnel for every 4.2 regular units of command personnel, and in the ground troops there was actually one for every 5.7 major units. In the post-war years, the picture changed sharply. Now there is one regular unit of engineering and technical personnel for every 1.5 regular units of command personnel in the armed forces as a whole, and for every 3 units in the ground troops. By the beginning of 1960, the engineering and technical personnel constituted almost 38% of all officers. There were twice as many as in 1941. It is characteristic also that of every 100 officers in the rocket troops, 72 of them are engineers and technicians. The increase in the number of engineers and technicians in our armed forces is undoubtedly due not only to the complexity of modern military equipment, but to the ever greater degree to which the armed forces are technically equipped. An increase in the proportion of engineering and technical personnel will also be determined, to a considerable extent, by the extensive introduction of nuclear and rocket weapons and radioelectronic military devices, the appearance of which led to the creation of special formations of troops, both combat and maintenance, as well as staff apparatus in the armies and in the central agencies of the armed forces. The widespread use in a future war by means of mass destruction will cause considerable losses in the personnel of the armed forces, as a result of which there arises the need for having a large quantity of military-trained manpower reserves to replenish the active armies and create new formations. Serious losses due to weapons of mass destruction will be inflicted not only on the active armies and the strategic reserves, but also on the civilian population in the interior of the country. Therefore, large contingents of medical personnel will be required, and also different kinds of specialists for organizing sanitary measures and eliminating the consequences of a nuclear, chemical, and bacteriological attack by the aggressor. Enormous manpower losses were characteristic of belligerent states in the previous world wars. During World War I, these losses amounted to 7.5 million men in the German army, 7 million in the Russian army, 4.6 million in the French army, and 3.1 million in the British army. According to the Western press, during World War II, Germany lost 12 million men, mainly on the Soviet-German front. The data concerning the losses of our former allies in this war are of special interest. The irrevocable U.S. losses amounted to only 417,000 men, while those of Britain amounted to 771,000. This, by the way, clearly attests to how passive the military operations of the U.S. and British armed forces were in the struggle against the fascist bloc. As the experience of wars indicates, the mass introduction into the armed forces of increasingly complex and highly effective equipment leads naturally to an increase in the makeup of the most technically equipped services of the armed forces and service arms, as well as to an overall increase in the manpower of the armed forces, both in troops directly carrying out military operations and in different types of maintenance units, institutions, headquarters, etc. Taking all this into account, Soviet military strategy has concluded that, in spite of the extensive introduction of nuclear weapons, as well as the latest types of military equipment, a future world war will require mass armed forces. The massiveness of the armed forces is determined, moreover, by the fact that a large number of countries will be involved in the war on both sides, as well as by the increase in the spatial scope of the war and, consequently, by the need for protecting and defending the enormous territories of the interior regions and communications of all types and of great length. Consequently, we cannot fail to point out the complete groundlessness of modern bourgeois theories which advocate, for class reasons and out of fear of arming the masses, the idea of waging war with small professional armies, highly equipped technically. Similar theories have been advocated in the past. Before World War I, in official documents of certain general staffs, as well as in military literature, attempts were made to prove that with the increasing power and rapidity of fire of the weapons of that time, it would be quite sufficient to rely on the forces of mobilized troops and reserve armies and the armament reserves which had been stockpiled in peacetime. However, the actual situation, as is known, upset all these calculations. At the present time, the largest capitalist countries maintain mass armies even in peacetime. It is known that the U.S. Armed Forces in 1966 contained more than 3 million men. These data show that modern armed forces, with respect to their numbers, are already mass armies in principle, and in the event of the unleashing of an aggressive war by the imperialist countries they can be considerably increased. Thus, a future world war between two coalitions of countries belonging to the imperialist and socialist camps will undoubtedly be waged by mass armed forces, despite the high level of their technical equipment and the most extensive use of nuclear rocket means of destruction with their enormous combat effectiveness. It goes without saying that mass multimillion-man armed forces can be organized in a future war only by countries with enormous populations. But this is not all there is to the matter. The rational use of the manpower resources of a country, both for call-up into the armed forces as well as for work in the national economy, depends to a great extent on the nature of the social and political system, on the level of development, and on the special features of organization and planning of the economy. The experience of the Civil War and, in particular, the Great Patriotic War showed that the Soviet socialist system possesses in this respect an indisputable and important advantage over the capitalist system. Not only the mobilization possibilities of countries, but also the quality of the personnel of the armed forces depend on the nature of the social and governmental system. The level of prosperity and culture of a people decides an aspect of personnel which is very important for war, namely, the physical and, in a modern war, the technical training. Under conditions where the armed forces include tens of millions of men, and war assumes an exceptionally intense and violent nature, the importance of the morale and the combat esprit of the troops increases to a greater degree than in any war in the past. With widespread use of nuclear means of destruction, the personnel are required to endure extremely great moral and physical stress. There must be exceptional organization, discipline, courage, steadfastness, and the ability to fight effectively under any conditions, even the most difficult, and to use the military equipment to the utmost. As was shown by the Great Patriotic War, all these qualities are possessed in full measure by the personnel of the Soviet armed forces rallying around the Communist Party, ready to endure any privations and hardships, to defend their socialist achievements and their socialist fatherland from the encroachments of any aggressor. This analysis of the essence of modern war, the conditions under which it arises, and the ways and means of waging it, makes it possible to draw the following fundamental generalized conclusions concerning the possible nature of a future war. In the modern era, despite the fact that war is not fatally inevitable, and despite the unrelenting struggle for peace by the Soviet Union and the entire socialist camp, as well as by all men of goodwill, the occurrence of wars is not excluded. The basis for such a conclusion are the insoluble economic and political contradictions of imperialism, the violent class struggle in the international arena, the aggressive course of the politics of world reaction and, above all, the U.S. monopolists, as well as the intensified preparation for war by the imperialist countries. If a war against the USSR or any other socialist country is unleashed by the imperialist bloc, such a war might, Editor's Note 135, take the nature of a world war with the majority of the countries in the world participating in it. In its political and social essence, a new world war will be a decisive armed clash between two opposed world social systems. This war will naturally end in victory for the progressive communist social economic system over the reactionary capitalist social economic system, which is historically doomed to destruction. The guarantee for such an outcome of the war is the real balance between the political, economic, and military forces of the two systems, which has changed in favor of the socialist camp. However, victory in a future war will not come by itself. It must be thoroughly prepared for and assured. One of the fundamental questions is the problem of assuring quantitative and qualitative military technical superiority over the probable aggressor. This requires the possession of an appropriate military economic base and the broadest enlistment of the forces of science and technology to resolve this problem. The XXII Congress CPSU stressed that from the condition of the economy of a state hangs its defensive might. This is especially true in modern conditions when complicated and expensive weapons production needs a high level of science and technology. The Soviet Union is persistently developing its economy, strengthening thereby its defense capability, the might of all the socialist camp. The revolutionary gains of our people and other peoples, as pointed out at the Congress, would be threatened if they were not directly or indirectly supported by the enormous military might of the countries of the socialist camp, and primarily of the Soviet Union. The ability of a nation's economy to engage in mass production of military equipment, especially nuclear rocket weapons, to create a superiority over the enemy in modern means of armed combat determines the material prerequisites of victory. A decisive factor for the outcome of a future war will be the ability of the economy to assure the maximum strength of the armed forces in order to inflict a devastating strike upon the aggressor during the initial period of the war. The CPSU Central Committee and the Soviet government are constantly devoting their most diligent attention to this, aiming at practical resolution of the basic questions of the build-up, not only of the armed forces as a whole, but also of the services and branches of service. They are also giving key attention to the development of military equipment and new weapons of war, and, which is the main thing, in raising the potentials of the country's economy. The correct military technical policy of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the successes of industry and the outstanding achievements of Soviet science and technology have enabled us to create, in a comparatively short period, a powerful, qualitatively new material technical base for the outfitting of the Army and Navy with modern military equipment, in the first instance missiles. The present line of development of the Soviet armed forces, adopted during the post-war years, is the result of a wise solution of all the basic problems of military affairs. It is the result of an enormous organizational work in this field by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Suffice it to say that the entire fundamental reorganization of the Soviet armed forces occasioned by the incorporation into them of nuclear and rocket weapons and of radioelectronic gear and other new equipment has been and is being effected on the basis of the decisions of the CPSU Central Committee, which made a scientific determination of the general line of development of modern means of fighting, and of the probable nature of a future world war between the camps of imperialism and socialism. A new world war will be coalition war. The military coalition of the capitalist countries will be on one side, while the coalition of the socialist countries will be on the other side. Given the acute class nature of a future world war, in which each side will set for itself the most decisive political and military goals, the attitude of the people toward the war will acquire tremendous importance. Despite the fact that large amounts of qualitatively new military equipment will be used in the war, the armed combat will be waged by mass armed forces. It will necessarily involve many millions of people. Therefore, the attitude of the mass populace toward the war will unavoidably have a decisive effect on its final outcome. From the point of view of the means of armed combat, a third world war will be first of all a nuclear rocket war. The mass use of nuclear, particularly thermonuclear, weapons will impart to the war an unprecedented destructive and devastating nature. Entire countries will be wiped off the face of the earth. The main means of attaining the goals of the war and for solving the main strategic and operational problems will be rockets with nuclear charges. Consequently, the leading service of the armed forces will be the strategic rocket troops, while the role and purpose of the other services will be essentially changed. At the same time, final victory will be attained only as a result of the mutual efforts of all services of the armed forces. The basic method of waging war will be massed nuclear rocket attacks inflicted for the purpose of destroying the aggressor's means of nuclear attack and for the simultaneous mass destruction and devastation of the vitally important objectives comprising the enemy's military, political, and economic might, and also for crushing his will to resist and for achieving victory within the shortest possible time. The center of gravity of the entire armed combat under these conditions is transferred from the zone of contact between the adversaries, as was the case in past wars, into the depth of the enemy's location, including the most remote regions. As a result, the war will acquire an unprecedented spatial scope. Since modern means of combat make it possible to achieve exceptionally great strategic results in the briefest time, the initial period of the war will be of decisive importance for the outcome of the entire war. In this regard, the main problem is the development of methods for reliably repelling a surprise nuclear attack, as well as methods of frustrating the aggressive designs of the enemy by the timely infliction of a shattering attack upon him. A satisfactory solution of this problem is determined primarily by the constant high level of combat readiness of the Soviet armed forces, especially the strategic rocket troops, land atomic rocket-carrying submarines. This task, which follows from the decisions of the XXII Congress of the CPSU, is the main one for our armed forces. It must always be the center of attention of commanders and staffs of all ranks and of the political and party machinery. The enormous possibilities of nuclear rocket weapons and other means of combat enable the goals of war to be attained within a relatively short time. Therefore, in order to ensure the interests of our country and all the socialist camp, it is necessary to develop and perfect the ways and means of armed combat, anticipating the attainment of victory over the aggressor first of all within the shortest possible time, in the course of a rapidly moving war. But the war may drag on, and this will demand protracted and all-out exertion of army and people. Therefore, we must also be ready for a protracted war and get the human and material resources into a state of preparedness for this eventuality. Victory in war is determined not only by military and technical superiority, which is as assured on the whole by the advantages of the social, economic, and political systems, but also by the ability to organize the defeat of the enemy and to use effectively the available means of combat. For this purpose, a thorough, scientifically well-founded preparation of the nation for war against an aggressor and a high level of military art of the commanders and troops are required. Success in a future war will also depend on the extent to which the level of development of military strategy corresponds to the requirements of a modern war. Editor's comments on Chapter 5. The Soviet Armed Forces, as the self-appointed Okhrana, protector, of the socialist camp, must be well organized. Chapter 5 deals with problems of the organization of the armed forces. There was considerable change in this chapter between the first and the second editions of military strategy. There is little change between the second, 1963, and the third, 1968, editions, despite the 5 years between their publication. The first section starts with factors determining the organization of armed forces and discusses foreign imperialist armies. Of particular interest is the omission of France in the third edition. For example, this sentence no longer appears in the book. The French army has been responsible for more than 10 years of unjust colonial wars in Vietnam and Algeria since the end of World War II. This sentence also has been omitted. An example of this type of recruiting is found in the airborne units of France, which were used for conducting the dirty war in Algeria. The armed forces of the United States are treated with special venom. They are pictured as being filled with anti-Soviet and anti-communist propaganda, the preaching of militant chauvinism, slander against socialism, and they are inflamed with hatred toward the Soviet people. The idea of the exceptional nature of the American way of life is instilled in their minds. They are convinced of a special predestination of the American army, of the superiority of America, allegedly called upon to stand at the head of the entire world and to decide the fate of the world. The armed forces of socialism are described in glowing terms. The very attributes so condemned in foreign armies become virtues in their own, since the armed forces of the socialist states are armies that epitomize the friendship and brotherhood of the peoples. They are always ready to come to each other's aid to stand fast in defense of the world system of socialism. They are imbued with the sentiment of socialist internationalism. They are armies of peace. The highly humane moral code of the Soviet man is instilled in the soldiers and officers by the entire system of civilian and military training. It is absolutely obvious that the inculcation of highly humane qualities in Soviet soldiers does not exclude the cultivation of burning hatred for the enemy who would encroach on our motherland. The authors seem to be unconscious of the parallel they have drawn in their descriptions of the two armies. The first edition of Military Strategy ends its discussion on the building of the armed forces. However, one of the major changes in the second edition was the addition of 10 pages to the section, increasing its length by half. This section, which is without change in the third edition, contains a long discussion on human resources. Wars are waged by people, said Lenin. A very important place in determining the future manpower needs is played by the study of the probable enemy and also the nature of the war being prepared by him. However, not a single state, no matter how powerful it may be economically, is in a position to maintain in peacetime such massive armed forces as it requires for the attainment of the goals of war. The second half of this chapter tells of the basic direction taken in building the Soviet armed forces. All three editions contain the statement that notion that nuclear weapon strikes alone can win a war is false. The point is stressed that other weapons will also be needed. Electronic warfare, a new factor, is becoming very important. Also unchanged in all three editions is the opinion that future war, without doubt, will be waged by massive multimillion-man armed forces. The rest of the chapter, which deals with each service in turn, remains the same for all three editions. Chapter 5. Problems of the Organization of the Armed Forces. Factors determining the organization of the armed forces. The organization of armed forces involves the solution of all problems connected with their recruitment, organizational structure, armament, the system of training and educating the personnel, and mobilization and combat readiness of the troops. It is determined by many factors and in the first instance by the character of the social system of the given state, the capacities of its economy and the policy it is pursuing, the extent of its population and the moral political qualities and national peculiarities of that population. The geographic position of the state, the extent and nature of its territory also exert a definite influence on the organization of the armed forces. A mandatory condition for the proper solution of questions of the organization of armed forces is a calculation of the combat potentials and trends in the development of the armed forces of the probable enemy and of the nature of the war which that opponent is preparing. These factors which we have just listed operate and are taken into account both in the capitalist and in the socialist states, but their effect on the organization of the armed forces and on objective potentials for the utilization of these factors are entirely different. The socialist states dispose of the broadest possibilities for the utilization of these factors for the creation of the most combat-ready troops with high moral and combat qualities, because here the interests of the state, the interests of the people, and the interests of the armed forces are identical. In the capitalist states, on the contrary, these possibilities are limited, since the essence and aim of the armed forces conflict with the interests of the people. Therefore, the combat capability and morale of the armies in these countries is maintained artificially via the most elaborate system of deception and ideological processing of the personnel. The main and crucial factor in the organization of the armed forces is the social system of the state in question. On this depends in the first instance the nature and aims of the armed forces, their structure, the recruitment, training and education, and also their moral and combat qualities. Armed forces originated together with a country and are its most important organ. In capitalist countries, they are one of the main weapons of the bourgeoisie, used to strengthen their rule and to oppress the masses within the country, to capture foreign lands and enslave other peoples, and also to defend their own economic and political rule in the event of invasion by other stronger and more aggressive capitalist countries. Lenin wrote apropos of this that militarism is used for two purposes. As a military force to be used by capitalist countries in their external conflicts, and as a weapon in the hands of the ruling classes for suppressing any kind of movement, economic and political, of the proletariat. In brief, the armed forces of capitalist countries are the tools of oppression, robbery, and coercion in the hands of the ruling classes. True, the imperialists and their ideologists make every effort to cover up this socio-political nature of their armed forces with talk about the army being outside of politics, of its having a national character and existing for the defense of the interests of the state, and consequently for the defense of the whole of the people, etc. But this deception is immediately shown up, for what it is the minute we take a look at the present-day armies of the capitalist states. The army of fascist Germany, Editor's Note 136, was, in the recent past, the instrument of the most brutal reaction and overt terror at home and abroad. Editor's Note 137, such as its successor, the West German Bundeswehr. The imperialists and the often defeated generals of Western Germany, having restored their armed forces, are again using them as an instrument in instituting a reactionary policy at home and for attaining their revanchist objectives abroad. Forgetting the lessons of the past war, they openly demand that the Bundeswehr be armed with nuclear weapons, that state boundaries established as a result of World War II be reviewed, and that the German Democratic Republic be forcefully annexed to the Federal German Republic. In Western Germany, the policy of revenge, which is supported by one of the largest armed forces among Western European nations, has been raised at present to the level of state policy. It is fraught with the threat of a new world war. The armed forces of the USA have been, and still are, the main means of implementing the imperialist policy. At present, American imperialism, supported by enormous armed forces and numerous military bases built by them in all parts of the world, performs the function of world gendarme. It interferes openly in the internal affairs of other, weaker states, supports reactionary dictatorships and decadent monarchies, opposes democratic, revolutionary changes, and unleashes aggression against nations and states fighting for their independence. American imperialists disgrace themselves forever by unleashing the most cruel and barbaric war against the peace-loving Vietnamese nation. The armed forces of England, Holland, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, and many other capitalist states have been and still are playing an equally nasty role in the campaign against the national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries. Editor's Note 138. The growth of the political omnipotence of the monopolies and the ever-intensifying process of their coalescence with the military bureaucratic state machinery is causing the armed forces of the capitalist states to become more and more dependent on these monopolies and to be converted into their obedient tools. This is especially typical of the situation in the U.S., where the process of coalescence of the interests of the monopolies and the military department is taking the form of the appointment of representatives of the war industry monopolies to leading posts in the Pentagon and its institutions, the inclusion of generals and admirals in the directorial boards of the richest firms and biggest banks, as also the coordination of the policy of the monopolies with the plans of the Defense Department. The result is that the entire activity of the armed forces of the USA is presently determined to a considerable extent by the interests and plans of the financial magnates. This subordination of the armies to the capitalist monopolies and their use as an instrument of aggression predetermines their socio-political essence. Despite the fact that the capitalist armies are basically composed of Editor's Note 139, representatives of the working classes of the population, they are the tool of reaction, the loyal servant of capital in the fight against the people both at home and abroad. The class essence, the functions, and the purpose of the armed forces of the capitalist countries as tools of the imperialists also predetermine the building up of these forces to strength and the entire system of training and educating their personnel. At the present time, the armies of the capitalist countries, as a rule, are recruited on the basis of universal military obligation. All population levels are called up. However, this does not mean that class selection and class distinction are absent. The bourgeoisie fear their people, and when recruiting armed forces, they employ various devious methods of class selection. All governments in the world, wrote Lenin, come to fear a people's army, which is open to peasants and workers. They have begun to revert secretly to all possible means of selection of military units, specially picked from the bourgeoisie and specially equipped with ultramodern equipment, too. Special selection in recruiting was most characteristic in its time of the fascist German army, in which were formed, according to this principle, the SS troops, tank units and commands, the Air Force, and other special troops. In modern capitalist armies, the units and commands which are armed with nuclear rocket weapons, special aviation units, paratroopers, and certain other special troops are the most reliable, according to the bourgeoisie. For example, the most reliable soldiers and sergeants are specially selected to bring units of the U.S. Strategic Army Corps up to strength. This corps is designed to suppress revolutionary uprisings of the people in other countries, and also to suppress the national liberation struggle in the colonies and dependent countries. Therefore, such personnel are selected as will carry out, without question, any orders from their masters. Editor's Note 140. Especially carefully carried out is the selection for the officer corps and for the command posts in the armed forces. In the capitalist states, the officers and generals, Lenin pointed out, for the most part either belong to the class of the capitalists or defend its interests. 3. In the U.S., the most powerful industrial corporations have, since the moment when the Defense Department was created, been holding in their own hands the portfolio of the Secretary of Defense, to which post they appoint their most loyal representatives. The Defense Secretary's deputies and assistants, the Army, Air Force, and Navy secretaries, and their deputies and assistants have all without exception always been representatives of the largest monopolies. The same situation extends to the other capitalist armies as well, where the whole of the supreme command is dependent on the financial magnates. But a special system of class selection for recruiting the armed forces in capitalist countries is only one way of making them obedient servants of the imperialists. The main efforts in this direction are employed in the educating and training of personnel, especially soldiers and sailors. Former U.S. Secretary of Defense McElroy said that the first and most important problem is the struggle for the minds of the people. Everything else is subordinate to this battle. In fact, the struggle for the minds of the people in all the armies of capitalist countries is carefully organized and thought out, and is conducted at every turn. The entire system of education and training in the capitalist armies is directed towards the extermination of class consciousness among the soldiers. It represents the army as a non-class organization intended supposedly to carry out the will of all the people of the entire nation. By crafty ideological training of personnel, the bourgeois ideologists strive to smooth over existing contradictions between the social composition of armies and their purpose. Even before being called into the army, the youth in capitalist countries are trained in the militaristic chauvinistic spirit. All the resources and methods of ideological propaganda, the school, the press, radio, cinema, TV, the theater, advertising, and the church, are utilized for this purpose. A plethora of reactionary youth organizations have been founded: social, political, religious, sports, student, and other. Various fascist and semi-fascist organizations are playing an ever-increasing part in the business of corruption of youth in West Germany, the U.S., Editor's Note 141, Spain, Portugal, and other capitalist countries. The ideological indoctrination of the youth of the capitalist countries with the militaristic, chauvinistic spirit is still further intensified upon their induction into the army. The U.S. Army is most characteristic in this regard. The ideological training of personnel is a carefully planned system of propaganda directed toward assuring the domination of bourgeois ideology among the personnel and toward training soldiers and sailors for war against the USSR and other countries of the socialist camp. The main role in this training is played by anti-Soviet and anti-communist propaganda, the preaching of militant chauvinism, slander against socialism, and the inflaming of hatred toward the Soviet people. At the same time, the propaganda apparatus of the army is aimed at embellishing the facade of decrepit capitalism. The soldiers are told that they are supposedly protecting the national structure, the best interests of society, the people's capitalism, the free world, etc. There is the most shameful profiteering by slogans of equality, freedom, and brotherhood. The military forces of the imperialist countries, primarily of the United States, are glorified in every possible way, and various justifications are given for the union with West German revanchists and the existence of aggressive imperialistic blocs. The buildup of interests in supremacy, profit, private ownership, the development of animal instincts, and the instilling of the poison of bourgeois nationalism, chauvinism, and racism all play a large part in the conditioning of American soldiers and sailors. The idea of the exceptional nature of the American way of life is instilled in their minds. They are convinced of a special predestination of the American army, of the superiority of America, allegedly called to stand at the head of the entire world and to decide the fate of nations. The ideological training of soldiers in other capitalist armies is conducted along these same lines. In the West German Bundeswehr, the hatred of mankind reigns again. Hitler's former generals and officers are striving to re-establish the worst traditions of the defeated fascist German army. The propaganda for militarism is here pushed under the flag of revenge and the re-establishment of the German Reich up to the 1937 borders. Nor do the West German militarists spare effort to falsify the history of World War II, to rehabilitate the predatory fascist German army, to surround it with a halo of glory and to prepare the youth for a march to the east. The imperialists, who are directly interested in predatory, plundering wars, try to impart to the soldiers in their armies a personal interest in war and to make them into professional plunderers. The fascist German army was especially characteristic in this regard. It not only assured the predatory tendencies of the German militarists, but also was occupied itself with violence and open pillage of the local population of temporarily occupied territories. The whole of the life, the internal routine, and the system of instruction are geared to isolating the soldier from the people, to taking him away from politics, to blunting his class consciousness, and making him a blind agent of the will of the ruling class. Having in their hands the power of the state and by using various ways and means for influencing the minds of the soldiers, the imperialists convert their armed forces into obedient weapons for class and national oppression, into tools of militarism and reaction. This is a serious threat to the cause of peace and security, but these instruments do not always pass the tests of war and often begin to betray the imperialists. In addition to the difficulties of combat life, class consciousness is restored among the soldiers, and they begin to understand that war is conducted in the interests of a small number of imperialists, and that this brings privation and sorrow to the vast majority. Then the war machine of the capitalist countries begins to creak, weaken, and fall to pieces. So it was with many armies in World Wars II, and so it will be in World War III, which the imperialists are preparing against the countries of the socialist camp. The ideas of aggression, pillage, and enslavement of other peoples cannot serve as a reliable foundation for high morale and belligerent armies. Lenin stated that it is impossible to lead the masses into a predatory war and hope that they will be enthusiastic. Such is the nature, in general terms, and the political essence and designation of the armed forces of capitalist countries. In the Soviet Union and other socialist countries, the organization and development of the armed forces represents an inseparable part of the overall organization and development of the state, and is subordinated to the basic interests of the state which reflect the interests of the people as a whole. Here, too, the nature of the social system is also a determining factor in the organization and development of the armed forces. But this is an entirely new, advanced, progressive social system. Predatory wars against other nations are alien to it. The foundations of the policy of the socialist countries toward other countries are the principles of peace, equal rights, self-government, respect for independence and the sovereignty of all countries and peoples, and peaceful coexistence of countries having different social systems. The socialist system is the natural center of attraction for all peace-loving forces on the earth. This nature of the socialist states determines, likewise, the socio-political features of the armed forces, their assignments and functions. These are armed forces of an absolutely new type, the armed forces of a people freed from capitalist enslavement, destined to protect the freedom and independence of the people from the infringements of imperialist aggressors. The creation of armed forces in socialist countries is not due to internal conditions, but is primarily due to the need for protecting countries from invasion by foreign enemies and due to the military danger from the imperialist camp. Only this forces the Soviet Union to maintain its armed forces and to keep them at a level of combat readiness which will ensure the decisive and complete defeat of an enemy who would dare infringe upon 155 freedom and independence. Editor's Note 142. These same problems determine the necessity to create and maintain high combat readiness of the armed forces in all other socialist countries as well. Close combat comradeship has been established and is being developed between the armed forces of the socialist states, based on the common character of their goals and missions which flows from the unity of the policies of these states and their socialist essence. There cannot be anything like this, nor will there ever be, in capitalist states. In contrast to the capitalist armies, the armed forces of the socialist countries are not instruments for exploiting classes, but are instruments of all of the people, who have been freed from capitalist slavery. These are really the people's armies, they have sprung from the people, are inseparably bound to them, and protect the great achievements of socialism, the freedom and independence of the peoples of the socialist countries, and the interests of their governments. The unity with the people is the inexhaustible source of their high moral and combat qualities. It was what inspired the Soviet troops to immortal exploits in the years of the Civil War and the Great Patriotic War, and it is the thing that guarantees future victories over aggressors. The armed forces of the socialist states are armies that epitomize the friendship and brotherhood of the peoples. They are always ready to come to each other's aid and to stand fast in defense of the world system of socialism. They are imbued with the sentiment of socialist internationalism and trained to respect the peoples of other countries and to give fraternal assistance to peoples who are fighting for liberation from class and national oppression. The armed forces of the socialist states are a crucial weapon for the defense of world peace. They are armies of peace. Such are the social nature and designation of the armed forces of the socialist countries. These also determine their system of the recruiting, education, and training of personnel. Service in the armed forces of the socialist countries is the honorable duty of all citizens. Here there is no class selection. All citizens have the same rights and the same duties to protect their country. Here there is no class antagonism between enlisted men and officers, which is characteristic in capitalist armies. In the armies of the capitalist countries, an officer is a servant and performer of the will of the imperialists, while in the socialist countries an officer is a servant and performer of the will of the entire nation. Here the basic criterion for selecting the officers is not class affiliation, but devotion to one's country and the socialist motherland, as well as high moral, political, and businesslike qualities, and the personal abilities of the individual. So far as the instruction and training system in the armies of the socialist states is concerned, it is entirely geared to developing in the personnel high moral political qualities which are characteristic of a new man, a member of the most progressive society, in order to strengthen the norms of communist morality, the most humane morality in the world. The personnel of the armed forces of the socialist countries are inspired with a high level of political consciousness, a great love for their motherland and solemn hatred of its enemies, unlimited devotion to the people and selflessness in fulfilling their military obligations, genuine humanism and camaraderie among themselves and in their dealings with the civilian population, a high conscious military discipline, courage and heroism, and regard for human dignity and the rights and customs of the people of these countries, which the troops of socialist countries must enter during a war or in peacetime for fulfilling Allied obligations. The highly humane moral code of the Soviet man and of the men of the other socialist countries is also obligatory for all personnel in the armed forces. It is instilled in the soldiers and officers by the entire system of civilian and military training. It is absolutely obvious that the inculcation of highly humane qualities in Soviet soldiers does not exclude the cultivation in them of burning hatred for the enemy who would encroach on our motherland, on its freedom and independence. The Soviet army always has shown and will continue to show lenience and generosity to the enemy if he ceases to resist, but if the enemy does not surrender, he must be mercilessly destroyed. The fundamental basis for building the armed forces in the Soviet Union and in other socialist countries is leadership of the armed forces on the part of the Communist and Workers' parties. They carefully train the armed forces, reinforce their fighting efficiency and combat readiness, arouse and inspire the soldiers to great feats of arms in the interest of all the peoples of the socialist countries. The armed forces of the socialist countries are strong in the knowledge of their great debt to the people. They are not afraid of any difficulties or adversities of war. This has been proven more than once to the world by the Soviet armed forces, especially in World War II. Such are the two entirely opposite foundations for forming, recruiting, and training the armed forces in the capitalist and socialist countries. This is so because of the difference in the social-political essence of their social systems, the difference in their domestic and foreign policies. Editor's Note 143. The next cardinal factor which determines the principles of the organization and development of the armed forces of states is the condition of the economy of the states in question, the level of the development of their industry, transport, agriculture, science and technology, the quantity and quality of the population. The economy can be said to exercise a direct or indirect influence on literally every aspect of the organization and development of the armed forces, both in peacetime and especially in wartime. The higher the level of economic development of a state and the more numerous its population, the greater will be its capacities for maintaining large armed forces and providing them with the latest types of weapons and other military equipment. And via its influence on weapons and personnel, the economy also exercises an influence upon the methods of conduct of military operations, on tactics, operation art, and strategy. More briefly, the economic potential of a state determines its military might. The economic system of countries has always been the material basis for building the armed forces, their quantitative and qualitative foundations. In this regard, it is useful to recall the well-known thesis of Engels. The entire organization and military method of armies are dependent on material, i.e., economic conditions, on human material and on weapons, and therefore, on the quality and quantity of the population and upon technology. These words, spoken by Engels more than 80 years ago, carry a special meaning today. They pertain to that period when armies were comparatively small and consisted only of ground troops and a navy, when progress in military equipment, which depended upon the level of development of social production, was relatively slow, and it was not necessary to create large stockpiles of material resources for conducting war, since the outcome was usually decided by one, and sometimes a few major battles. However, even then the expenditures for maintaining armies and for buying weapons exhausted the state treasury, and a great burden was laid on the shoulders of the people. As the predatory aspirations of the capitalist states grew, their conflicts of interest became more intense, leading inevitably to numerous bloody wars. The result was a constant buildup of armed forces, a rapid development and perfection of military equipment. Armies came to depend increasingly on the level of development of production and the economic potential of the state. While in the recent past armies were equipped with rifles and guns, they are now equipped with the most complicated and costly machinery, the last word in science and technology. Nuclear rockets, atomic submarines carrying nuclear armament, supersonic jet aircraft, complicated radioelectronic equipment, not to mention tanks, trucks, armored troop carriers, prime movers, the latest artillery systems, and military engineering and other complex military equipment. The latest achievements of science and technology are used primarily for the production of armaments, and huge amounts of material resources are expended on this. With the development and modernization of military equipment, the cost grew exorbitantly, and the expenditures of countries for equipping their armies have increased many times. The American Martin bomber cost $38,000 in 1930, and the B-29 cost $680,000 during World War II. Editor's Note 144, now the B-58 cost $17.6 million. Each American Minuteman E. Editor's Note 145, missile cost the country more than $1 million, and the cost of a single nuclear submarine equipped with Editor's Note 146, Polaris missiles amounts to about $115 million. The nature of military expenditures has changed in accordance with the increase in the cost of military equipment. Before World War I, more than 80% of military budgets was spent for personnel, and the expenditures for buying weapons and other military equipment did not exceed 11 to 15%. At the present time, however, the greater part of military expenditures are for equipping armies. For example, the United States, during World War II, spent $89.7 billion in 1944. Of this, $60.2 billion was spent on arms, equipment, and building up the Army, 67%, while $29.5 billion, or 33% of all military expenditures, was spent for maintaining personnel, etc. In peacetime, the nature of military expenditures has not changed in principle. Editor's Note 147 thus, the USA, during the period from 1950-51 to 1964-65 fiscal years, spent about $178 billion on the maintenance of armed forces personnel, which composed a little more than 25% of all direct military expenditures. At the same time, for the purchase, maintenance, and operation of military equipment, on military construction and military scientific research during this same period, more than $450 billion was spent, that is, 63% of all direct military expenditures. The remaining part of the military budget was spent on the Commission of Atomic Energy, on exploring space, on civil defense, and on military aid to foreign governments. Huge sums of money are spent to maintain the armed forces. In peacetime, military expenditures in many imperialist countries devour more than 50% of the entire budget, while in wartime, they are increased to 70% and more of the general budget. War and the costs of war have become a real burden for the people and the greatest source of revenue for the capitalist monopolies, which conduct their business with the blood and sorrows of millions of people. The imperialist countries, states the program of the CPSU, maintain enormous armed forces even in peacetime. Military expenditures absorb an ever-increasing share of state budgets. By enriching individual groups of the monopolistic bourgeoisie, militarism leads to the impoverishment of nations and to the destruction of countries languishing under the burden of debt, increasing inflation and high. Editor's Note 148. Thus, the USA, during the years 1946 to 1964, on direct military expenses alone spent about $800 billion, which exceeded by 1.5 times similar expenditures of the USA from the very beginning of their formation through 1945. In the fiscal year ending June 30, 1965, the military expenditures were $47 billion. In the present year, they are $54 billion, and in the future year, they will be about $60 billion. The price of the dirty war being waged by the American imperialists in Vietnam has already reached $12 billion a year. On the whole, the capitalist countries have spent 15 to 20% of the entire national income for weapons and armed forces. A powerful war industry has been created in the capitalist countries for war preparation and the production of arms. This industry produces the most modern means for annihilating people and destroying their valuable creations. Many branches of non-military industry are to some degree committed to this same purpose. All of the greatest achievements of science and technology are used first of all for this. For example, in the United States, 48% of all government allocations for the needs of science is spent on research for the preparation for war. The course to war has become a constant element of the capitalist economy. In the declaration of the Moscow Conference of Chairmen of the Communist and Workers' Parties, it is pointed out that only a very small group of monopolists and war speculators, who extract fabulous profits from war production, are interested in the arms race. Editor's Note 149. Thus, 60% of all the turnover and 75% of the profits go to 500 of the largest monopolies in the USA. The dirty war in Vietnam, in just the last year alone, gave the monopolists of the USA $45 million in pure profit. This is more than twice the average annual profits which were received by the monopolists of the USA during the Korean War and 4 times the average annual profits from the Second World War. At the present time in the United States, as acknowledged by former President Eisenhower, a sinister union has been compounded between the colossal military organization and the great military industry, in which millions of people are working and which controls billions of dollars. Its universal effect, economic, political, and even spiritual, is felt in every city, in every state government, and in every branch of the federal government. This union, or as Eisenhower called it, the military and industrial complex, actually determines the entire domestic and foreign policies of the United States of America. The military expenditures of countries would increase even more with the beginning of a war. In essence, the entire economy of belligerent countries would be diverted to supply its needs, and the bare necessities of the population would be held to a minimum. The cost of war itself to mankind is very high. During a war, whole countries are devastated, thousands of towns and villages are destroyed, and the fruits of labor of many generations of people are lost. According to the calculation of the French economist A. Claude, war destruction in Europe during World War II was estimated at $260 billion, 50% of which was suffered by the USSR. The direct military expenditures of all participants in this war were $1,119 billion, and the total cost of material damage as a result of the war is the astronomically high figure of $4 trillion. Such is the price paid by mankind for the piratical politics of imperialism. The thesis concerning the dependence of the armed forces upon the economy is applicable not only to the capitalist states but to the socialist states as well. The buildup of the military might of the imperialist states has an overtly aggressive character and is directed in the first instance against the countries of the socialist camp. This compels the socialist states to have such armed forces as would be capable of not only repulsing an aggressor in the event of an attack, but of routing such an aggressor completely. Lenin has written that, without an army and very serious economic preparation, there can be no waging of a modern war against advanced imperialism. These words are still valid. Following these Lenin instructions, the Soviet Union and the other socialist states are developing their economy in a way that takes account of the necessity of an overall enhancement of their defensive power. Naturally, they have to deflect for this purpose considerable economic resources and expend large amounts of money. But the military expenditures of the socialist states are many times lower than those of the capitalist states. Editor's Note 150. Thus, the military expenditures of the Soviet Union in 1965 composed 12.9% of the government budget, and in 1966, they are expected to be 13.4%, at a time when the budget of the USA allocated for military purposes for many years has marched far beyond 50% of the federal budget. But the military expenditures of the socialist and the capitalist states differ not only quantitatively. There can be no comparison of their purpose. In the imperialist states, the military outlays bring in enormous profits to the capitalist monopolies, while the buildup of the military might of the armed forces is utilized by those monopolies for the aggravation of international tensions and for the launching of an aggressive war at the moment that suits them. In the socialist states, on the contrary, the strengthening of their armed forces serves as a sort of counterweight to the capitalist armies, creates a reliable guarantee for the preservation of peace, and increases the chances of preventing war. Imperialism reckons only with naked force, and such a force at the present juncture is the Soviet Army and the armies of the other socialist states. The influence of the difference of the economic systems on the organization and development of the armed forces, and on the maintenance of their combat readiness and combat capacity, makes itself felt with special force in wartime. In this respect, the potentials of the socialist states, Editor's Note 151, are significantly higher than those of the capitalist countries. Thanks to an indisputable superiority in economic organization and in the moral political spirit of the people, the Soviet Union succeeded during the Great Patriotic War not only in resisting but in routing the main forces of fascist Germany and its former allies. Packed by the unprecedented labor enthusiasm of the people, the Communist Party and the Soviet government succeeded in creating in a brief span of time a smoothly functioning war economy and supplying the front with everything needed for the rout of the enemy. Not a single capitalist state was in a position to mobilize in so short a space of time and to utilize so fully its economic resources in wartime as did the Soviet Union. The military theoreticians of the capitalist countries are trying to prove that, in a future nuclear war, the economic potentials of the states involved and the human resources of these states will not be so important as in previous war, that everything will be decided by the production of nuclear weapons. In their opinion, there will be no need to regear the economy to war production in a future war because of its shortness and great destructiveness. Therefore, the preliminary economic preparation made by the country will be of crucial significance. There is no doubt that the preliminary economic preparation of a country for a future war has acquired at the present juncture exceptionally great importance. However, planning on conducting a war, no matter how short and swift-moving, with only the reserve materials accumulated in peacetime, would be a big mistake. It can only be conjectured that in a future war the role of the war economy will not only remain what it used to be, it will even increase in importance. In this respect, too, the objective potentials of the socialist states are incomparably higher than those of the capitalist states. The socialist system is capable of answering any blow of enemies by an increase of the concentration of forces and economic might, as was clearly proven by the last war. Capitalism spreads and retains its rule by fire and the sword, whereas the weapons of socialism are its superiority over capitalism in government structure and in economic organization of society, in raising the living standard and cultural level of the people. The economy of capitalism is the main source of the aggressiveness of its armed forces, while the economy of socialism is the basis for its peace-loving aims, which are supported by the great combat might of army and navy. There can be no doubt about the fact that the enormous exertion of a future war is going to be able to be borne only by states having a stable social and governmental system, enjoying the support of the whole of the people and possessing a highly developed economy, capable of assuring the maintenance of large full-time armies, their further drastic multiplication in the event of war, their outfitting with all the modern types of weapons for the execution of military, political, and strategic missions of war. In a word, a modern economy must be able, in the shortest possible time, to provide the armed forces with the maximum number of modern means of warfare, and to provide them completely and regularly with everything necessary in case the duration of the war is extended. The economy must be prepared for this in peacetime. The economic system of a country, which is the material foundation for the development of armed forces, also determines the basis of its organization. The more stable the economic system of a country and the higher the development of its industry, science, and technology, the greater the possibilities it has for quick development both quantitatively and qualitatively, while this, in turn, is what determines the courses for building the armed forces, their structure, and the form of organizing troops, and also the methods for conducting war. Tactics, operational art, and strategy. The level of development of military art is one of the important factors in determining the building up of the armed forces. Military art develops subject to the laws of dialectics. One of these laws which determines the onward march of military art is interrelationship and mutual dependence between military equipment, the forms of organization of the armed forces, and the methods for conducting military operations. These factors are in a state of constant motion and change. Their developments are mutually conditioned. When one of these factors changes, the others must undergo some sort of change. The determining factor of this interrelationship and mutual dependence is the industrial product, the product of the economy. Military equipment, primarily weapons. It is the most revolutionary element, exerting a direct influence on the methods of warfare and on the development and building of the armed forces. This can be seen from specific examples of the development of military art. The invention of gunpowder and the subsequent development of firearms caused a complete revolution in military affairs and ushered in a new era in the development of military art and in the organization of armed forces. As a result of the introduction of these weapons into the armies and the approval of them as basic means of warfare, the concentrated troop formations which had been used for many centuries disappeared forever. They were replaced by a new linear combat formation, requiring a more flexible organization of troops. The subsequent adoption of rifled weapons having greater range and accuracy compared with smoothbore weapons contributed to the development of a new method of combat: infantry skirmishes. The invention of automatic weapons and the development of engineering gave rise to group combat formations and served as one of the main reasons for the origin of trench warfare. Airplanes, tanks, and vast artillery of various types gave rise to new mobile methods of conducting combat operations. Finally, modern nuclear weapons have brought about the complete revolution in military affairs, have caused a re-examination of all the principles of military art which had been proved over the centuries, and have required the search for and development of completely new methods of waging war and new forms of troop organization. The appearance of new weapons has not only influenced the means of offense and defense, but has often caused the appearance of new specific methods of conducting combat actions, involving protection from these weapons, for example, anti-chemical defense, anti-aircraft and anti-tank defense, protection against weapons of mass destruction, submarine defense, etc. It has introduced radical changes in the methods of control of the troops, in the organization of material, technical, and medical supply operations, and in many other areas of troop combat activity. New combat methods caused by new types of weapons have had a direct effect on the organizational structure and on the building of armed forces. They have caused the creation of not only the appropriate subdivisions, units, and formations, but even entire branches of service and services of the armed forces. This has caused the appearance of such services of the armed forces as air forces, air defense troops, and rocket troops, which not only have forced the traditional services of the armed forces, ground troops, and the Navy, to give ground to them, but in some cases have come to occupy the top position. At the same time, even the old services of the armed forces have undergone serious quantitative, qualitative, structural, and organizational changes caused by the advent of new types of weapons and new branches of service. Thus, certain branches of service which in the past played a rather considerable role in war have gradually lost their value, and sometimes have left the scene completely. Not so long ago, at the beginning of World War I, in all fighting armies the cavalry was a rather large branch of the ground troops and played an important role in military operations. In World War II, it was preserved to a small extent as a branch only in the Soviet armed forces. At the present time, the cavalry has ceased to exist as a branch of service in all countries. The horse as a means for maneuvers has given way to the truck, tank, armored troop carrier, automobile, and prime mover and airplane. The role and battle designation of various services of the armed forces and types of weapons have undergone substantial changes, and so it will be in the future. Obsolete weapons will give way to new improved ones. Such is the dialectics of development of the armed forces. At the same time, combat methods and the forms of troop organization also will not remain indifferent to the means of armed conflict. By changing, they in turn impose new requirements on military equipment, weapons, and troop organization, compelling military scientific theory to work constantly to improve and develop them. Thus, production, being fundamental to the development of means of armed conflict, also influences, through man and military equipment, the methods of conducting war, tactics, operational art and strategy, and has a determining influence on the development of organizational forms of the armed forces and their build-up. In turn, the advent of new forms of troop organization and new methods of waging war has a reverse effect on the development of military equipment and, through it, on the development of industry. Such is the continuous process of the historical development of military art, at the center of which stands man. It is in fact man, with his reason and will, with his knowledge and ability, who creates weapons for his own destruction and determines how these weapons will be used or how wars will be conducted using the weapons he has created. The higher the level of consciousness or, more accurately, class consciousness in a person and the greater his understanding of his historical mission, the more effectively he will use these weapons against the reactionary and aggressive forces of the old order and against imperialist countries in the event they unleash a war, i.e., in the final analysis, for the elimination of wars themselves, and to ensure victory for the new communist society in which wars remain only as a grim reminder of past history. But the objective laws of nature and society, including the laws of the development of military art, do not always manifest themselves. Only under definite conditions are they manifested. Weapons, too, do not always cause radical changes in methods of waging war and in the forms of the organization and building of the armed forces. This happens only when new weapons possess markedly different and better combat properties than the older ones, when they are manufactured and used in massive quantities to equip the armies, and when they become the fundamental, or one of the fundamental, means of waging war. When such new weapons introduce radical changes in the combat capabilities of the armed forces, and these changes take on a new quality which ceases to correspond to the previous methods of warfare, i.e., when the correspondence between the means and the methods of warfare is destroyed, a contradiction between them will arise. Under these conditions, any attempt to use the new weapon within the framework of obsolete methods of combat, or to use these obsolete methods without taking the changed combat capabilities of the troops into account will be doomed to failure or at best will not produce the required effect. During the Franco-Prussian War, 1870 to 1871, the enemy armies were armed with new rifled weapons which had more firepower, range, and accuracy than smoothbore weapons. However, neither side took this into account. They did not introduce the necessary changes in the organization of their armies or in the methods of combat, and, as before, they attempted to fight with close-order troop formations, using company and battalion columns in line formation. This necessarily led to great troop losses, and the soldiers, often against the will of their officers, broke the obsolete battle formations and found new, more appropriate formations for combat against rifled weapons. In this war, the company and battalion columns broke down under rifle fire, and the soldier's instinct found a more appropriate form of combat, a dense skirmish line. Here is another example. The advent of tanks at the end of World War I and their use within the framework of the then-existing methods of conducting military actions did not allow their combat possibilities to be fully exploited and resulted only in local tactical successes, while certain operations during the final phase of World War I, particularly the battle at Cambrai and the Amiens operation, showed that tanks, even though they were far from perfect at that time, when their combat capabilities were fully utilized, and when they were massed in the main direction of attack, were in a position to assure that the troops could accomplish the more decisive aims in defeating the enemy. The history of wars and military art shows that the correspondence between the weapons and methods of armed combat is restored not by the use of new weapons in accordance with existing methods of conducting combat operations, which would be a step backwards, but by seeking those methods of conducting armed combat and those forms of troop organization for which the combat possibilities of new weapons can be used most fully and effectively. New forms of troop organization and new combat methods do not occur immediately, but evolve gradually within the framework of the old methods. As a rule, the old forms of troop organization and combat methods are first adapted to the new weapons, or vice versa, and then the new methods are born, gradually develop, and improve until they call for other, still more effective weapons. Thus, any new weapon undergoes a period of formation and proving. During this period, the combat properties of these weapons are studied and mastered, and the combat methods and forms of troop organization which are appropriate to them are sought. The duration of this period varies. It depends on the level of development of industry and the state of the economy of the country. The higher the level of industrial development and the greater the economic capabilities of the countries, the less time is required for assimilating new military equipment and for supplying it to the armed forces and, therefore, for determining new forms of troop organization and methods of waging war. For example, firearms first appeared in Western Europe in the first half of the 14th century. However, it took about 4 centuries for these weapons to be perfected enough so that they could become the basic means of combat and bring about a complete revolution in military affairs. About 300 years were required to develop rifled weapons to the point where they could replace smoothbore weapons and play a decisive role in warfare and in determining new forms of troop organization and new combat methods. With the development of industry, the subsequent manufacture and proving of new weapons and development of the corresponding forms of troop organization and combat methods take less time, especially now, in the 20th century. Machine guns were first used, on a small scale, in the British Army in the Boer War, 1899 to 1902, while 12 years later, in World War I, they were already used large-scale by both sides and, together with fortifications, they strengthened defenses so much that the war quickly acquired a positional nature. In this same war, aviation was first used as a combat means, and at the end of the war tanks appeared. After only 20 years, during World War II, tanks and aircraft became the most important means of warfare and introduced new changes in combat methods, bringing them up to a high degree of perfection. Finally, in 1945, the American aviation dropped 2 atomic bombs. But after only 10 to 12 years, these terrible weapons have reached such a level of development that they are, unconditionally, the principal means of destruction in all modern armies. The advent of nuclear weapons, like the invention of gunpowder and firearms, marks the beginning of a new era in the development of the armed forces and military art. Nuclear weapons and the modern means for delivering them to a target, rockets, are essentially new combat weapons which were unforeseen previously. They have enormous destructive capabilities which, for the first time in history, convert weapons from means of supporting and assuring the combat activities of troops into means of independent fulfillment of operational and strategic missions. Strategy, operational art, and tactics have at their disposal a new powerful weapon whose combat properties require new methods for conducting military operations, new forms of troop organization, and leave their mark on all problems of building modern armed forces. The extensive introduction of nuclear weapons and other new military equipment into the armed forces has radically changed the quality of these forces, which has already ceased to correspond to established combat methods and authoritatively demands not that they adapt to the new weapons, but that new methods be created which are more appropriate to the combat possibilities of modern means of war. At present, military art is undergoing a period of formation and testing of nuclear weapons, a period of seeking new methods of conducting military operations, new forms of troop organization, and new directions in the building of the armed forces. A distinctive feature of this period is the fact that not much time is required for forming and testing nuclear weapons as a basic means of armed conflict. In a very short time, they have consolidated themselves in this role by their enormous combat potentials. However, the search for new methods of conducting war, new forms of troop organization, and new directions in the building of the armed forces which are appropriate for these powerful weapons has proven to be a difficult problem. Military art theoreticians and practitioners both here and abroad are laboring diligently to solve this problem. This, generally speaking, is the influence of economics on the development and building of the armed forces and on the development of ways and means of waging war. Armed forces are an instrument of war. However, they do not themselves launch a war, nor does the war just break out by itself. The war has been prepared by the whole of the preceding policy of the states and classes involved, and is the continuation of this policy by violent means. But politics is inseparable from the economic system of the state. It is, to use Lenin's expression, the concentrated expression of the economy. An aggressive, predatory politics corresponds to the economic system of capitalist states. A peace-loving politics is proper to the economic system of the socialist states. Thus, the difference of the policy of the capitalist states from the policy of the socialist states naturally makes itself felt also upon the organization and development of their respective armed forces. It would therefore be quite wrong to assert that the quantitative and qualitative complement of the armed forces is determined only by the economic capacities of the states in question. The policy of the states and classes in question exercises no less an influence. It poses the military tasks of strategy, and taking into account these demands determines the forces and resources needed for the execution of these missions. Thus, the economy influences the organization of the armed forces not directly but rather via politics and by the instrumentality of policy. The economically stronger a capitalist country is, the more aggressive is its policy and the more decisive predatory tasks it imposes on strategy. But the strategic aims of a war must always correspond to the combat possibilities of the armed forces of a given country and to the ability of its economy to supply the armed forces with everything necessary for waging war and to maintain the vital activity of the country and its population at the necessary level. Violation of the principle of the correspondence of strategic aims of war to the means of armed conflict at the disposal of a given country leads to adventurism in war and in politics and, in the final analysis, to destruction. The sad lesson of Germany in 2 world wars is a graphic example of this. In World War I, the aims of German imperialism were fundamentally adventuristic. War on 2 fronts was too much for Germany and the armies of her allies. The German economy could not withstand the continuous strain and led the Kaiser's army to an ignominious end. In World War II, the armed forces of fascist Germany were no stronger than the combined armed forces of other Western European countries, but against the armed forces of each of these countries separately the German army was many times stronger. Adopting the strategy of defeating the enemy piecemeal, Hitler's Germany in a short time had almost all of Western Europe on its knees, subservient to it and its entire economy. In this case, the war aims of Germany corresponded to the existing forces and means of armed conflict and to the methods of combat which she used. The situation was entirely different when Germany invaded the Soviet Union. Here she encountered more powerful armed forces and a country which was stronger economically and politically. The goal set, to enslave the Soviet Union, did not correspond to means of combat and the economic possibilities at the disposal of fascist Germany. The predatory aspirations of Germany were met with the fiery patriotism, the staunchness, and the courage of the Soviet people. This war once and for all convincingly demonstrated the indestructible power and invincibility of socialism. The growth of the predatory aspirations of the imperialist countries forces them to strengthen their armed forces more and more and to expend vast resources, using for this the main part of their economy. This unavoidably leads to a continuous arms race in the capitalist countries, to the search for new, more powerful means of armed combat, to the modernization of organizational forms and combat methods. The economies of these countries take on a one-sided military development which cannot be continued ad infinitum. It either leads to war or, as a result of unproductive expenditures for armed forces and other military aims, to economic bankruptcy and total subservience to another more powerful capitalist country. Such development was characteristic of fascist Germany, Italy, and Japan. At the present time, the United States, Britain, Editor's Note 152, West Germany, and several other countries united into aggressive imperialistic blocs are following the same path. Greece, Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and a number of other countries, which are in fact completely dependent on the United States, are examples of the subservience of certain capitalist countries which have entered into aggressive imperialistic blocs with other more powerful imperialist countries. Editor's Note 153. By nature, the socialist countries are peace-loving. Wars are alien to them as a means of carrying out foreign policy by force. Their policy pursues peaceful aims. The foundation of their policy is the peaceful coexistence of countries having different social systems. However, the arms race and the aggressive predatory policy of the imperialist countries, openly directed against the countries of the socialist camp and primarily against the Soviet Union, have forced us to undertake appropriate retaliatory measures by strengthening our armed forces and by maintaining our defense capabilities at the necessary level. The Soviet Union and the other socialist countries have thus been compelled to have their armed forces in a degree of combat readiness which would completely guarantee the security of all countries of the socialist camp from the aggressive actions of the imperialistic countries. Editor's Note 154. In the report of the Central Committee, CPSU, to the XXII Congress of the Party, It was said, "The CPSU shows tireless concern for strengthening our country's defensive might and consolidating our military union with other socialist countries. Our party sees its duty in keeping the Soviet people in a state of unceasing vigilance with regard to the intrigues of the enemies of peace and does everything to prevent the aggressors, if they try to violate peace, from ever taking us by surprise, and to make certain retaliation overtakes them inexorably and promptly. Therefore, in the socialist countries as well, policy is one of the main factors determining the building of the armed forces. But our policy is one of peace, and the aim of our armed forces is not to capture foreign lands and enslave weaker nations, but to ensure the peaceful labor of the people of socialist states defending their freedom and independence. Thus, politics, along with economics, is one of the decisive factors of the development and of the building of the armed forces." Editor's Note 155. But in speaking of the organization and development of the armed forces, it must not be forgotten that their quantitative and qualitative composition is determined not only by the economic capacities of the state and the demands of strategy and policy, but in the first instance by the human resources available, the number and quality of the able-bodied adult population. In 1905, Lenin wrote, "The days have gone forever when wars were waged by mercenaries or by representatives of a caste more or less divorced from the people. Wars are now waged by the peoples." 8. Precisely, the people have presently become the determining factor in the organization and development of the armed forces, since it is upon the people in the final analysis that the military, economic, and moral potentials of the state depend. The greater the scope which wars have come to have, the more extensively are the masses of the people being involved in war, and the greater has become the importance accruing to the question of human resources. They are essential not only for reinforcement of the armed forces, but also for work in the rear to supply the needs of war and to assure the vital functions of the state. Therefore, a sensible distribution of the human resources as between the front and the rear, between the armed forces and the economy of the country, exercises a great influence on the quantitative and qualitative composition of the armed forces in peacetime and in wartime. But whereas the quantitative composition of the armed forces is limited by the size of the population and the economic possibilities of the country, their qualitative composition is determined by the moral political state of the people and the level of development of military equipment. People and military equipment constitute the foundation of the armed forces. The intimate interaction and most rational combination of man and equipment are the basis of the organizational development of the armed forces and the starting point for all methods of waging war. The problem of human resources, especially from the point of view of their moral political state, is a most critical one for the capitalist states. It is the people which nourish the army with ideas and attitudes and determine its fighting spirit. The high moral political level among the people and, consequently, among the armed forces in time of war is primarily determined by the just goals of the war in question. But how can there be any talk of a just war for the aggressive imperialist states? Such a war they do not wage and cannot wage. But in predatory wars, the interests of the people and those of the ruling class of the capitalists are in sharp contradiction, and it is very hard to enthuse the people to fight in such a war, even with the help of deception. But for the socialist states, moral political problems do not exist. The just nature of the wars which they are compelled to wage against aggressors is the source of the high morale of the people and armed forces. The socialist countries with their planned economy also have immeasurably higher potentials for rational distribution of their human resources between the armed forces and the national economy, as compared with the capitalist states. The experience of the Second World War and the Great Patriotic War confirmed this fact. Despite the great manpower losses of the Red Army at the front, especially at the beginning of the war, and the occupation by the Germans of a considerable territory, the planned socialist economy made it possible to not only fully restore but even considerably increase the complement of the armed forces, constantly made up for their losses and simultaneously supported at the necessary level the war industry and agricultural production. The question of a broad-scale enlistment of the general public for work in the war industry and in the national economy as a whole acquired great significance in the USSR in the last war as a result of the mass call-up into the armed forces and the occupation by the enemy of a considerable territory. The able-bodied population not employed in consumer goods production in rural and urban areas had to be mobilized for work in industry. In 1943 alone, The labor mobilization of the general public yielded 7,609,000 persons, including 1,320,000 for industry and construction, 3,830,000 for work in agriculture, and 1,295,000 for work in lumbering operations. A crucial question during the war was the training of skilled personnel. In the period from 1941 to 1943, a total of 11,600,000 workers were trained via a system of courses and short-term schoolings, and also via individual study while working in industry. Furthermore, 1,600,000 skilled workers were trained in these same years via mill factory schools, artisan and railway schools. As a result of the call-up into the armed forces of a considerable portion of the male population in the USSR in the period of the war, there was a considerable increase in the percentage of work done by women, adolescents, and men over 50. Thus, the percentage of women among white-collar and blue-collar workers in the national economy increased from 38% in 1940 to 53% in 1942. In agriculture, this percentage was still higher. It rose from 52% at the beginning of 1939 to 71% at the beginning of 1943. The percentage of women in administration also rose. The percentage of workers and office employees under the age of 18 employed in industry rose from 6% in 1939 to 15% in 1942. The percentage of those over 50 rose from 9% in 1939 to 12% in 1942. Despite the enormous difficulties of wartime, the CPSU Central Committee and the Soviet government managed, with the active backing of the people, to effect a mass enlistment into industry of new staffs and to organize the training and the proper distribution of manpower. Therefore, the war industry in the USSR did not experience any serious difficulties from manpower shortage. This made it possible to free many millions of persons subject to military service for the armed forces. At the same time, Fascist Germany proved incapable of resolving the problem of the proper distribution of human resources as between the armed forces and the sphere of material production, despite the use of huge masses of foreign workers imported from the occupied territories and of prisoners of war. England, the US, Japan, and other capitalist states likewise experienced great difficulties in solving this problem during World War II. The last World War showed that the problem of human resources, bound up with the necessity of a 100% participation of the general public in the labor and military efforts of the country, is one of the most acute problems of capitalism. Thus, the degree of utilization of human resources and moral potentials of the state in the organization and development of the armed forces also depends on the character of the state's socio-economic and political system. A definite influence on the organization and development of the armed forces is likewise exerted by the national peculiarities and geographic location of the state. The national peculiarities of a people find their expression in such typical traits of an army as idealism, patriotism, sense of duty, honor, discipline, bravery, endurance, and others. Here, for example, is how the well-known German General Guderian characterizes the Soviet soldiers and commanders. The Russian soldier has always been distinguished by special stubbornness, firmness of character, and great steadfastness. It became evident in World War II that the Soviet High Command also is highly capable in the realm of strategy. It would be right to expect in the future, too, from the Soviet commanders and troops a high degree of combat training and a high morale, and to assure at least an equal training of our own officers and men. A native trait of Russian generals and soldiers is obedience. They did not lose their presence of mind, even in the extremely difficult situation of 1941. The history of all wars bears witness to their stubbornness. Our soldiers ought to be trained in the same firmness and stubbornness. And here is how the Portuguese military writer Mich characterizes the German soldier. German soldier is well-trained, very disciplined, devoted to duty, and punctual and reliable. He has a highly developed feeling of responsibility and to a certain extent of initiative, but the well-known inclination of the Germans toward accuracy sometimes develops into the opposite, operating like a boomerang. Everything must go according to plan down to the most trifling details. But if for some reason the plan of operation suffers a lesion, then the whole meticulously prepared system goes to pieces. Mich remarks that the American soldier is characterized by dynamism and poor discipline, technical skill, low morale, and narrow political horizon. The national peculiarities of individuals exercise an influence on the procedure for formation of units and subunits, on the methods of tactical operations of troops, on their combat capacity and combat qualities. For the capitalist armies, heterogeneous as they are in their composition, and also for the combined military forces of the imperialist military blocs, the national peculiarities of human beings are an acute problem, which it is impossible to solve in the context of a capitalist society founded on antagonistic contradictions, including those bound up with the national question. In World War I, the Austro-Hungarian army went to pieces at the very first serious blows. The coalition of armed forces of the fascist states proved unstable in World War II. The operations of the armies of the Western Allies in both world wars were characterized by the presence of serious discord. Nor are the military blocs of imperialist states founded recently free of acute contradictions and internal conflicts. For the armed forces of the socialist states, no such national problem exists. Their personnel are trained up in the spirit of equality, amity, and fraternity among peoples, in the spirit of socialist internationalism, and are welded together by the single common goal of the fight for the freedom and independence of their own states against aggressors. This is the basis of their internal solidity and steadfastness. A model of such armed forces is the Soviet Army. Multinational in its composition and unified in its military organization, it withstood the most difficult tribulations in the years of the Civil War and the Great Patriotic War. Such armies are invincible. A definite influence on the organization and development of the armed forces is exercised also by the geographic location of the state in question, the dimensions and nature of its territory. The geographic position influences in the first instance the structure of the armed forces, the correlation in them of the various arms. The sea powers, for example, see their military power in the creation of a powerful fleet and give preference to its construction. Continental states, on the contrary, devote their main attention to the development of ground forces. It is likewise in function of the country's military geography that the special units and divisions are created which are capable of operations in special terrain: mountain rifle, ski, airborne, and other forces. Finally, the organization and development of the armed forces cannot be effected without taking account of the combat potential and trends in the development of the armed forces of the probable enemy, as also the nature of the war being prepared by him. On these two factors depend to a considerable extent the composition of the armed forces, their organizational structure, their disposition, the various types of weapons and methods of waging war. The enemy's resources and methods of attack and of waging war must be opposed by still more powerful means and effective methods for delivering retaliatory blows. Such, in brief, are the chief factors governing the organization and development of the armed forces. The influence of each of these factors upon the organization and development of the armed forces cannot be considered in isolation one from another, nor yet apart from the overall policy line and economic development of the state. They are all intimately interconnected and interdependent. However, their influence on the organization and development of the armed forces is not identical. Some of them, for example, the character of the social system, the economy, politics, the number and composition of the population, exercise a decisive influence on the organization and development of the armed forces in all states, while such factors as the national peculiarities of the population, the geographic position of the state, are not of identical significance for the various countries. Aside from the factors listed, other factors proper only in the given state also exercise in each state a certain influence on the organization and development of the armed forces. For example, the military traditions of the state in question, the nature and extent of its borders, its relations with neighboring countries, its role in international affairs, and the like. These are all definitely taken into consideration in the resolution of the questions of the organization and development of the armed forces, but they are not common to all states. An integral and very important element of the organization and development of the armed forces is their training for mobilization and deployment in the event of war. Not a single state, no matter how powerful it may be economically, is in a position to maintain in peacetime such massive armed forces as it requires for the attainment of the goals of war. These forces are always kept at the minimum strength required to assure the safety of the state at the outset of war and to provide for the preparation of military-trained reserves. It is true at the present time that the Soviet Union, together with the other socialist countries, are compelled to keep deployed large armed forces, with a portion of them always ready for combat, due to the threat of a surprise attack with nuclear weapons on the part of the aggressive imperialist states and the presence in these states of professional armies, many million strong. But even these forces of the Soviet Union and the other socialist states will not be sufficient for the waging of a war. Their ranks will be swelled by new formations deployed in accord with the mobilization plan. This question is considered in detail in Chapter 7. An integral part of the organization and development of the armed forces is the elaboration of questions of military science, the creation of scientific principles both for the organization and development of the armed forces, as such and for the treatment of questions connected with the general problems of war, problems of operations, combat training, and military training of personnel of the armed forces. The conclusions and tenets of military science on all these questions find their most concentrated expression in the appropriate regulations, instructions, and manuals. The military science of the capitalist and of the socialist states serves a different policy and pursues entirely opposite aims. Therefore, the questions with which they deal find likewise a differing solution. Bourgeois military science is the paid servant of monopolistic capital. It is called upon to justify the preparation and waging by the imperialist states of predatory aggressive wars, to prove the inevitability and even necessity of such wars, to hide from the masses of the people the true causes and goals of war, to iron out the antagonistic contradictions and conflicts in the organization and development of the armed forces, to train and prepare them as obedient troops of the largest banking houses. Soviet military science and the military science of the other socialist states is a science of a most progressive and forward-looking social system, on whose banner is etched peace, labor, liberty, equality, fraternity, and prosperity. Its chief task is the clarification of the real nature of war, the discovery of its objective laws, the demonstration of the role of man and of equipment in war, the determination of the ways of organizing and developing the armed forces, the working out of methods for the fullest possible utilization of the objective potentials and the subjective factors proper to socialist society for the attainment of victory in a war in the event of a war being launched by the aggressive imperialist states. The irresistible force and superiority of the military science of the socialist states lies in the fact that its methodological basis is the Marxist dialectical method, which makes possible a scientifically grounded discovery and clarification of all the phenomena of war, both in the past and in the present and in the future. Neither a scientifically grounded organization and development of the armed forces, nor any development of military affairs as a whole is possible, unless account be taken of the conclusions and demands of military science. It studies and collates the historical experience of human society and shows the ways to practical solution of any questions of military affairs in concrete historical conditions. Therefore, the constant development and enrichment of military science is a crucial part and a mandatory condition of the organization and development of the armed forces. Finally, in speaking of the organization and development of the armed forces, it must be borne in mind that it is carried out in strict accord with the military doctrine accepted in the state in question. Military doctrine is reflected most vividly in the organization and development of the armed forces. It can be said without fear of error that as the armed forces are, so is the military doctrine, for the armed forces are the material basis of the military doctrine of any state. The factors determining the organization and development of the armed forces are objective quantities. Their operation is governed by certain definite laws. In some instances, they exercise a favorable influence, in others an unfavorable one. Everything depends on the conditions in which these factors operate, and also on the potentials of the state and the capacity of the strategic command to utilize them with the greatest effectiveness. The tasks of strategy and of the strategic command consist precisely in directing the organization and development of the armed forces, on the basis of a proper regard for the objective laws governing them, in strict accord with the potentials of the economy and the demands of a future war, in rationally coordinating the various services of the armed forces and the arms within them, and in finding the most efficient forms of organization of them. Any defection from these demands in time of peace will inevitably make itself felt in time of war. In the context of capitalist states, it is impossible to utilize fully the objective factors in the interests of the most appropriate solution of questions of the organization and development and purpose of the armed forces clashes implacably with the objective factors which determine the organization and development of the armed forces. Primarily, it clashes with the utilization of the masses of the people, who are not interested in the predatory aggressive wars of imperialism and oppose its aggressive aspirations. In the capitalist state, there stand behind each service of the armed forces the all-powerful monopolies with vested interests in extracting from the government as many orders for war materials as possible, so as to live off the profits of this business. The objective laws operating in the realm of the organization and development of the armed forces are of no particular interest to them. Here the decisive influence is exercised by another law, to which the capitalist monopolies lie in thrall, namely the law of making of maximum profits. The more complex a weapon is, the more it costs and the greater the profits it brings in for the capitalists. The race for profits is the chief motive force in the development of new means of waging war of new kinds of weapons and other military equipment. Therefore, the trends in the organization and development of the armed forces in the capitalist states are determined primarily by the war industry monopolies. These monopolies, which are economically the more powerful and are closest to the government, and whose reading of the military situation and market is the most accurate, become masters of the situation, while the role of the strategic command, headed by the puppets of these same monopolies, is frequently limited to functions of the distribution of military orders. This does not, of course, mean that no account is taken in the capitalist states of the nature of modern war or of the other factors influencing the organization and development of the armed forces. These are indeed all taken into account, but they are measured not by criteria of strategy, but rather by the criteria of excess profits to which strategy is compelled to accommodate itself. The economic politicking of monopolistic capital in the matter of the organization and development of the armed forces gives rise to a competitive battle between the various services of the armed forces for an increase in budget allocations, and is one of the main reasons for the incessant arms race. The situation is entirely different in the socialist states. Here the trend in the organization and development of the armed forces is determined not by the narrow selfish interests of individual groups of persons, but rather by the interests of the state, the interests of the people as a whole. The foundation of the organization and development of the armed forces in the socialist countries is the Marxist-Leninist teachings on war and the army, which provides a scientific basis for the role of the objective and subjective factors in the organization and development of the armed forces and shows the ways in which they may rightly be used in concrete historical situations. Every opportunity exists in the socialist states for the most effective exploitation of the objective factors in the organization and development of the armed forces. Not only do they here not come into conflict with the resolution of the basic question of the organization and development of the armed forces, their intelligent utilization even increases the potentials of the state and makes possible the most effective utilization of the economic, moral, and scientific technical resources. But the objective factors are merely the possibilities and prerequisites of a successful fulfillment of one task or another. To convert these possibilities into actuality, there is need further for the conscious activity of human beings, for their capacity to discover these possibilities and make maximum use of them in the interests of the organization and development of the armed forces. This conscious human activity may either improve or adversely affect the organization of the armed forces, lower or enhance the quality of armaments and other military equipment, speed up or slow down the instruction of personnel, etc. Therefore, an exceedingly important and responsible role in the solution of questions of the organization and development of the armed forces accrues to the strategic leadership. On the basis of meticulous consideration of the latest tendencies in the development of the means and methods of waging war, of the economic potentials of the state, and of the nature of the war being prepared by the probable enemy, the strategic leadership determines the basic lines along which the organization and development of the armed forces shall be pursued, the main lines of their training to repel aggression, and also the chief tendencies in personnel training and instruction. The strategic leadership has the obligation of elaborating scientifically grounded proposals in regard to the quantitative and qualitative composition of the armed forces and in regard to the attainment of the most rational proportions between the various services of the armed forces and service arms, in regard to the creation of the most up-to-date weapons and other military equipment, and the determination of the organizational structure of the troops. The work of the strategic leadership on the organization and development of the armed forces is not limited to peacetime. It continues even during the course of war. Whereas in peacetime the whole sense of the assignments of strategy and of the work of the strategic leadership consists in assuring the appropriate and efficient organization of the armed forces and their training to repel aggression. In wartime, the assignment of the strategic leadership consists in introducing, on the basis of combat experience obtained, timely corrections into the organizational structure of the armed forces, into the methods of their combat use, into the development of weapons and of other military equipment, and also into the training of numerous and most varied reserves for the armed forces. The socialist social system, with its highly organized economy and inexhaustible moral potentials, enables the strategic leadership most properly to resolve all the crucial questions of the organization and development of the armed forces, both in peacetime and in wartime. These potentials have been extensively utilized by the Soviet Union and have withstood the test of the Great Patriotic War. The organization and development of the armed forces in the socialist states is being presently effected in a way which takes account of this rich experience. And it must be assumed that the superiority of socialism over capitalism in this area is going to play a decisive role also in a future war, if the aggressive imperialist states should launch such a war against us. Basic directions in the building of the armed forces. The problem of directions to be followed in the building of the armed forces is, in essence, a question of the nature and the methods of waging war. Whatever the forces and weapons for armed conflict in the hands of one country or another, such are the methods of waging war. The larger the armed forces and the more powerful their weapons, the more decisive are the aims placed before them, and the more active and decisive are the methods of their operations. Throughout the history of all countries, the main preference in the building of the armed forces as a whole, and of each service separately, has been given to the development and improvement of those forces and means of armed conflict with which these countries plan to assure the achievement of their political aims by means of war. We have already indicated that the sea powers as rule gave preference to the development of their navies, while the continental powers gave preference to ground forces. The basis of development of each service of the armed forces was the most powerful weapons available and military equipment with a potential for improvement, chosen so that superiority over the enemy should be assured, both in destructive power and in the methods of its use in combat. Until recently, the basic weapon of all services of the armed forces was artillery. It was rightly considered the god of war, since it was the main firepower of armed forces. Together with artillery, bombing strikes of aviation and automatic weapons played a large part in the last war. Therefore, all military equipment and the methods of its application were modified so as to use most effectively artillery, aircraft, and automatic weapon fire during the war. The means of transportation and control, and engineering and other similar military equipment also developed along these lines. Therefore, a combination of high firepower and a high rate of troop mobility with continuous and firm control of them served as the groundwork for the development of the armed forces. Now let us see how this situation has changed at the present time, and along what lines, from the point of view of technical equipment, the development and buildup of the armed forces is possible under modern conditions. In nuclear war, Editor's Note 156, the basic weapon which will be used to solve the main problem of war on land, in the air, and at sea is the nuclear weapon. Therefore, it will primarily determine the directions of the development and buildup of the armed forces. The colossal destructive power of this weapon and the possibility of making nuclear strikes at any distance now make it possible to solve strategic problems and to achieve the strategic aims of war not by successive destruction of the armed forces of the enemy on the battlefield or by seizing his territories, but by simultaneous attack on the most vulnerable targets over all enemy territory and against the most important groupings of his armed forces. Editor's Note 157. The targets for destruction will now include not only and not so much armed forces deployed in theaters of military operations, but in the first instance the economies of the belligerents which are the material basis for the conduct of the war, the strategic offensive nuclear weapons deployed outside of military theaters, the system of governmental and military control, and the main communications centers. Consequently, the influence of combat means is now spread over the entire territory of belligerent countries, so that in a future war the boundaries between the front and rear will be erased and real possibilities will be created for the rapid destruction and withdrawal from the war of entire nations, especially those with small territories. Editor's Note 158 and 159. Thus, the nuclear weapon as the chief means of destruction in a future war is presently determining the main line being taken in the organization and development of the armed forces and in the methods of waging a future war. It is being introduced more and more intensively into all services of the armed forces and is radically changing them from the qualitative point of view. It increases their combat potential, changes the role and purpose of conventional weapons, makes necessary further improvement of the technical equipment of the armed forces and the improvement of their organizational structure, and requires the use of combat methods which are new in principle. The nuclear weapon is already the basis of the combat might of all services of the armed forces. Creating the advantage over the enemy in this weapon and methods of its use is the most important task in the building up of the armed forces in peacetime as well as during the course of a war. It must be taken into account in this that in creating an advantage of strategic nuclear weapons at the present time, the main significance is attained not by the quantitative side but by the qualitative exponents of the combat peculiarities of these weapons and the methods of their use. Editor's Note 160. According to the American National Security Council, the United States and the Soviet Union now have huge stockpiles of nuclear ammunition of varying caliber and designation. The American scientists Harrison Brown and James Reel in the brochure The Society of Fear wrote that the United States and the USSR together have stockpiles of explosive materials, the destructive power of which is equivalent to approximately 30 billion tons of TNT, or about 10 tons for each inhabitant on the Earth. At the present time, the stores of nuclear weapons have grown even more and will continue to build up even more. In such a situation, of course, the deciding factor will be not the quantity but the quality of the nuclear weapons, the means for delivering them to their targets, and the methods of using them. The enormous scale of the devastating and destructive effect of nuclear weapons of unlimited range and the complexities of battle with ballistic missiles have contributed basically to the fact that in the military theoretical literature, Editor's Note 161, the opinion is becoming more and more prevalent that it is possible to use nuclear weapons alone to achieve the aims of war, as if no other combat means can play any significant role. According to the adherents to these opinions, massive strikes of the nuclear weapon can disrupt the economy and disorganize the vital processes of even the greatest countries to such an extent that other types of military operations will not be of any real consequence. For example, Professor Bernard Brodie, the well-known author of many articles and books on military strategy and an employee of the Rand Corporation, writes, "When we say that strategic bombing will be decisive, we mean that if it occurs on the grand scale that existing forces make possible, other kinds of military operations are likely to prove both unfeasible and superfluous." Starting from this thesis, he pushes strongly for preventive war against the Soviet Union and suggests the concept of a preemptive strike as a version of such a war. This concept is highly dangerous not only to the Soviet Union but to all mankind, because American militarism from day to day becomes more insolent and spreads openly across America, publicly proclaiming that complete eradication of the Soviet system must become the national goal of the United States. It is well known that nuclear weapons have terrible devastating might and destructive power, that they are able, with one blow, to erase from the face of the earth entire countries with small, Editor's Note 162 territories. Enormous damage can also be done in large countries, especially when massive nuclear strikes are made against the most densely populated industrial regions. However, in order to completely defeat an enemy, it is necessary to eliminate his ability to resist, to destroy Editor's Note 163, his means of nuclear attack, and to eliminate his naval bases. These problems can be solved only by complete defeat of the enemy's armed forces and by seizure of his territories. Editor's Note 164. It is not possible to accomplish all these tasks with nuclear weapons alone. Other types of weapons will also be needed, as well as different kinds of fighting equipment. In particular, in a future war, one may expect the employment of chemical and bacteriological weapons, the development of which is being given great attention in the Western countries, especially the United States. The wide introduction into the armed forces of radioelectronic equipment and its wide use in all areas raises the question of war in the ether, electronic warfare. This struggle is based on the use of radioelectronics, which is directed, on the one hand, to completely cancel or to limit the effectiveness of enemy radioelectronic equipment, and on the other hand, to assure successful use of one's own radioelectronic equipment and protect it from jamming by the enemy. One of the main missions of such warfare is to disrupt the direction and control of troops and weapons by active radio interference and destruction of the enemy's most important radiotechnical systems and installations. This involves, destruction or jamming of the electronic fuses of bombs and missiles by radiation, interception of radio signals and creation of interference in the radio-electronic equipment of enemy airplanes and missiles, interdiction of enemy use of radio-electronic equipment for aerial reconnaissance, navigation, bombing, and guiding of missiles in flight, and the disruption of the working of the enemy's ground radio-electronic means used for directing troops. Merely to list the uses of radioelectronics indicates what a large scope may be assumed by the campaign against the radioelectronic systems and resources of the enemy and defense of one's own radioelectronic resources from interference and jamming by the enemy, and how serious the consequences of these measures can be. Therefore, the development of radioelectronic devices has by now acquired the same important significance as the development of nuclear rocket weapons, which, by the way, cannot be used without radioelectronic equipment. Along with the development of new types of weapons, conventional weapons, which still have not lost their combat capabilities and can be widely used in local wars as well as in a world war for solving the most diverse problems both independently and in conjunction with new types of weapons, continue and apparently will continue to be developed and improved. These are the outlined tendencies in the development of modern armament and other military equipment. These tendencies allow certain assumptions to be made about the paths of development of the armed forces and about the main directions in their build-up. The advent of nuclear rocket weapons and the development of aviation and other means of armed conflict have, as we have already indicated, again brought to life the notorious theory of the possibility of the waging of war by small but technically well-equipped armies. The advocates of such theories fail to consider that the new weapons and the new military equipment, far from reducing the requirements of the armed forces for personnel, increases them both in respect to combat personnel and in respect to support personnel. The necessity of massive armies is also occasioned by the fact that large simultaneous losses from nuclear blows require considerable reserves for the reinforcement of the troops and the restoration of their combat capacity. Furthermore, the increase in the geographic extent of the war and the creation by nuclear blows of enormous zones of destruction and radioactive contamination require a large number of troops for the defense and protection of national borders, rear targets and communications, and for the liquidation of the consequences of the atomic blows delivered by the enemy. Therefore, there can be no doubt about the fact that a future war will be waged by massive multimillion-man armed forces. It is entirely evident that massive armed forces well trained in the use of modern military equipment will be required from the very first days of war, since both the belligerent sides will be striving to achieve their strategic and military political aims in the shortest possible time. Combat activities with the vast use of nuclear weapons will develop immediately on a large scale on the ground, in the air, and at sea, and will assume a most decisive and violent nature. Under these conditions, it is hardly possible to count on a more or less protracted period of time in which to carry out complete mobilization and deployment of armed forces, as was the case in past wars. At the same time, not even a very economically strong country is able to keep its armed forces fully deployed in peacetime. Editor's Note 165. The solution to this problem would be to maintain in peacetime those armed forces which would be in a position to reach at least the nearest definite strategic war objectives before successive echelons are mobilized and put into action. It is not by chance, therefore, that the most aggressive imperialist countries, primarily the United States, West Germany, and the other NATO members, already maintain enormous armed forces at a high degree of combat readiness and surround the countries of the socialist camp with a dense ring of missile, naval, and air bases. Not only do they not reduce their armed forces, but they are continually increasing their military might, especially the means for nuclear attack. Moreover, the U.S. armed forces are on constant military alert, with nuclear rocket installations in the launching position, airborne strategic bombers carrying nuclear bombs of enormous destructive power, and nuclear submarines at sea armed with Polaris missiles. Of course, to agree to general disarmament, or even to a reduction in the armed forces would mean that the United States and her allies in the imperialist blocs would have to give up their aggressive predatory aims and their piratical policy, which is dictated by the capitalist monopolies. They will hardly do this voluntarily. They can only be forced to do this by the joint efforts of all peace-loving nations, all the forces of peace and progress. But whatever the nature of the peacetime armed forces, it will be impossible for them to achieve all their war aims even using nuclear weapons. All the same, it is necessary to mobilize troops for replacements in the peacetime armed forces, as well as for achieving the subsequent strategic war aims. This mobilization will apparently take place in part during a time of threat when international tension is mounting and will be complete during active combat operations. Editor's Note 166. At the present time, the armed forces in the majority of states are divided into services: ground forces, air forces, and naval forces. In the Soviet Union, the strategic rocket troops and the national PVO troops are also separate services of the armed forces. The reasons for the division of the armed forces into services are the peculiarities of their strategic use, the capacity of each service more or less independently to execute strategic and operational missions, the necessity of the most effective utilization of the combat potentials of the various weapons of war, and of achieving greater smoothness and efficiency in the command of troops and the organization of supply. It is bound up with the combat properties and the purpose of the various types of weapon, with the character of the combat missions executed by them and the methods of their use in combat. For purposes of the most effective utilization of the various types of weapons, each service of the armed forces is further subdivided into arms or forces and special troops. The basic principle of the organizational structure of the armed forces is the coordination of the organizational forms with the demands of war, the methods of conducting combat operations, the attainment of the most advantageous combination of combat equipment and fighting man, so as to assure a maximum effectiveness in the use of various weapons. The foundation of contemporary mass armed forces will be rockets. Editor's Note 167. They are a decisive force in the hands of the High Command, since it is primarily they who will be entrusted with achieving the main war aims: destruction of strategic and operational means of enemy nuclear attack throughout his territory, disrupting war economy, disorganizing the government and the military leadership, disrupting communications, and defeating the strategic reserves. At the same time, rocket troops will carry out a number of tasks in theaters of military operations, in particular, defeating important groupings of ground troops and aviation, destroying operational means of nuclear attack, naval forces in the regions where they are based, and supply bases, and disrupting the command and communication systems of the enemy. The solution of all these problems will create favorable conditions for successfully conducting combat operations with ground troops and other services of the armed forces, and for accomplishing the war aims. Strategic rocket troops, as compared with other services of the armed forces, possess the highest degree of combat readiness and are able, in the shortest time, to destroy and demolish enormous numbers of objectives over wide areas and at any depth, and are capable of causing the enemy irretrievable losses, and in some cases forcing him to surrender. All this places rocket troops first among other services of the armed forces and requires constant attention to their development and improvement. Regardless of whether strategic rocket troops are an independent service of the armed forces, as in our country, or whether they are a component part of other services, as in the United States, they have the main role in solving fundamental problems in a future war. Therefore, the creation and constant maintenance of quantitative and qualitative superiority over the enemy in this means of armed conflict and in methods of using it is one of the most important problems of the building of modern armed forces. The armed forces of the Editor's Note 168 biggest countries are taking this same course at the present time. In addition to the development of strategic rocket troops, nuclear rocket weapons are also being widely introduced into other services of the armed forces. While strategic rocket troops are the decisive means of the armed forces as a whole, rocket troops and rocket weapons of the other services of the armed forces are the basic means of combat for each of them. Understandably, modern missiles, like any other new weapons, require further improvement and refinement of their tactical technical properties and simplification of their use in combat. There must be further increases in effectiveness and target accuracy, shortening of the time required for getting them ready for launching, improvement of their maintenance properties and launching equipment, the development of missiles using highly efficient fuel simple in preparation and easily handled, and development of the simplest and most suitable methods, in field conditions, for delivering rockets, charges, and fuel components using all forms of transportation, including air transport. It is entirely understandable that no matter how significant the role of strategic rocket troops may be in a future war, they will still not be able to solve all of the problems of war. In order to achieve victory in war, it is still not sufficient to destroy the military potential of the aggressor, his strategic combat weapons, and his main groups of armed forces, and to destroy his government and military leadership. For final victory, it is absolutely necessary to defeat the armed forces of the enemy, capture his military bases, if for some reason they cannot be destroyed, and to seize strategically important regions. In addition, it is also necessary to defend one's own country from invasion by land, air, and naval forces. These tasks and a number of others can be performed only by modern ground troops who are reasonably strong in composition, armament, and organization. They will play a very important part in achieving the final war aims. Therefore, ground troops remain the most numerous service of the armed forces, and they will have the task of solving the main problems of war in the land theaters of military operations. The organization and composition of the ground troops are continually being modernized in accordance with the changing nature of war. The basic qualities of ground troops under modern conditions are high firepower, mobility and maneuverability, the ability to make long marches over great distances with or without roads, and adaptability of units and formations to air maneuvers. The ground troops have great striking power and are able to fight under conditions of the mass use of nuclear weapons. Principal attention in their buildup is concentrated on the development of those service arms and those types of weapons which will best assure that the troops will have the above-mentioned qualities and will correspond to the requirements and nature of a nuclear rocket war. For success in combat operations by the ground troops, it is absolutely necessary to have firepower superiority over the enemy, for which the ground troops must have those types of nuclear and conventional weapons which would allow them to destroy any targets throughout the depth of operational formation, independent of weather, visibility, or enemy countermeasures. Therefore, rocket troops gain developmental advantages in the ground troops, just as in the other services of the armed forces. In time, they will become the basic branch with the ability to destroy any objectives in the interest of achieving operational goals. Editor's Note 169. The ground forces rocket troops will be the basis of their combat might. They will be used to destroy the crucial targets and any groupings of enemy troops which have for any reason survived the nuclear missile blows of the strategic rocket troops. Thereby the way will be cleared for tank and motorized troops to carry out rapid penetration in depth. And this same arm will be able, in case of necessity, to halt the surviving advancing enemy groupings by hitting them with nuclear blows. In order to solve these problems, the rocket units of the ground troops must have sufficient numerical strength and be an independent branch having high mobility, the ability to carry out maneuvers with tank and motorized infantry troops, and to work closely, when necessary, with strategic rocket troops. Of the conventional means of fire support, ground forces need those weapons which can provide simultaneously a large mass of fire for suppressing enemy nuclear rocket weapons and his centers of resistance and for destroying tanks. Chiefly, these are rocket artillery and anti-tank rockets which, obviously, must be further developed. In the ground troops, the specific importance of tank troops will apparently be even further increased. Tanks are more resistant to the effects of nuclear weapons, possess high powers of penetration and high speed without the need for roads, and are able to accomplish fast maneuvers and make strikes in great depth. They can quickly pass through enemy zones of radioactive contamination and use the results of their nuclear strikes with the greatest effect. Tank units and larger units and formations have high artillery firepower and are able, like artillery, to destroy and overwhelm open and concealed targets. With competent organization, they are in a position not only to use effectively the results of nuclear strikes, but also with their many guns and armored strikes to remove from their path survivors of resisting enemy troops. They can make swift strikes along their flanks and to the rear and can make continuous deep penetrations. Of all the service arms, tank troops are best suited to war with nuclear rockets. However, it must be taken into account that present-day tanks have become very vulnerable to anti-tank weapons, the development of which today forestalls the development of tanks. Therefore, trends in the further improvement of tanks are to increase the protective properties of armor against anti-tank weapons and penetrating radiation, and to increase the power of their armament, rated cruising range, mobility, and maneuverability, and to increase their terrain-penetrating capabilities over soft ground. In general, the problem of increasing the speed and maneuverability of ground troops is of primary significance in contemporary circumstances. The ability of ground troops for quick motion and swift maneuvers must exceed that of past wars. To achieve victory in a future war, it is not enough to have nuclear weapons and to have means for delivering them to a target with high accuracy. It is also necessary that the ground troops be able to move into regions which have been subjected to nuclear strikes. Only when this problem has been solved can one speak of the effective use of the results of nuclear strikes by tanks and infantry for final defeat of the enemy, deployment of wide maneuvering actions, and the development of a decisive offense in depth. The old principle of combining firepower and high-speed troop mobility when they are under continuous control has taken on now new, even greater significance. Today, together with increased speed, mobility, and terrain-penetrating ability of tank troops, the necessity has arisen of providing even motorized infantry troops with fast, cross-country vehicles, which have high survivability, and with which it would be possible not only to cover great distances but also, without haste, to carry out combat operations under the most complex conditions of terrain and situation, and which, when necessary, could be airlifted together with the troops. Dismounted attack in a future war will obviously be a rare phenomenon. Destruction of the enemy will be achieved primarily by nuclear weapon fire. In close combat, when it is impossible to use nuclear weapons, the firepower of conventional weapons alone will be used, particularly that of tanks, aviation, artillery, and infantry, combined with high mobility and maneuverability. It must be borne in mind that under modern conditions success in battle and operations will often be attained by the destruction with nuclear weapons of individual enemy groupings carrying out combat operations along a wide front and in great depth, and by the swift penetration of tank and motorized infantry troops for surprise attacks along the flanks and in the rear areas against surviving and resisting enemy groupings. In addition, it must be taken into account that when carrying out maneuvers, troops may encounter in a future war insurmountable obstacles in the form of vast zones of destruction and radioactive contamination created as a result of nuclear strikes. Therefore, speed in carrying out land maneuvers at the high rates of development of modern combat operations will not always assure timely fulfillment of the mission assigned to the infantry. If we also take into account the necessity in modern operations of partial movements of troops to the enemy interior, it becomes obvious that air maneuvers will be most appropriate to the requirements of a nuclear rocket war. This is the most suitable method for accomplishing maneuvers in modern warfare. For most timely and effective use of the results of nuclear strikes, it is necessary to shift troops to the appropriate regions fast enough so that the enemy there does not have time to organize himself or to shift his troops there from other areas. Therefore, modern motorized infantry, with the exception of units and subunits with heavy weapons, must be able to be transported quickly by air over both short and long distances. This will become, for the infantry, an ordinary phenomenon such as railroad or automobile transportation, for example. Solution of the problem of transportation of tank and motorized infantry troops by air does not eliminate the necessity of having special airborne troops trained to make parachute drops, airborne landings, and to perform tasks in the enemy rear areas. Moreover, it should be expected that the role of airborne troops in the operations of a future war and their importance among ground troops will increase considerably. This can be explained by the changing nature and increased number of tasks to be performed. In the last war, airborne troops were used chiefly for support of ground troops in defeating enemy groupings, while now they must also perform independently such missions as capture and retention or destruction of nuclear missile, air force and naval bases, and other important objectives deep within the theaters of military operations. Because of the fact that tactical aviation in many armies will soon become one of the basic means of employing nuclear weapons, air defense troops take on increasing value in the ground troops. They will have the main role in repelling enemy nuclear air attacks against groupings of ground troops and rear area operation objectives. In order to solve these problems, the troops of air defense of the ground troops must have improved surface-to-air missiles in order to reliably intercept and destroy enemy airplanes and tactical missiles at sufficiently long ranges and at low and medium altitudes. Fighter Aviation A Editor's Note 170 must have such tactical technical data and such rocket and radar weapons as would allow them to positively destroy enemy aerial targets at any altitude and at ranges which would provide protection for its troops from the effects of means of enemy aerial attacks. Speaking of the development of the ground troops as a whole, it is necessary to bear in mind that it involves not only the introduction of new and the improvement of old military equipment, but also thorough improvement of the organizational structure. We know that the mobility and maneuverability of troops depend not only on the means of transportation, but also on the organization of units, the command system, the combat methods employed by them, and, Finally, the training and coordination of combat organisms and the moral political condition of the troops. A typical feature of the organizational structuring of ground forces in all advanced states at the present time is the effort to increase the maneuverability and mobility of the units and divisions with a simultaneous enhancement of their striking and firepower. This is achieved by reduction of personnel, complete motorization and mechanization, and the introduction into armament of tactical nuclear weapons with sufficient range and high degree of mobility. Due to the development of the means of air attack, particularly the nuclear rocket weapon, the role and importance of national PVO troops has increased immeasurably in the system of the armed forces. This service of the armed forces was created for the purpose of anti-air, PVO, and anti-missile, PRO, defense of the country. Its mission, in conjunction with the PVO troops of the ground forces, is to prevent penetration by enemy means of air attack into the airspace of the country and to prevent his nuclear attacks against the most important regions and objectives of the country and against groups of the armed forces, rocket troops, air and naval bases, areas of the location and organization of strategic reserves, material storage bases, control points, communications, and other important objectives. If we say that in a future war rocket troops will have the main role in making nuclear attacks on objectives throughout the enemy territory, then the national PVO troops will play the principal part in protecting the country from these attacks, in repelling enemy nuclear attack. The national PVO troops can also play a large part in safeguarding the operations of the other services of the armed forces. In order to solve these problems, the national PVO troops need highly effective means of detecting, sighting, and destroying aerial targets. Today, the backbone of the active means of air defense is the surface-to-air missile troops, whose weapons have considerable range and high accuracy for destroying enemy planes. The most important prospect for the development of the surface-to-air missiles, in addition to increased length of range, is the increase in their extreme vertical range, making it possible to destroy enemy aircraft at those distances and altitudes which would fully exclude them from using air-to-ground missiles against important targets. When account is taken of the prospects and trends in the development of strategic and tactical aircraft both in our country and abroad, it can be said that fighter aircraft will apparently play a considerable role in the air defense system of the country for the next few years. Its development with regard to increasing the speed, altitude, and range and improving missiles and radar will allow it to conduct successful combat in the future against enemy bombers. A modern air defense plane must be able to remain aloft for a long time and carry out radar patrols, and to shoot down an enemy in the air at any altitude at which he appears. The rapid development of nuclear rocket weapons and their evolution into the basic means for making nuclear strikes on objectives in the interior of a country poses a very serious problem for all countries in the matter of creating an effective anti-missile defense capable of destroying enemy ballistic missiles in the air. In principle, the technical solution of this problem has now been found. The rapid development of spacecraft and specifically of artificial Earth satellites, which can be launched for the most diverse purposes, even as vehicles for nuclear weapons, has put a new problem on the agenda, that of defense against space devices, PKO. It is still early to predict what line will be taken in the solution of this problem, but as surely as an offensive weapon is created, a defensive one will be too. Radio engineering troops acquire increasing importance in the national PVO system. They detect aerial targets and guide surface-to-air missiles and fighter aircraft to them. In order to ensure fulfillment of these missions, it is important, in the air defense system of the country, to have a continuous radar coverage with the boundary of detection as far as possible from the borders of the country and from protected targets, in order to have enough time to prepare the active weapons of PVO for repelling the enemy air attack. The radar coverage is planned so as to assure detection and guidance at all altitudes at which modern means of enemy air attacks might be used. There must be a big-scale development in the air defense system of jamming devices which can be used effectively against the guidance systems of manned and unmanned air attack weapons. The most important problem in the area of the development of PVO troops is improvement in the automation of systems for orientation, target designation, and guidance of surface-to-air missiles, fighter aircraft, and radar troops. Thus, air defense systems and equipment must be developed along the following lines: an increase in their effectiveness and reliability, an increase in the range and jamming resistance immunity to surface-to-air and aviation missile complexes, the wide introduction of automation in commanding troops in order to assure positive destruction of any aerial targets, using countermeasures at all altitudes, and with a minimum expenditure of air defense weapons. However, the development of national PVO troops must consist not only of improvement in military equipment, but also of improvement in their organizational structure, which will allow them to use their combat capabilities to the utmost. Simultaneous solution of these problems will assure the creation of a PVO and PRO system which would be insurmountable by all modern means of enemy air attack, or at least would reduce to a minimum the possibility of breakthrough to protected objectives. Today, the Air Force is a special situation. In recent years, there has been keen competition between the bomber, the missile, and air defense weapons. In this competition, air defense weapons have gained a great advantage over bomber aviation. Long-range bombers, whose flight it is practically impossible to conceal, given the modern radar reconnaissance resources, have become especially vulnerable. In covering great distances at relatively low flight speeds, long-range bombers will often be forced to be in an air defense zone for extended periods of time, which seriously complicates their carrying out combat operations. Consequently, the missions of destruction of targets deep in the enemy's territory will be executed more reliably by the strategic rocket troops. True, air-to-ground type missiles with range up to 400 to 600 kilometers and more have been developed on a broad scale abroad. This is considerably expanding the capacities of long-range bombers, which are beginning to be converted into rocket carriers capable of delivering blows at enemy targets without entering the zone of his air defense. Thus, for example, the Hound Dog missile, range of about 800 kilometers, has been incorporated into the U.S. Strategic Air Force's arsenal, and in England the Blue Steel missile, range 600-1000 kilometers, is being developed. But even in this case, the strategic bomber aircraft cannot regain its lost importance. Its speed is too low as compared with that of ballistic missiles. A considerable portion of the missions formerly executed by frontal, tactical, bombers are also beginning to be handed over to operational tactical missiles. But even this type of aircraft has not entirely exhausted its combat potential. The arming of bombers and fighter bombers with various classes of missiles enables them to operate successfully on the battlefield and to execute successfully enough combat missions in support of ground forces, especially in zones with a weak anti-aircraft defense. Furthermore, there are many specific missions, for example the destruction of moving targets, which can be executed more successfully by bombers or fighter bombers than by missiles. The further improvement of aircraft missile equipment may considerably increase the effectiveness of action of bomber aircraft on the battlefield. But evidently the nature of their missions and the method of execution of these missions will be correspondingly changed. The combat potential of frontal fighter and fighter bomber aircraft enable them effectively to support ground troops on the battlefield and, in conjunction with surface-to-air missile troops, will be able to carry out missions of covering troop concentrations and important objectives from attack by enemy aircraft deep within the service areas of a front. But for this, they must have greater speed and altitude than the enemy. Frontal aviation could be especially effective in destroying the enemy's means of nuclear attack, primarily rockets, on the battlefield. Applying the method of sweep tactics and using even conventional weapons, it is able to disorganize the actions of enemy rocket troops, and if not frustrate, at least seriously decrease the effectiveness of their nuclear attacks. Aircraft have the important mission of aerial reconnaissance for all services of the armed forces, especially rocket troops. Hence, means of reconnaissance aviation are continually being improved in the directions of increasing their capacity to detect enemy targets at high speeds and altitudes at any time of day and in any weather, and automatically transmit the reconnaissance data directly from the plane to the appropriate headquarters over great distances. As has already been stated, modern war imposes especially high requirements on air transport. High load carrying capacity, the ability to accomplish mass troop movements and carry huge loads over any distances using the most primitive landing fields, and even without landing fields, remain the most important of these requirements. Speaking of the development of aviation as a whole, it should be acknowledged that it has still not exhausted completely its combat possibilities and prospects in modern war. Taking into account the trends in the development of missiles and radio-electronic equipment, the further improvement of aviation, its adaptation to airdromeless bases, and improvement of technical and flying qualities can considerably increase its combat capabilities in performing missions on the battlefield and in operations in the theaters of military operations. Long-range bomber craft, armed with long-range missiles, retain the capacity of delivering independent blows to enemy targets, especially at sea and in the ocean, but also on the coast and in the deep areas of the enemy territory. At least for the immediate future, the Air Force will still retain likewise such combat missions as joint operations with ground and naval forces, especially the conduct of aerial reconnaissance, landing of troops and transport of material, evacuation of wounded and sick, and assurance of communications. The direction in the building of naval forces, as in all other services of the armed forces, is determined not only by the nature of weapons and other military equipment, but also by those missions which they will be designated to perform in a future war. Imperialist countries with aggressive policies directed against the USSR and the other socialist countries are directing the main efforts in the development of their navies to the building of offensive forces, and in the first instance aircraft carriers and missile-carrying submarines which are able to make nuclear attacks on important objectives in coastal regions, as well as deep within the territory of the socialist camp. Editor's Note 171. At the same time, the Navy will keep such important tasks as combating the enemy's naval forces on the sea and at bases, and also disrupting his ocean and sea transport. These problems can be solved most effectively by submarines and planes armed with nuclear rocket weapons and torpedoes. A certain number of surface ships are also necessary to safeguard the activities of submarines and to perform secondary missions, such as protection of naval communication lanes and coordination with ground troops in operations carried out in coastal regions. The most important features which submarines should have are high autonomy, high speed, the ability to fire missiles when submerged, a reasonably large supply of missiles and torpedoes, high protective capabilities and particularly great depth and speed of submersion, and the ability to remain submerged for long periods of time. These features allow submarine forces to make nuclear rocket strikes against coastal objectives and to engage in successful combat with the navy of the enemy. Naval aviation must be able to attack enemy warships at sea at a distance at which they will not be able to use their aircraft carrier forces and missiles for attacking targets in the socialist countries. In addition, naval aviation will be called upon to destroy enemy transportation at sea and at their bases. In order to safeguard naval combat operations, it is necessary to have sufficient reconnaissance and anti-submarine aircraft, and also special anti-submarine (PLO) and air defense (PVO) ships, radar patrol ships, minesweepers, etc. Account must also be taken, in the development and organization of the Navy, of the problem of assuring joint operations with ground troops and, primarily, the mission of bringing ashore amphibious landing forces. The organizational structure of the fleet must correspond to the projected methods of combat at sea and to the requirements of a future war. When speaking of the building of the armed forces as a whole and of each service separately, it must be taken into account that the most important principle of Soviet military art, victory in war by the combined forces of all services of the armed forces and of all means of armed conflict with maximum utilization of all their combat capabilities, remains in force at the present time. Therefore, the requirement of the need for developing and improving all services of the armed forces and service arms, their armaments, equipment, organization, and training must serve as the foundation for building the armed forces. However, the main emphasis must be placed on those forces and means of armed conflict which will be used for solving the chief problems and achieving the main aims of war, i.e., to develop primarily those forces and weapons which will play the most active role in the war. In a future nuclear rocket war, this force and these resources will be the strategic rocket troops and the nuclear rockets in all the other services of the armed forces, and they must be given preference. It is self-evident that, in the course of the war, the role and relative importance of the services of the armed forces, their branches and their armament must vary in accordance with the course of the war itself and the nature of the missions which the troops will perform during its individual stages. These, in our opinion, are the basic courses to be taken in the building of the armed forces. They are determined by the present-day military-political situation, economic factors, and the development of armament and other military equipment. These lines of development are more or less characteristic of all highly developed countries at the present time. However, it must be borne in mind that trends in the development of armed forces are not constant. They always undergo, and will undergo in the future, various changes depending upon the changes in the military-political situation, economic factors, and the development of technical means of waging war. In military strategy, Timely study and consideration of these changes must be made when determining the organizational structure of the armed forces and methods of waging war. In the building of the armed forces of the USSR, it is also necessary to consider all the trends of development in enemy armed forces in order that there be a countermeasure for each new type of weapon developed by the enemy. The main thing here is to have continual superiority over the enemy in the basic services of the armed forces and in the basic means and methods of warfare. It is especially necessary to have continual superiority over the enemy in firepower, mobility, and maneuverability. But to have technically well-equipped armed forces still does not mean that all of the problems of their development have been solved. It is necessary that the armed forces completely master this equipment and that they be able to use it skillfully in war in order to achieve victory with minimum human losses. Military equipment can be quickly restored and put back to service. New equipment can be produced, but it is impossible to replace loss of personnel. Therefore, the constant improvement and perfection of the combat skill of the troops is an immutable law for the armed forces. The crucial principle of instruction is to teach the troops what they need for war, to prepare them for operations in the complex and difficult situation of a future war. The successful solution of this problem is possible only on condition of a strict observance of the principle of the unity of military and political instruction and training, the instilling into all the personnel of the armed forces of a high degree of communist conviction and devotion to the discharge of their military duty. The most important quality of the armed forces under modern conditions is their high combat readiness and their ability to immediately initiate and conduct combat operations in any, even the most difficult, situation in the event war is unleashed by an aggressor. This is assured by the entire system of the building of the armed forces, the necessary staffing of personnel and modern military equipment, in unity and formations, and by maintaining a high morale and combat spirit among personnel. Troops must be constantly well prepared for action under conditions when all modern destructive means, especially nuclear weapons, might be used. Troop location must ensure the fastest possible combat deployment. High combat readiness of the armed forces is also assured by the early creation of a system of troop command which will satisfy the requirements of modern war, by highly trained commanders and command elements, and by their ability to accomplish firm and continuous command of troop combat activities. Editor's Note 172. Editor's Comments in Chapter 6. Following the discussion of the nature of modern war and the organization of the armed forces in the past chapter, the editors of Military Strategy next consider methods of conducting warfare. In the first two editions of this book, Chapter 6 contained 4 sections. 1. Development of methods of warfare. 2. War plans of the imperialists and their possible method for initiating a new war. 3. Methods for conducting modern warfare. And 4. Problems of using outer space for military purposes. As already noted, 2 of these sections have been moved to Chapter 2. These were the second section listed above. War plans of the imperialists and their possible method for initiating a new war, and the problems of using outer space for military purposes. Insofar as the latter section is concerned, the Soviets could not admit to designs of using outer space for military purposes since the signing of the Test Ban Treaty. Still wanting the subject discussed, but without any motives attributed to themselves, they have placed this section under the military strategy of the imperialist countries. Therefore, this chapter, Methods of Conducting Warfare, consists of 2 sections, 1. Methods of conducting past wars, and 2. Methods of conducting modern war. In these 2 sections, 9 of the pages are completely new to the 3rd edition. In the first edition of Military Strategy, the editors had noted that Soviet military strategy should study methods of conducting both world and local wars. The 3rd edition is more specific. The scale of war must be taken into consideration, whether it is war, or limited, local, civil, or national liberation. Whether it has been unleashed by a surprise attack or by the gradual involvement in the war of separate countries, and whether the aggressor uses nuclear weapons in the very beginning of the war or in the course of its waging. This added paragraph follows, in general, the stated purpose given in the foreword to the 3rd edition is that more light has been shed upon the question of categories of war in the modern age. The first section, Methods of Conducting Past Wars, starts out with but slight changes from the earlier 2 editions. In the latter part of the section, the 3rd edition introduces the post-World War II period, Readers are told that new weapons brought about radical changes in the methods of waging war up to and including a complete revolution in all areas of military art. The section ends with a paragraph explaining the importance of studying Soviet military theoretical writings. During peacetime, when there is an absence of combat experience, military science and theoretical foresight possess decisive significance in developing the methods to conduct an armed conflict. Military theory must outstrip the development of the means of armed conflict, actively influence their development, and, at the proper time, determine the changes in the methods of conducting armed conflict. In considering the statement by these Soviet military theoreticians that military theory must outstrip the development of the means for armed conflict, the reader should turn to the first edition of Military Strategy. 1962. The Soviet editors made references to anti-missile defense, and to PKO, anti-space defense. At that time, it was highly unlikely that the Soviets actually had the hardware to go with the concepts discussed. The most significant changes to this chapter are in the second section entitled Methods of Conducting Modern War. The editors note that classical military art was based on the principle that the chief objectives of the actions of a combat means were the armed forces, the ground force groupings, the naval forces, and aviation deployed in the theaters of war. The next paragraph points out that under modern conditions, the situation has radically changed. The presence of nuclear charges of unprecedented destructive power and rockets as the means of delivering these charges to the targets makes it possible instantly, in a matter of minutes and hours, to destroy any objective in enemy territory. After a short discussion of nuclear rocket strikes, a one-sentence paragraph is added. This principle has now become indisputable. It is accepted as the basis of official military doctrine by the most aggressive imperialistic states. This statement is of added interest to those who follow Soviet military writings. The entire section on methods of conducting modern war is very similar to an article Marshal Sokolovskiy and General Major Cherednichenko co-authored and published in April 1966 entitled Contemporary Military Strategy. The Soviet editors attempt to attribute concepts for waging nuclear war only to the most aggressive imperialistic states is not likely to be believed, even by the Soviet reader. The theme continues. In the discussion of nuclear warfare, various schemes are attributed to the United States. Soviet readers are told other schemes are also being advanced. One massive nuclear strike lasting several days and negotiations over a peaceful settlement, if that appears possible. A limited war, regulated, controlled, nuclear strikes, military operations in the theaters using nuclear weapons and simultaneous negotiations, etc. After discussing these various nuclear models attributed to theoreticians in the United States, the editors finally note that, from the multitude of concrete situations, it is necessary to choose the most probable and construct schemes for solving its theoretical and practical problems. After this, the Soviets conclude that, in nuclear world war, the initial phase will be of particular significance. The nuclear missile weapons and other new means of combat sharply increase the possibilities of a surprise attack. This is followed by the assertion that possibilities of averting a surprise attack are constantly growing. Present means of reconnaissance, detection, and surveillance can, in the very first minutes, locate the mass launch of missiles and the takeoff of aircraft and warn the political leadership of the country about the impending danger. Thus, possibilities exist not to allow a surprise attack by an aggressor, to deliver nuclear strikes to him at the right time. The editors state that the military leaders of the major imperialist countries plan the delivery of massive strikes, with the aim of inflicting decisive defeat on the socialist countries. These plans must be countered, above all, by the strategic nuclear forces and strategic defense forces, which would assure the frustration of the aggressive intentions of the enemy and his complete destruction by subsequent operations. In all three editions, the authors note that the most effective conduct of modern warfare depends on the solution to the questions of the types of strategic operations and the specific nature of their manifesti. In the third edition, the editors have added, around these questions there are polemics. But in essence, the argument is about the basic method of conducting future war. Will it be a land war with the use of nuclear weapons as a means of supporting the operations of the ground troops, or a war that is essentially new, where the main means of solving strategic tasks will be the nuclear rocket weapon? No specific attempt is made to answer this provocative question, and not a single new sentence or paragraph is added to the remainder of the chapter. The discussion on methods of conducting modern war continues in detail for another 22 pages and is identical to that in the first two editions. Chapter 6. Methods of Conducting Warfare. Editor's Note 173. The successes of the socialist economy, science, and technology have allowed the Soviet Union to create a qualitatively new material technical base for equipping the armed forces with the latest armaments and to carry out their radical reorganization. However, for the decisive defeat of an aggressor, it is not sufficient to have modern means of armed combat. It is also necessary that the armed forces know how to use these weapons effectively for solving military, political, and strategic problems, or, in other words, it is necessary to develop and assimilate the most modern methods of conducting armed combat. History knows of many examples in which governments with powerful and well-equipped armed forces suffered defeat in wars due to the fact that they had not mastered effective methods of waging war. The term "the methods of waging war" is used to indicate the aggregate of the procedures for waging military operations, the forms and methods of using the means of struggle, the armed forces as a whole, the services of the armed forces and the service arms, operational commands, formations and units, for fulfilling the political, military, strategic, operational, and tactical tasks. The methods of waging war depend on the social and governmental structure of the country, the degree of drawing into the war the productive forces of the government, the general nature of the armed forces, their structure and level of technical equipping. Marxism-Leninism teaches that the basic factor which determines the development of the methods of waging war in military art is the creation and the introduction into the armed forces of new means of combat, new weapons, and new combat equipment, while this in turn depends on the state of the economy, the level of production, and the degree of scientific development. Engels has noted that achievements in technology almost forcibly, often against the will of the military command, have caused changes and even revolutions in the methods for conducting battle. The roots of any war should be sought in the economic and political structure of the society, but they are not generated automatically and spontaneously by the economy. Each war is deliberately prepared for by classes and governments according to specific political aims, and therefore the methods for conducting war, as all military art, depend on those political goals which these classes and governments pursue in war, on the balance of power in the world, and on the international political situation. The methods of conducting war are also greatly influenced by geographical conditions under which military operations arise and develop. Finally, the methods of unleashing and the scale of the war must be taken into consideration. Whether it is world or limited, local, civil or national liberation, whether it has been unleashed by a surprise attack or by the gradual involvement in the war of separate countries, and whether the aggressor uses nuclear weapons in the very beginning of the war or in the course of its waging. Only by taking into account all the aforementioned factors and conditions can the methods of waging war be correctly determined and skillfully applied in each concrete instance. In order to explain the conditionality and the basic historical tendencies in the development of the methods of conducting war, which should also be taken into account under present-day conditions, it is necessary, if only in general outline, to discuss historical experience and to extract the most important lessons of history in this field of military art. Methods of conducting past wars. Wars originated with the division of society into classes as a means of solving irreconcilable contradictions between classes and have accompanied the development of mankind throughout the ages. Under capitalism, wars became a constant phenomenon, acquiring unforeseen scope and violence. World wars are monsters bred by imperialism. No other ruling class has committed such crimes against mankind as the capitalist class, the class of exploiters. Therefore, it would be well to analyze briefly the development of the methods of the most important wars, if just from the beginning of the 20th century to our day. Of all the wars of the era of imperialism, in size, cruelty, and influence on the development of methods of waging war, the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905, and especially the First World War, 1914 to 1918, might be selected. The Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905, on the one hand, was an example of the treacherous predatory strategy of Japanese imperialism, and on the other hand it demonstrated the rottenness of the Russian autocracy and the economic and political backwardness of Tsarist Russia, which led to indecision of its military strategy and conservatism in the selection of the combat methods. The preparation of Russia for war was slipshod, although the government had information on the active preparation of Japan for a military attack. The technical equipment of the Russian army was at a low level. The army was trained for frontal attack in closed skirmish formations without sufficient fire preparation, while in the armies of a number of countries the infantry deployed for attack in skirmish formation and maneuvered on the battlefield. The war caught the Russian command by surprise. By the start of the war, the Russian armed forces had not been deployed. The troops were scattered over a vast territory, including Manchuria, the Maritime and Amur regions, and the Transbaikal. It was planned to conclude deployment of the infantry only 6 months after the start of military operations. Gross miscalculations occurred in the dispersion of the naval forces. The main forces of the 1st Squadron, based at Port Arthur, were not free for operational maneuvers. The forces in Vladivostok were weak. Individual ships were scattered in ports of Korea and China. The 2nd Squadron was located at ports in the Baltic Sea. Having prepared for war, Japan achieved great superiority over Russia. She had basically completed her intended program for buildup of the armed forces, particularly the Navy. By the start of the war, Japan had prepared for landing in Manchuria and Korea vast forces of ground troops, and her fleet was more advantageously deployed. Japan first of all strove for naval superiority, and then began the landing of ground troops. Russia, in essence, gave up command of the Sea of Japan without a fight. This permitted Japan to begin the landing of her armies in Korea and on the Liaotung Peninsula undisturbed. Despite the concentration of sufficient forces of the Russian army, the Russian commander, General Kuropatkin, intended to shift to offensive operations only after final concentration and deployment of the Russian army had been accomplished 6 months after the start of the war. Thus, the initiative in the land-based theater of operations was voluntarily handed over to the Japanese. The strategy of the Russian army in the land theater in this war was distinguished by extreme passiveness, by a defensive plan of operations, by the commitment of troops piecemeal in going over to the offensive, and underestimation of the role of artillery support, which greatly reduced the results of the offensive operations. The war also demonstrated the backwardness of Russian naval art at that time. The Russo-Japanese War introduced many innovations into methods of waging war. In this war, there appeared the rudiments of the positional means of armed combat. Use was made of machine guns and magazine-loading rifles, which reinforced the defense. The troops began to dig in and to create a solid defense front over a vast area. This hindered turning movements and envelopment, and therefore it was necessary for the advancing troops to break through the defense front, where it was necessary to overcome with artillery the firepower of the enemy. The basic types of military action were offense and defense, but withdrawal was also employed. Great battles developed in the naval theaters. The basis of the naval combat operations was the firepower of large surface ships, battleships, and cruisers. The forms of armed conflict became complicated. The general battle left the scene, and a new form of armed conflict took its place, the long campaign, consisting of a number of battles or operations, conducted simultaneously or in succession. For the conduct of operations in the Russo-Japanese War, groups of forces were created consisting of armies, corps, and detachments, and, in the Navy, of squadrons and detachments. The Russo-Japanese War gave birth to the Army Operation and Squadron Operations. The next step in the development of combat methods was World War I. A great influence on the development of methods of conducting this war was exerted by the strategic views of the representatives of the German General Staff, Schlieffen and Moltke, who were spokesmen for the aggressive aspirations of German imperialism. Both sides considered that the war would be short and expected that their plans would be fulfilled by an offensive, and as the result of a general battle. Defense was considered almost a disgrace. Through all this appeared the inability of the general staffs of the belligerent nations to foresee the nature, scope, and methods of conducting war. The main events of World War I developed on continental Europe, on the Western and Eastern fronts. Even the first few months of the war showed the errors of pre-war opinions relative to methods of waging war. By the end of 1914, it was evident that the war would not be a short one, as the general staffs had thought. The war became drawn out and exhausting. Continuous fronts developed, first in the west, then in the east. When maneuvers had ceased and the war became stabilized in the west, Germany directed her main efforts against the eastern front. The Russian army was forced to go on the defensive. First, the Germans succeeded in breaking through the Russian front and achieved some successes, but by the end of 1915, the front was also constrained by stabilized warfare from the Baltic Sea to Romania. Thus, the positional form of combat, first employed in the Russo-Japanese War, predominated in World War I. The machine gun and the magazine-loading rifle made the defense stronger than the offense. The battlefield became empty, the infantry dug in. Troops covered the entire front and created a multi-zone, multi-position defense consisting of trenches and communications trenches, surrounded by barbed wire. A frontal breakthrough became the only way to overcome such defense. Both sides sought the most diverse methods and means for breaking through, if only on an operational scale. But this problem was not solved during World War I due to the imperfections of the weapons of suppression and destruction. First, belligerents attempted to solve the breakthrough problem by artillery and mortars, a recent innovation. Before the breakthrough, the enemy was softened up with artillery fire, sometimes for 7 days. But the result was a breakthrough in only 1 or 2 positions, since the defenders could regroup their forces in a new position and the offensive came to naught. The German imperialists, despite international convention, attempted to escape from the cul-de-sac of stabilized combat by chemical means. The British and French attempted to solve the breakthrough problem by means of a new weapon, tanks. However, neither of these means had yet become a strategic weapon and had no significant effect on the problem of breakthrough of the positional front. True, the Russian army achieved some results in penetrating static positions in the summer of 1916 on the southwestern front. However, operational successes were not translated into strategic successes because the Tsar's Stavka did not consider the southwestern sector to be the main sector, and the front was not supplied with ammunition. Gradually, the armed conflict on this sector took on a static form. Thus, World War I remained positional, in essence, to the end. Military operations in naval theaters in World War I were of secondary importance. The belligerents entered the war considering that the basic means of naval combat were large surface ships, battleships, and cruisers. During the war, a number of so-called cruiser operations were conducted, the fate of which was determined by the firepower from groups of surface vessels. But even at the very beginning of the war, a new means of naval combat, submarines, demonstrated their high combat efficiency. At the beginning of 1915, Germany unleashed a merciless submarine war against her enemies. In 1917, the operations of German submarines placed Britain in a precarious position. World War I showed the vast potential of submarines for combat in naval theaters of operations. During World War I, both sides also used aviation to a great extent. It was used, in addition to the artillery, as infantry support and also for aerial reconnaissance. Germany even tried to deliver air raids to the rear areas of Britain and France, first with dirigibles and then with planes. However, the British air defenses and, to a certain extent, those of France, were more effective than Germany's airstrikes, and therefore Britain and France did not have too much to fear from German aviation. On the whole, aircraft had no noticeable influence on the means of waging war, since aircraft were far from perfect. At the same time, World War I showed the enormous prospects for the development of aviation and the possibility of using it to strike deep in the enemy's interior. This war also saw the start of air defense weapons. Thus, World War I introduced many new features into combat methods. General battle as a means of attaining basic military objectives became a thing of the past. War became prolonged and mass multimillion-man armed forces and vast amounts of military equipment were used. Many campaigns, consisting of land and naval operations, were necessary to attain the military objectives. The main objective of the military operations was the armed forces in the theater of operations. The war bore the nature of mutual annihilation of troops on the battlefield or naval forces at sea. In this war, attempts were made to destroy the economy and the system of governmental control by means of submarine activity for sea communications and airstrikes. The basic forms of strategic operations were offense and defense in the land theaters of operations and the firepower of surface vessels at sea. Strategic offense was conducted mainly during a brief period of maneuvers. Then defense took over and the belligerents went on the strategic defensive. In World War I, the forms of armed combat received their furthest development. Along with army operations, which became considerably more complex, front operations, army group operations in the West, as well as fleet operations appeared. Front operations were distinguished by their large scale, large amount of participating forces and equipment, and the accomplishment of large-scale missions in armed combat. Each front operation consisted of army operations, and the latter, of a number of battles by formations and units. During World War I, the Great October Socialist Revolution occurred in Russia. Experience in the preparation for and conducting of armed uprising during the days of the October Revolution had a serious effect on the development of the means for conducting armed combat. Editor's Note 174. Immediately after the victory of the October Revolution, international imperialism, together with Russian counter-revolutionaries, prepared for a military assault on Soviet Russia. In 1918, the imperialists, without declaring war, began military intervention, starting the Civil War, which lasted 3 years and which cost our people dearly. The Civil War was an extremely just war, the highest form of class struggle, a continuation of the policy of the proletariat in a socialist revolution, the policy of the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the landowners. Editor's Note 175. The armed conflict covered a vast territory. The armed forces of the interventionists and the White Guardists occupied a peripheral position throughout the war, allowing them to communicate with the outside world, to obtain arms and equipment, and to make concentric strikes at our country. The Soviet Republic occupied the central position. It was blocked on all sides, but its army could maneuver in internal operational directions. There was no solid front, and operational units and groups operated within broad zones. However, forces and weapons were concentrated in the main directions and in the most important regions. In the Civil War, large formations of infantry and cavalry clashed. Fighting took place primarily for cities, railroad centers, and important regions and objectives. The attack was often mounted along the railroad lines. The military operations were distinguished by their high mobility, and extensive use was made of turning movements, envelopments, gains into the enemy rear and flanks, brief battles, and pursuit of the enemy. An important role in the Civil War and in the destruction of the interventionists was played by the cavalry, which, in the hands of the front command, was a mobile means for carrying out deep strikes in the main directions. The breakthrough of the enemy's organized defenses was most often made by infantry units and groups, but often this task was given to the cavalry. After breakthrough, the cavalry proceeded to the enemy rear and conducted military maneuvers with full scope. However, breakthrough of the enemy defense was not always used. The lack of a solid front made it possible for large groups of offensive troops, particularly the cavalry, to maneuver to the enemy flank and rear. Armored trains, river, and lake flotillas played an important role in these maneuvers. During the Civil War, partisan combat received unprecedented scope. Partisan warfare was of the most diverse forms, from surprise attacks by small detachments and diversionary operations to large-scale operations with partisan armies. The Civil War gave birth to strategic operations which were conducted by one or two fronts and were concluded with the accomplishment of the war's strategic missions. The operations of the Civil War differed to a considerable degree from operations of World War I. The scale of operations was increased, width of zone, depth, and tempo. Maneuverability of troops increased sharply, and the results of combat operations were increased. As a whole, the Civil War made an essential contribution to the development of the means and forms of armed conflict. Soviet military art, born during the Civil War, was the most advanced military art of its time. The Soviet Republic had vast superiority over the interventionists and White Guardists in the methods of waging war and in military art. World War II gave great impetus to the development of combat methods. World War II, prepared by world imperialism and unleashed by its most warmongering misanthropic cliques, Fascist Germany in the West and militaristic Japan in the East, involved 61 countries, almost twice as many as in World War I. Military operations were conducted over a territory which was more than 5 times as large as that of World War I. The armed forces of the belligerent countries included over 100 million men. Practically the entire economy of the belligerents was devoted to fulfilling military requirements. World War II continued for 6 years. The armed conflict, particularly on the Soviet-German front, was of an unparalleled fierce and bloody nature. The basic strategy of Fascist Germany utilized the ideas of Schlieffen and Siegt on massed attack, Ludendorff's theory of total war, which envisaged not only the defeat of the armed forces of the enemy, but also the annihilation of the population, industry, transport, and cities. De Hett's theory of war in the air, and the mechanization and tank theories of Fuller and Guderian. All these ideas were concentrated in Hitler's theory of the Blitzkrieg, the lightning war. The ringleaders of the Hitler Bloc devoted special attention to surprise attack in order to stun the enemy, to paralyze his will to resist, and to use to the utmost the advantages of an attacking side. The level of development of the combat means on the eve of World War II, and the fact that the Axis powers had at their disposal large air forces and armored troops, made possible their considerable successes in the first part of the war as a result of surprise attack against unprepared enemies. The countries of the fascist bloc managed to forestall their enemies in converting their economies to military production and assured a higher level of technological equipping of their armed forces with the required materials. The forestalling of the deployment of the armed forces was particularly significant in this war. Fascist Germany deployed her armies beforehand and in secret. At the moment of attack, her troops were completely combat-ready and in the respective strategic and operational organization. The main forces were grouped along the main offensive lines. The same was true of Japan. This gave the aggressive countries great military advantages at the start of the war. In counterbalance to this, the Western Allies set up a timid defensive plan of war, very approximate, and not supported with the necessary forces and weapons. The bet that the fascist bloc would first attack the USSR turned out to be groundless. The imminent threat of the Second World War forced the Soviet Union to take measures to prepare the country to repel aggression. In the pre-war years, the reorganization of the Red Army had taken place, increasing its number, really strengthening the military technical power, beginning the rearmament and creation of formations of tanks and motorized units. However, the Soviet Union did not succeed in accumulating sufficient material and technical reserves for waging a large war with the imperialist aggressors. War was unleashed against the USSR by Fascist Germany with a surprise massive raid on our airfields, means of air defense, towns and villages, railroad stations, river crossings, troop regions, and control points, to a depth of 300 to 400 kilometers. This combined surprise attack of unusual strength caused enormous losses to our aviation and our ground troops, overwhelmed our weak air defense, and disorganized movement along railroads and highways in the border zone. The enemy at the beginning of the war was able to take the strategic initiative and achieve air superiority. The rapid penetration of German troops deep within our territory extremely hindered the mobilization and deployment of units and formations, particularly in the border regions of Lithuania, Belorussia, and the Ukraine, and also disrupted our economy in these regions. The Great Patriotic War from the very beginning posed extremely crucial and complex problems for the Soviet armed forces. To stop the enemy, to bleed white the fascist shock groups, to take the strategic initiative away from the enemy, and to protect the vital centers and regions of the country. It was necessary to deploy the armed forces, mount an attack, evacuate industrial materials and material from the threatened regions, expand military production in order to defeat Hitler's planned Blitzkrieg, and create conditions for a basic turning point in the course of the war. The accomplishment of these tasks required a long, bloody struggle. The enemy was stopped in the Battle of Moscow, his plans for a blitzkrieg were frustrated, and conditions were created for the Red Army to counterattack only by the end of 1941. The successful counteroffensive at Moscow and the defeat of Hitler's troops in the main western strategic direction indicated that the fascist German plan had miscarried, that the myth of the invincibility of the German army had been exploded, and that the strategic initiative had been taken by the Red Army. However, the outcome of the initial phase of the war, as a whole, was not in our favor. The main cause of our defeats at the start of the Great Patriotic War was the fact that Fascist Germany had a number of temporary advantages over the USSR. Germany had a more powerful material technical foundation and forestalled the USSR in converting its economy to a war footing. The armed forces of the enemy were better equipped and had the necessary military experience. Germany selected a favorable time for attacking the USSR when almost all of Europe was under the heel of fascism. Hitler could freely employ his main forces against the USSR at a time when the Soviet Union was all alone. Germany used the advantages of surprise attack. Titanic efforts on the labor and fighting fronts were needed by the Soviet people and their armed forces and, most of all, much time, to surpass the enemy in military, technical, and economic power. Japan, like Germany, unleashed war in the Pacific with a surprise attack. At a time convenient for herself, Japan attacked the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor without warning and with one blow seriously weakened U.S. forces in the Pacific. At the same time and in the same manner, Japan attacked the Philippines and Hong Kong, invaded the territory of Thailand and the Malacca Peninsula, and captured a number of U.S. bases in the Pacific. The Anglo-American bloc suffered serious losses in the Pacific. This was the result of the surprise Japanese attack, the unpreparedness of the Anglo-American bloc for war, and the passive defense strategy of this bloc at the beginning of the war with Japan. Despite the great results attained at the start of World War II, Japan could not achieve victory. She could not destroy the Anglo-American bases and force the United States to capitulate. The war became protracted. Editor's Note 176. Despite the fact that the war involved most of the countries of the world and the military operations were conducted over a vast territory, the main and decisive front of World War II was the Soviet-German front. Here was decided and predetermined the outcome of all of World War II. The situation on the Soviet-German front was radically different from the military situation on all other fronts of World War II. From the moment that Fascist Germany attacked the USSR, and right up to her capitulation, there was no let-up in the tense, bloody armed conflict on the Soviet-German front, while on other fronts, the military operations were of a limited and passive nature. The turning point in the war for the anti-fascist coalition occurred after the Red Army had defeated the fascist troops at Stalingrad and Kursk. The main and most combat-proficient forces of German ground troops and aviation were destroyed on the Soviet-German front, which determined the victorious end of World War II in favor of the anti-Hitler coalition. At the final stage in the war, the Red Army defeated the Guandong Army, the nucleus of the Japanese armed forces. This was a decisive factor in hastening the end of World War II. For a long time, Britain and the United States conducted a defensive war, concentrating their forces in secondary directions where they often remained inactive, and stubbornly refused to open Second Front in Europe. Only when it became quite clear to the entire world that the Soviet Union and its armed forces could themselves take care of Fascist Germany were U.S. and British imperialists forced to open a Second Front in Europe. The true purpose of opening the Second Front under these conditions was not to hasten the capitulation in Germany, but to grab more territory in Europe and to not allow popular rule to become established in European countries. The Second Front had only a secondary influence on the war. This is obvious if just from the fact that on the Soviet-German front at this time there were 191 German divisions, not counting the divisions of the satellite countries, while the Anglo-American troops in Western Europe were faced by only 60 German divisions. These divisions were of low military quality and were only 70 to 75% of total strength. In the main theaters of World War II, the belligerents deployed their armed forces, consisting primarily of ground troops and aviations, along borders or along the front. The zone thus created, saturated with troops in the final analysis, was intended to cover economic regions and the political centers of countries and to assure their vital activity, without which waging war was impossible. In order to capture vital centers and regions of the enemy, the loss of which would prevent his further resistance, it was necessary to defeat groups of enemy ground troops and aviation. Therefore, armed conflict throughout the entire war was of the nature of mutual annihilation of the armed forces of the countries and land theaters of military operations and encompassed a relatively shallow depth, some hundreds of kilometers. The military operations of the armed forces reduced basically to two types: strategic offense and strategic defense. The decisive role in strategic offense and defense was played by the ground troops. The efforts of the other services of the armed forces, including the Air Force and Navy, were used to support the ground troops. The basic type of military operation was strategic offense, by means of which the enemy front was broken through, his main forces were defeated, and his borders, regions, and administrative centers were captured. In order to accomplish a breakthrough, great masses of artillery, aircraft, tanks, and ground troops were concentrated in narrow sectors. The offensive by the troops was preceded by powerful artillery and aviation preparation, although this lasted a much shorter time than it did in World War I, 1 to 2 hours. Then came the attack by infantry divisions together with tanks, with continual artillery support by the method of successive concentration of fire, or the barrage method with low-flying aerial assaults. After the tactical defense had been breached, powerful groups of tank forces were committed to battle to develop an offensive in depth. Large-scale assault operations were widely used, with the purpose of splitting, encircling, and annihilating enemy operational and strategic groups. Soviet strategic offense in the past war attained a high level of development and was capable of overwhelming the German strategic defense. Strategic defense also played an important role in the past war. Its purpose was to hold the main perimeters, not to allow enemy armed forces to reach the vital centers and regions of the country, to bleed the enemy forces white and create conditions favorable for transition to strategic offense. The defense was more active than in World War I. The Red Army made wide use of artillery and aerial counter-preparation, counterattacks, and counterthrusts which often developed into a counteroffensive and then into a general offensive. During the first phase of the Great Patriotic War, the Red Army conducted primarily strategic defense. During this time, the Soviet defense was weaker than the German offense. However, beginning at the end of 1942, the Soviet defense became superior to the German offense. In 1943, in the Kursk Bulge, our strategic defense withstood a powerful thrust by the fascist army. From this moment on, to the end of the war, the Germans were never able to overcome our defense either strategically or operationally. Consequently, the experience of strategic offense and defense by the Soviet armed forces considerably enriched military art as a whole, aiding in its development. Thus, we can consider that in World War II, offense was more important than defense, unlike World War I, in which penetration of defense was essentially unsuccessful. The decisive role in this case was played by the use of masses of tanks and aircraft. The tanks and planes breached the defense and caused the war to be mobile. The use of aviation in World War II became a factor of strategic significance. On the decisive fronts of the last war, the basic aviation forces concentrated on air battles and on supporting the operations of the ground troops. For this purpose, the belligerents had large forces of short-range bombers, assault planes, and fighters. The battle for air superiority acquired great significance. In addition to aviation intended for operation with ground troops and the Navy, World War II saw the appearance of long-range and strategic aviation used according to the plans of the Strategic Command. The United States and Britain had particularly strong strategic aviation. Its use left the framework of military actions in ground theaters of operation. The objectives of strategic aviation operations were the enemy interior regions, his economy, transportation, population, and governmental control system. The purpose of these aviation operations was to undermine the military economic strength of the enemy, disorganize his rear areas, and demoralize the population. However, it was impossible to count on decisive results from such operations, since at that time there were no powerful striking weapons which would assure complete disorganization of the enemy rear. The initial phase of World War II demonstrated convincingly that strategical military problems could not be solved through the use of strategic aviation alone. In this regard, in the war between Germany and the USSR, such operations were of limited scope, and long-range aviation was not significantly developed in the USSR. The United States and Britain treated the matter somewhat differently. These two countries used the theory of aerial warfare advocated by the Italian General de Hette. For a long time, all active operations of the United States and Britain against Germany consisted of the bombing of cities and industrial objects. Germany also delivered massive aerial attacks against Britain and other countries of Western Europe. All the large cities of Western Europe were bombed. Germany suffered quite severely from these bombings. Editor's Note 177. However, the operations of the strategic aviation of the United States and Britain had no decisive significance in the victory over Germany. The Americans themselves say this. General Taylor has written on this. Strategic bombing in World War did not exert any decisive influence on destroying the war production of Nazi Germany. It was a contributing but not the decisive factor in achieving the ultimate victory. Professor Brody is more specific on this point. Urban area bombing of World War II must be set down unequivocally as a failure. The German economy, despite the fact that it was greatly damaged, assured the prolonged stubborn battle by fascist troops in the theaters of military operations. The American Crowley-Clayton Commission has established that the entire machine production industry of Germany at the end of the war had greater output than at the start of the war. For every 100 war plants, 10 to 15 were put out of commission. The blast furnaces and coke ovens were undamaged. According to American data, the aviation industry suffered the most. However, the production of military aircraft in Germany increased steadily right up to 1945. For example, in November 1943, 953 combat aircraft were manufactured. In April 1944, 1224 planes, and in July, 1855 planes. Another aim of the American-British airstrikes was not accomplished, viz. the demoralization of the German people. True, the German people suffered relatively high losses from air attacks, but their ability to resist was broken not by these attacks, but by the operations of Soviet troops in German territory. During World War II, a number of countries worked intensively on the creation of an atomic bomb. It is quite understandable that if atomic bombs had been available, the results of the air attacks would have been quite different. The United States did not have an atomic bomb until 1945, when Germany had already been defeated and World War II was drawing to a close. All the same, the ruling circles of the United States decided on an atomic strike against Japan, pursuing not strategic but mainly political purposes. Editor's Note 17. The development of strategic aviation during World War and the creation of the atomic bomb and the first long-range missiles made clear the prospects for direct action by combat means against the economy, the government control system, and the population in the interior areas of the enemy. This served as the prerequisite for the appearance of a new method of waging world war, a new sort of military action, in addition to offense and defense in theaters of war. In connection with air flights over objectives in the interior, in World War II it became particularly important to protect the population, the economy, and the communications of a country. This was the task imposed on PVO, air defense, which also became a factor of strategic significance. The forces and weapons of PVO, such as anti-aircraft artillery, fighter aviation, and radar equipment, as well as methods of air defense, were widely developed during the last war. Britain was forced to develop not only anti-aircraft but also anti-missile defense. This was effective against the V-1 winged rocket, but was helpless against the V-2 ballistic rockets. Thus, even in World War II, military operations by forces and weapons of PVO were necessary to protect the rear from enemy aircraft and rocket attacks. In addition to military operations in land theaters and airstrikes in the interior of the belligerents, naval operations were conducted during the war. In the war between Germany and the USSR, naval operations were conducted on a relatively small scale, mainly in the interests of the operations of the ground troops. In the Atlantic and the Pacific, military naval operations were conducted on larger scales. In the Atlantic, armed combat was necessary to keep communication lines open, while in the Pacific, battles occurred mainly between U.S. and Japanese ships and planes, and relatively little support was rendered to the ground troops. During the first phase of the Second World War, the sides attempted to use a large surface fleet, battleships, cruisers, to conduct armed combat in the naval theaters by the method of close-range fire, as had been done in past wars. However, the use of aviation and submarines showed that cruisers and battleships had lost their former advantages. They were replaced by aircraft carriers which played a specific role, although they were highly vulnerable to air and submarine attacks. Naval battles became conflicts between carrier-based planes. The task of the airplanes was to annihilate the submarine and surface fleet and the aircraft of the enemy. Submarines were widely used against military and transport surface ships. The use of submarine packs was particularly significant. These were controlled by radio from shore and were directed against enemy ships and convoys. The close-range artillery battle of large surface vessels had seen its day, although there were a few such battles in World War II. Naval mine warfare and large-scale landing operations were widespread. Naval operations had no decisive impact on the outcome of World War II. For a long time, the United States concentrated its main forces in the secondary theater, the Pacific. Here there was a fruitless and prolonged war for aviation and naval bases on islands, and for the capture of numerous small islands. The Anglo-American bloc acquired great experience in large-scale landing operations, but they were rendered worthless by the fact that they were conducted when the United States and Britain had complete superiority over Germany and Japan and met with weak resistance. Each landing operation took many months to prepare. The landing in Sicily took 6 months to prepare, that in northern France, 15 months, and was carefully equipped. In addition to these types of military operations, World War II saw the widespread use of partisan warfare in the enemy rear and the use of underground forces, which played an important role in achieving victory over fascism. A great influence on the course of the war was exerted by partisan combat in enemy-occupied regions of the Soviet Union. Partisan warfare was conducted mainly in the form of diversionary and reconnaissance operations, attacks by small units on enemy garrisons and important objectives, armed clashes between entire partisan groups and enemy reserves, and, finally, in the form of raids by large partisan groups in the enemy interior. The partisans disorganized the enemy rear and diverted considerable enemy forces to themselves. In essence, partisan warfare and underground activities were a basic and important type of military operation. Thus, the main types of military operations during World War II were strategic offense and strategic defense. In these operations, the ground troops, with air support, played the main role. Strategic air operations against the enemy rear areas, protection of the rear from air strikes, and naval operations had no decisive significance on the outcome of World War II, although they were conducted on a large scale. The attainment of the final political and military strategic aims of the last war required the solution of a number of intermediate political and military strategic problems. The solution of each of these took quite some time and comprised a specific phase of the war. Definite military operations characterized each period. The period of war, in turn, was divided into campaigns, which were determined by the goals of the armed conflict, time, forces, and equipment. However, in the course of World War II, the campaign did not become an organizing form of armed conflict at any of its stages. During the war, the operation became such an organizing form. A new type of strategic operations definitely shaped up in the course of World War II, operations of groups of fronts, as a result of whose conduct important strategic missions were accomplished. Several fronts, long-range aviation, and often Navy and National Air Defense Forces and weapons participated in such operations. Front group operations were prepared and conducted under the direct leadership of the Supreme High Command. The conduct of front group operations during the years of the Great Patriotic War is an important achievement of Soviet military art. During World War II, front and army operations were further developed. New types of operations appeared for the first time in history: strategic, long-range, air operations directed at destruction or annihilation of enemy rear objectives, and also combat activities of national PVO troops which, to a certain degree, acquired the form of air defense operations aimed at frustrating enemy air operations and defending the rear. Naval operations aimed at destroying enemy naval forces, disrupting and protecting sea communications, making seaborne assaults, and defending against assault operations were extensively developed. Thus, the Second World War promoted the further development of the methods of waging war. Editor's Note 179. A great jump in the development of methods for waging war occurred in the post-war period. This period is characterized by the rapid development of the means for armed conflict, the creation of new weapons and new military equipment, as well as a radical modernization of existing armament and combat equipment. This brought about radical changes in the methods of waging war up to and including a complete revolution in all areas of military art. In the development of the means for armed conflict and in the organizational structure of the armed forces, a qualitative jump took place. This radically altered the character of the armed forces, their structure, the technical equipment and training, which naturally caused a complete revolution in the military art and in the methods for conducting armed conflict. The character and methods of waging a war have also changed. Instead of a basically land war, where the principal tasks in armed conflict were resolved by the clash of armed forces in theaters of military operations, nuclear rocket war arrived, in which the basic tasks in armed conflict are solved by strategic nuclear rocket strikes against the economy, national administrative system, military bases, and armed forces simultaneously throughout the depth of an enemy's territory. The protection of the country's rear areas and of the armed forces from the enemy's nuclear strikes by PVO and PRO forces has acquired great significance. For the ground forces, in coordinated action with the Air Force, it has become paramount to effectively utilize the results of a nuclear strike to complete the destruction of surviving enemy groupings through the conduct of mobile combat operations, unrelenting attacks at great speed and in great depth. The combat activities of the fleets are carried out on the broad expanse of oceans. Their basic mission consists of nuclear strikes against objectives on the continents, The maneuvering of missile and torpedo submarines, missile-carrying aircraft, and surface ships in the active search for enemy naval forces, their destruction, using missile and torpedo strikes. Fundamental changes are taking place in the forms of armed conflict on all scales: strategic, operational, and tactical. The war may turn out to be short and swift-moving. The initial phase, during which the sides may employ the nuclear rocket weapons stockpiled during peacetime, may be of decisive significance for the outcome. In this connection, the armed forces must be deployed and constantly ready for immediate retaliatory actions. The character of the deployment of the armed forces has changed. Now they must be stationed not only on the national frontiers, but actually throughout the entire territory of the state. And the main combat means, the strategic nuclear rocket forces, will be dispersed deep inside the territory. Having analyzed the development of the methods for waging a war in the first half of the 20th century and in the post-war period, the following conclusions can be drawn. Each war in principle has been waged using new methods and forms inherent to it alone. The new methods for waging war have assimilated all accumulated historical experience. This experience has been improved and changed in relationship to the development of the means for armed conflict and by the concrete political conditions of the origin and conduct of war. The development of the means for waging a war has constantly accelerated, especially in the post-war period, due to the introduction into the armaments of essentially new means for armed conflict. In this period, a radical deterioration of the old methods of waging war has been taking place. The results of the imperialist age have been the world wars, which drew into their orbit the majority of the nations in the world and enormous masses of people. During all the period analyzed, revolutions and civil wars directed against the sovereignty of capitalism and for the establishment of a new socialist order have often occurred. The wars of national liberation, in the colonial and dependent countries, aimed at liberation from the imperialist yoke, have also reached a large scale. Experience from history teaches that the aggressive states, as a rule, prepared themselves carefully ahead of time for war, forestalled their opponents in deploying their armed forces, and unleashed a war with a surprise attack. The Kaiser and Hitler's Germany and militant Japan acted in this manner. This gave them a decided advantage over the states against whom they unleashed wars. The aggressive states usually fought an offensive war at the outset and not uncommonly achieved serious results. The states undergoing aggression usually were not sufficiently prepared to repel the attack and were compelled initially to defend themselves and conduct a long struggle to take the initiative. Such was the position of England, France, the USA, and the USSR at the beginning of World War II. Wars are becoming ever broader in scope, universal in the true sense of the word, and are being waged with an ever greater intensity and ferocity. In the wars during the first half of the 20th century, the armed conflict occurred, primarily, in a theater of military operations between the armed forces of sides. Then the deep rear became more and more the objective in military operation. With the appearance of the nuclear rocket weapon, the objective in an armed conflict became the economy, the state administrative system, and the strategic nuclear means together with the groupings of the armed forces in the theaters. During peacetime, when there is an absence of combat experience, military science and theoretical foresight possess decisive significance in developing the methods to conduct an armed conflict. It is impossible to develop military art without serious theoretical work. Military theory must outstrip the development of the means for armed conflict, actively influence their development, and, at the proper time, determine the changes in the methods of conducting armed conflict. Methods of conducting modern war. Nuclear rocket war, if it nevertheless arises, will be waged by fundamentally different methods in comparison with past wars. Editor's Note 180. This is caused by the appearance of powerful new means of armed combat, nuclear weapons, and long-range strategic means for delivering them to the targets, radio electronics, the development of conventional combat means and military equipment, and also the change in the political conditions for the occurrence of a new war. Therefore, all attempts to use, under modern conditions, without any changes, the methods of armed combat developed in World War II are extremely dangerous, since these attempts may be detrimental to the readiness of the armed forces and the country as a whole to repel aggression. When determining the methods of waging modern war, it must, above all, be understood what the chief objective of action of the armed forces in a war will be and where the main strength of the means of combat are to be directed. Classical military art was based on the principle that the chief objectives of the actions of a combat means were the armed forces, the ground forces groupings, the naval forces, and aviation deployed in the theaters of war. Stationed on the most important directions, or along the state frontiers, these groupings protected the vital centers of their country. It was necessary to destroy these groupings and break through the front in order to penetrate the enemy territory in depth, to seize the vital centers, and deprive the enemy of a material base for continuing the war. Thus, armed combat was reduced to a mutual destruction of the armed forces in the theater of military operations, on the land, sea, and in the air, which was the only means of achieving victory. Such was the manner in which wars have been conducted throughout eons of history. Under modern conditions, the situation has radically changed. For rockets with nuclear charges, a front line saturated with troops is no longer an obstacle, and distance plays no role. The presence of nuclear charges of unprecedented destructive and striking power, and rockets as the means of delivering these charges to the targets, makes it possible almost instantly, in a matter of minutes and hours, to destroy any objective in enemy territory. A simultaneous nuclear rocket strike against the vital centers and means of armed combat of an enemy country is the quickest and most reliable way of achieving victory in modern war. The former way, battling troop groupings in a military theater of operations, is a lengthy way to victory, although, evidently these actions will still be conducted on a large scale. This principle has now become indisputable. It is accepted as the basis of official military doctrine by the most aggressive imperialistic states. The military chiefs and theoreticians of the imperialistic states are trying in every way to conceal the essence and the actual character of nuclear rocket war, to minimize the magnitude of its possible consequences, to fool world public opinion and their own people, and to free their hands for an armaments race and preparations for aggression. The aggressive imperialist forces, and first of all the American militarists, do not intend to employ their nuclear weapons against military objectives alone. They plan to employ these weapons first of all against deep rear area objectives, against cities, against the peaceful population, against the economy, and also, of course, against the means of combat and the armed forces. In 1961, a West German military periodical published an article, Thoughts on Total Atomic War, by a former officer of Hitler's army, retired Colonel Dr. I. Krumpelt, in which he wrote, "Thermonuclear weapons make unnecessary the destruction of the enemy's armed forces which, until recently, was considered the basic goal for the conduct of war. They create the possibility for the immediate destruction of people and of the economic potential of the opposing side. This weapon, so to say, leaps over fronts and continents, destroying the enemy in places most vulnerable to it." 4. Krumpelt expressed the very innermost nature of the strategy of modern aggressive imperialism. All practical measures of the aggressive imperialist states in preparing to unleash a world nuclear war are based on this strategic concept. Editor's Notes 181 and 182. After the Second World War, the USA and, partly, England concentrated their main attention on the development of long-range strategic means and the increase of the nuclear stockpile. The military circles of the USA openly admit that the basic principle of the American strategy is the achievement of victory in a war by means of destroying the industrial potential and undermining the morale of the civilian population of the enemy. McNamara and other responsible people at the Pentagon speak out quite openly on the question of using the U.S. strategic nuclear forces when it is necessary to obtain budget allocations for the armed forces from the committees of the House of Representatives or Congress. The aim of the U.S. strategic nuclear forces is said to be the assurance of the guaranteed destruction of the enemy. It is also flatly stated how many millions of the population of the socialist countries can be annihilated, as well as what percentage of the industrial potential will be destroyed. The military plans of the imperialists and their practical measures for the preparation of a new war are based entirely on the fact that the atomic and hydrogen charges and the rocket weapons are weapons of absolute annihilation and destruction, and that it is advantageous to use them against large stationary objects deep in enemy territory behind the front line. Consequently, the center of gravity of an armed struggle is now moving toward the rear, although there will also be fierce armed combat, large scale in the military theaters near the front line or frontier. Right after World War II, even before the Soviet Union had nuclear weapons, the basic principles for conducting nuclear warfare had already been determined in the West. The atomic explosions over Hiroshima and Nagasaki instilled a belief in the American generals of the decisive significance of strategic bombing using nuclear bombs. That is why massive nuclear strikes with the aid of strategic missiles and bombers, missile submarines, and operational tactical means are now recognized in the USA and other imperialist countries as the basic means of conducting a nuclear war. With these strikes, they intend to destroy the population, economic base of the socialist countries, disorganize the vital activity of states, destroy the nuclear means, crush the combat capability of the armed forces, and thus achieve their aggressive predatory aims. The NATO countries are also holding in readiness large ground forces, tactical aviation, and naval forces armed with nuclear weapons. However, the imperialists do not intend to conduct a large war with ground forces. They are counting on nuclear weapons, mainly strategic. The ground forces and other conventional means are needed by the imperialists to wage local wars in various areas, including Europe, to maintain a tense situation in the world, and in case of a large war, to attract the nuclear means of the enemy from strikes against more important objectives and, above all, against objectives in the USA, and also for invading the borders of the socialist countries after the nuclear strikes. The method developed by the military imperialists for waging a nuclear war as a war of total destruction and ruin is now being presented as a doctrine of containment, doctrine of balance, a strategy of deterrence, etc. This is a trap, a screen, under which the imperialists intend to continue the armaments race, supercharge the world situation, and prepare for a nuclear war. The nuclear rocket war, if unleashed, will unfold on an unheard-of spatial scale as compared with previous wars. This is due to the practically unlimited range of combat means, the tremendous destructive properties of the weapons, the dispersion of nuclear forces, groupings of armed forces over a wide area, and the involvement of the majority of countries in war blocs. The American military have been trying for a long time to demonstrate the possibility of waging a limited war with only tactical nuclear weapons, hoping in this way to protect U.S. territory from a shattering nuclear blow. However, few believe in the possibility of localizing a nuclear war. Active military operations will probably take place in all main areas of the globe, primarily in North America, Europe, Asia, the Atlantic, and the Pacific Oceans. All countries that are in the opposing coalitions where the important political and military objectives, military bases, and groupings of armed forces are located would inevitably be subject to nuclear blows. As for the actions of the Army and naval groupings, they can occur simultaneously in all the main theaters of military operations, first in the main and then in the other theaters. A complex problem is the determination of the duration of a modern war. In the past, the aggressive states usually prepared for a quick victory over the enemy. But this was rarely achieved. The wars usually took on a lengthy and protracted character. The imperialist states are also now preparing for a short nuclear war. It must be taken into account that the situation has now radically changed. The nuclear rocket weapon permits the solution of the strategic questions of the war in hours or days. Apparently, in a nuclear war, a victory can be counted upon only if the basic power is used in the shortest possible period. Many foreign military theoreticians, for example, believe that the most powerful nuclear blows of the opposing sides can last only 48 hours, and the whole nuclear war, according to Herman Kahn, can last from 5 hours to 2 months at a maximum. At the same time, the possibility of a relatively protracted war cannot be excluded. This can be related to a war in which the nuclear weapon will not be used. The war may start from a local conflict. In these cases, the war may acquire an exhausting and protracted character. No less complicated is the problem of phasing and creation of a nuclear war scheme. The study of this problem is of considerable significance in constructing a model of such a war with the aim of estimating and defining its probable outcome. It is not surprising, therefore, that the problem of creating schemes and models of nuclear war is given serious attention in the USA and in other imperialist countries. In the West, a so-called classical system, or phasing, of nuclear war has been developed. First phase, initial phase. Massive nuclear strikes or aerospace operations lasting from several hours to 2-3 days, according to individual statements, up to 2 weeks. Second phase, elimination of the consequences of nuclear strikes lasting from 1 week up to 1 month. Third phase, final operations primarily by ground forces and aviation, the conduct of strategic attack operations within the principal theater of military operations. In this scheme, decisive significance is attached to the first phase, a period of intense nuclear exchange. It is supposed that after expending their accumulated nuclear rocket means, the opponents will be incapable of conducting any type of military operations for an extended period of time, excepting isolated areas. The second phase will be used by the opponents to clarify the situation, bring about order among their armed forces, render aid to the population, organize the restoration of the vitality of the countries, determine the consequent relationship between their forces, and to arrange negotiations for a peaceful settlement. If the negotiations lead to naught and forces remain to continue the war, the third phase commences. Other schemes are also being advanced. One massive nuclear strike lasting several days and negotiations over a peaceful settlement, if that appears possible. A limited war, regulated, controlled, nuclear strikes, military operations in the theaters using nuclear weapons and simultaneous negotiations, etc. There are many such schemes. Most often they reflect the opinion of the individual military theoreticians and practitioners. However, in these opinions, there is probably also some reflection of official doctrine. Recently, publicity has been intensified for a so-called cautious-type conduct of war, that the ruling circles of the imperialistic countries supposedly are willing to push for limited aims and try not to allow circumstances to develop to a dangerous point. At the same time, much attention is paid to a fog of war, i.e., dissemination of false information and camouflaging actual plans and measures in preparing for a nuclear war. It is quite obvious that a new world war cannot be reduced to some single scheme inasmuch as the concrete circumstances may produce the most varied and sometimes unexpected situations. Apparently, from the multitude of concrete situations, it is necessary to choose the most probable and construct schemes for solving its theoretical and practical problems. In a nuclear world war, the initial phase will be of particular significance. The nuclear missile weapons and other new means of combat sharply increase the possibilities of a surprise attack when compared with the last war. It is not ruled out that the aggressive imperialist countries will use this circumstance as has often been in the past. They can start an adventure and after a short direct preparation, make a surprise nuclear strike against the socialist countries. However, possibilities of averting a surprise attack are constantly growing. Present means of reconnaissance, detection, and surveillance can opportunely disclose a significant portion of the measures of direct preparation of a nuclear attack by the enemy, and in the very first minutes locate the mass launch of missiles and the takeoff of aircraft belonging to the aggressor and, at the right time, warn the political leadership of the country about the impending danger. Thus, possibilities exist not to allow a surprise attack by an aggressor to deliver nuclear strikes on him at the right time. From the lessons of numerous studies and from the statements in the foreign press, it can be concluded that the military leaders of the major imperialist countries understand the term initial, first, phase of a nuclear war to mean the short period of the delivery of massive strikes or the conduct of aerospace operations with the aim of inflicting a decisive defeat on the socialist countries. Those plans must be countered by such actions on the part of the armed forces of the socialist countries, above all, the strategic nuclear forces and strategic defense forces, which would assure the frustration of the aggressive intentions of the enemy and his complete destruction by subsequent operations. In connection with changes in the role and content of the initial phase of a modern war, of particular value is the maintenance of high, constant combat readiness of troops, forces, and equipment. The imperialists are nursing the idea of a preventive war, of a first strike, and base their calculations on the advantages they can receive from a surprise attack. Under these conditions, the socialist countries are forced to undertake measures so that the combat readiness of their armed forces will be constantly at the required level. The theory of military art must give an answer to such important questions as what types of strategic actions will be used in a nuclear war, and what form military operations must take. In other words, the theory of the military art must determine the forms and categories which would assure precise organization of military operations and the coordinated use of all forces and means to solve the specific problems of armed conflict. The types of strategic operations, or military operations, and the specific forms of their manifestation in the course of the war, operations, strikes, battles. The combination of these forms and their interaction are the essence of the methods for conducting war. Without exaggeration, we can state that the development of effective methods for conducting modern war depends decisively on the correct solution to the question of the types of strategic operations and the specific nature of their manifestation. Around these questions there are polemics. But in essence, the argument is about the basic method of conducting future war. Will it be a land war with the use of the nuclear weapon as a means of supporting the operations of the ground troops, or a war that is essentially new, where the main means of solving strategic tasks will be the nuclear rocket weapon? In the past war, all armed combat reduced mainly to two types of strategic operations: strategic offense and strategic defense, in which ground troops played the main role, while all other services of the armed forces, including the Air Force, Navy, and, in part, air defense forces, were used to support the ground forces. The main objectives of armed combat was the groups of the armed forces in the theater of military operations. True, the rudiments of new types of strategic operations appeared during the last war: strikes by strategic aircraft against objectives deep within enemy territory, against cities and the economy, and also protection against such strikes. These operations were beyond the scope of strategic offense and strategic defense conducted in the theaters of military operations. But they had no decisive significance in the outcome of the war. Strategic offense and strategic defense remained in the basic types of strategic operations right up to the end of the war. They determined the basic method for conducting the war. This was due to the level of development of armed combat equipment at that time. Have things changed much? Can we consider that modern war also reduces to two types of strategic operations: strategic offense and strategic defense in the theaters of military operations? Certain authors consider that there have been no essential changes in this position, that the basic types of strategic operations, as before, should be considered strategic offense and strategic defense. In this case, by strategic offense we mean those military operations on land, on sea, and in the air, operations of all services of the armed forces. The aim of such offense is a breakthrough of enemy defenses, the breaching of his lines, sometimes even the snawing through of the defense, and the development of strikes deep within enemy territory. The main role in strategic offense is usually played by the offensive operations of fronts, by the ground forces. Editor's Note 183. This is an incorrect concept of the method for conducting a modern war. This is the result of a reappraisal of the experience of the past war and of the mechanical conversion of this experience to modern conditions. The error of such a point of view is that it minimizes the role of strategic nuclear rocket weapon, underestimates its tremendous combat possibilities, and, therefore, is oriented toward the ground forces and the usual methods of conducting war. The imperialists by no means intend to conduct a war against the socialist countries with ground forces. They are counting on nuclear, primarily strategic, weapons. Professor Bernard Brodie, in his book Strategy in the Missile Age, asserts, speaking of the decisive nature of strategic bombing, we have in mind that if it is conducted on such a grandiose scale as existing forces permit, then other means of combat operations, in all probability, will be inconceivable and unnecessary. In the post-war period, gigantic forward jumps were made in the development of means for armed combat. Nuclear weapons with colossal destructive and striking power, and strategic rockets with unlimited range as the basic means for delivering nuclear charges to a target appeared. A new service, the strategic rocket troops, appeared in our armed forces. These troops will solve the main problems of modern warfare if an aggressor dares to disturb the peaceful building of communism in our country. The scope of warfare is expanding. It encompasses the entire territory of the countries in the opposing coalitions, and not just the theaters of military operations as in the past. The objects of actions in a modern war will be the strategic means of an enemy nuclear attack, his economy, his system of government and military control, and also the groups of forces and his fleet in the theaters of military operations. In this case, the main objectives will be beyond theater limits, deep within enemy territory. The destruction of strategic means, the disorganization of the enemy rear, and also the defeat of main groups of forces in land theaters of military operations will be accomplished by powerful strategic means: strategic rocket troops, long-range aviation, and rocket-carrying submarines. They will fulfill their tasks by carrying out nuclear rocket strikes according to the plans of the Supreme High Command to attain victory over the enemy for the benefit of the entire armed conflict and for the benefit of a rapid defeat of enemy countries as a whole. Editor's Note 184. The frontline ground troops in conjunction with frontal aviation and with the fleet in coastal regions, using the results of strikes by strategic rocket troops, long-range aviation and rocket-carrying submarines against objectives and enemy groups in the theaters of military operations, will destroy the remaining groups of enemy troops, occupy enemy territory, and protect their own territory. The fulfillment of these tasks requires strategic operations of the ground troops. However, the nature of these operations has changed compared with the last war. Now it is not a case of the strategic rocket troops, the basic means for conducting a modern war, timing their operations with those of the ground troops, but just the opposite, i.e., the ground troops should utilize to the fullest extent the results attained by the rocket troops for a rapid fulfillment of their tasks. We must also bear in mind that the probable enemy will direct his strategic nuclear weapons mainly against large cities, important economic regions and objectives, against missile bases, long-range aviation bases, and naval bases, the strategic reserves throughout the territories of the socialist countries, and also against groups of forces in the theaters of military operations. The operations of the national PVO troops also must not be subjugated to the interests of the ground troops, since the task of the PVO troops is to protect the territory of the entire country against which the main strikes of the enemy's nuclear devices are directed. The Navy's operations also must not be tied to ground theaters, since in modern conditions it is called on basically to conduct the struggle on the oceans, often far from ground theaters of military operations. In land theaters, the mission of armed combat will be accomplished primarily by offense, but this will be done by the ground troops, by fronts, including frontline aviation, without the direct support of other services of the armed forces. Naturally, the ground troops will utilize the results of strikes by strategic rocket troops and long-range aviation on the main enemy groups. In this case, the main task of the ground troops will hardly be the breakthrough of the enemy defense, much less its gnawing through. Breaking through the defense is not such an acute problem as in past wars, particularly during the initial phase of the war. The surviving groups of enemy troops in the land theaters during the attack will be defeated mainly by annihilation of the nuclear devices of the enemy and his divisions by nuclear rocket strikes and operations of tank forces and paratroop landings deep within his territory. By strategic defense, we sometimes mean the defensive operations in the ground troops throughout the strategic front or in the most important strategic directions. The aim is to frustrate the enemy offensive. Often even the strategic rocket troops are used as a means of defense, while the national PVO troops have the task of covering the defending troops, i.e., the defensive operations are extended to the basic services of the armed forces. Recognition of strategic defense as one of the basic types of strategic operations of the armed forces in a modern war means recognition of defensive strategy as a whole, essentially an extension of the situation at the start of the Great Patriotic War to modern conditions. The imperialists are preparing an offensive war against our country, a war or general destruction and mass annihilation of the population using nuclear weapons. Therefore, they must be countered with decisive active operations of our armed forces, primarily with crushing nuclear blows by strategic weapons. Only in this way can we curb the imperialistic aggressors, frustrate their criminal plans, and rapidly defeat them. Strategic defense, and then a counteroffensive, under present-day conditions cannot assure the attainment of these decisive war aims. This does not mean that defense as a forced, temporary type of troop combat operation will not have a place in a future war. Our troops should study and master defense in order to master all forms of military operations. But here we are speaking of operational and tactical defense. Strategic defense and defensive strategy should be decisively rejected as being extremely dangerous to the country. Consequently, the question of strategic operations in modern conditions must be decided anew, and new methods of conducting war must correspondingly be sought which will assure the rapid and decisive defeat of the aggressor. Development of long-range means of armed combat, particularly the appearance of the strategic rocket troops, has created a principally new type of strategic operation, nuclear rocket strikes against targets throughout the enemy territory. If the imperialists unleash a war, such targets will include the enemy's strategic means for nuclear attack, their military economic potential, and the governmental and military control system, and their troop groupings. This type of strategic operation is no longer within the framework of former strategic offense or defense where the main role was played by the ground troops. Now the main role will be played by strategic rocket troops, long-range aviation and rocket-carrying submarines using nuclear weapons, if we should be forced to this. It is difficult for the strikes by the rocket troops to qualify as offensive or defensive in nature, regardless of whether troops are on the offensive or the defensive on the ground front. Nuclear rocket attacks against objectives within enemy territory, mainly against their nuclear devices, will create conditions favorable for the operations of other services of the armed forces. At the same time, the strategic rocket troops, long-range aviation, and rocket-carrying submarines will strike strategic objectives in the theaters of military operations as well, destroying simultaneously both enemy troop units, including reserves, and the bases of operational tactical nuclear devices, communications, the military control system, etc. Another type of strategic operation in modern war is the military operation in land theaters aimed at final destruction of enemy troop units, the capture and occupation of enemy territory, and the prevention of an invasion of the socialist countries. This type of strategic operation, as before, will be highly significant in the attainment of the military-political aims of the modern war. The socialist countries have at their disposal ground troops equipped with nuclear rocket weapons, tanks, frontal aviation, and other new fighting equipment and arms. These troops have the necessary combat qualities for the decisive conduct of armed warfare in land theaters against a strong enemy. Their main task will be to utilize the results of nuclear attacks by rocket troops and aviation for the final defeat of enemy units in theaters of military operation, the rapid capture, occupation of enemy territory, and the victorious end of war on the continent. In the ground theaters of military operations, front offensive operations will be initiated, in the course of which strategic missions will be accomplished. This will be an offensive in a theater immediately after nuclear strikes by strategic weapons, to which also belongs the decisive role in the smashing of the enemy. An extremely important type of strategic operations is the protection of territory of the country from nuclear attacks by the enemy, using PVO, anti-air, PRO, anti-missile, and PKO, anti-space defense. Without the effective conduct of these operations, successful conduct of a modern war and assurance of the normal vital activities of the country are impossible. These operations are intended to repel enemy air and rocket attacks and to annihilate his aircraft and rockets in flight, to prevent them from reaching the most important administrative political centers, economic regions and objectives, groups of rocket troops, aviation, the Navy, regions of reserve mobilization, and other objectives. The protection of the territory of the country from enemy nuclear attacks can be successful only as a result of active military operations of national troops. These operations go beyond the framework of the strategic defense during World War II, since they are conducted throughout the country and are directed against an air enemy, while strategic defense was conducted in theaters of operations restricted to the enemy's offensive front. Finally, military operations in naval theaters directed against groups of enemy naval forces to destroy his naval communications and to protect our naval communications and coast from nuclear attack from the sea must be considered an independent type of strategic operation. This type of military operation undoubtedly will acquire a much greater scope than was the case during the Great Patriotic War. The equipping of the Soviet Navy with nuclear weapons, rocket-carrying nuclear submarines, and long-range rocket aviation opens vast possibilities for successful conduct of armed combat over vast sea and ocean expanses against an enemy with a powerful navy. Thus, the theory of military strategy determines the following types of strategic operations by the armed forces during a future nuclear war. Nuclear rocket strikes to destroy and annihilate objects which comprise the military economic potential of the enemy, to disrupt the system of governmental and military control, and to eliminate strategic nuclear devices and the main troop units. Military operations in land theaters in order to destroy the enemy forces, protection of the rear areas of the socialist countries and troop groupings from enemy nuclear strikes, and military operations in naval theaters in order to destroy enemy naval groups. Editor's Note 185. To determine the methods of waging nuclear war, as well as any war, it is insufficient to establish the types of military operations. The type of strategic or military operation does not determine the start and finish of operations, forces and means, specific missions, scales of operations, etc. Nuclear missile strikes, offense and defense operations in ground theaters, operations of naval forces on the seas and oceans, operations of air defense forces and means. These are general military operations without specific forms or frameworks. They are necessary in theory and practice to establish certain concepts, and to bring our opinions to the main, specific forms in which military operations of the armed forces are organized and carried out. Military affairs have an extremely specific nature. The specific forms of strategic, operational, and tactical use of armed forces and the forms for conducting war as a whole do not stand still. They develop and improve. They cause old forms to become obsolete. New ones are born which replace them. Those forms which were used in the last war are no longer suitable for a future nuclear war. Means of combat have changed, armed forces have become different, and war is becoming very complex and is acquiring a different character. Inevitably, the specific forms of strategic, operational, and tactical use of armed forces must change. In the course of a war, each type of strategic operation acquires a specific form. A form of nuclear missile strikes, operations, and engagements limited by the goal, means, space, and time. A nuclear rocket strike consists of several simultaneous launchings of missiles with nuclear warheads by all combat-ready launching pads. By operations we mean organized combat operations by the operational units of various branches of the armed forces conducted according to a unified plan and aimed at solving specific operational and strategic missions. The first type of strategic operation is manifested in nuclear rocket attacks and also in the operations of long-range aviation. Military operations in land theaters will be conducted, as in past wars, in the form of offensive and defensive operations by the ground troops and frontal aviation. Protection of the country from enemy nuclear attacks is the task of operations by the national PVO troops, air defense, and anti-missile operations. Armed combat in sea and ocean theaters of military operations will be conducted by the Navy in the form of naval operations. The operations as a specific form of armed combat was born during World War I. Soviet military science, even before the start of the Great Patriotic War, had developed a well-ordered theory of operations that played an important role in the successful conduct of the war. In the Great Patriotic War, a great many operations of diverse nature, scale, and result were prepared and conducted. However, the main types of operations in the past war were offense and defense conducted by operational commands of the ground troops with the support and in interaction with formations and large units of other services of the armed forces. In the past war, relatively independent air and naval operations were also conducted. The post-war period saw the rapid development of long-range aviation, strategic missiles and operational tactical missiles, anti-aircraft missiles, and submarines. A new branch of the armed forces appeared, the strategic rocket troops, and the role and significance of the national PVO troops sharply increased. The nature and methods of conducting a modern war have changed. New types of strategic operations have appeared. All these caused changes in the theory and practice of strategy, operational art and tactics. The nuclear rocket strike in each operation is conducted by specific forces, specific equipment is used, and it takes place within a specific space and time. Strikes and operations are planned and thoroughly supplied in the interest of fulfilling the set missions and activating the developed plan of operations. Military theory has made use of many decades of experience in developing operations as a completely distinct category having an organized basis. An operation is carried out by one operational formation or group of operational formations such as armies, combined arms, tank, air armies, armies of PVO, fronts, PVO districts, fleets. Each type of strategic operation, strike, or operation of any service of the armed forces is conducted jointly. Independent operations, strictly speaking, by operational units or services of the armed forces as a whole do not exist. A future war can be conducted successfully only when all strategic operations are strictly correlated on the basis of a single strategic plan with unified centralized command, and if they are purposefully aimed at solving the general problems of armed combat. Such coordination of operations by the services of armed forces in a future nuclear rocket war will be accomplished in the form of strategic operations. The strategic operation is a specific form of strategy. In the Great Patriotic War, as already noted, a strategic operation was conducted in the form of an operation by a group of fronts, with the participation of formations and large units of other services of the armed forces. In each operation of a group of fronts, the main forces of the armed forces participated. These operations were conducted on the main sector for a given time, and they formed a specific part of the war. At the final stage of the Great Patriotic War, operations of several groups of fronts were conducted simultaneously, but they were all coordinated and, in essence, comprised one overall strategic operation or an operation of several groups of fronts. The conduct of operations of groups of fronts in the last war played an important role in the defeat of the German fascist troops. However, under modern conditions, the forms of strategic operations have become significantly more complex. The means of combat have changed, war has acquired a different nature, and it will be waged with other means in comparison with the last war. Strategic operations of a future nuclear war will consist of coordinated operations of the services of armed forces and will be conducted according to a common concept and plan and under a single strategic direction. The main force of such an operation will be the strategic nuclear weapon and first of all strategic rocket troops and their nuclear strikes. Simultaneously with these strikes or, more probably, immediately after them, front offensive operations, airborne operations, and, in some sectors, naval operations and operations by large prefrontal formations of national PVO troops will be initiated for the final destruction of surviving formations of enemy troops in a theater of military operations. Such activities take the form of strategic operations in a theater. In this strategic nuclear strike over the aggressor's entire territory, operations by the national PVO troops to protect the country from the enemy's nuclear strikes and fleet operations on the oceans are not stopped. All these operations will be directed toward the accomplishment of the war's regular missions. Events may unfold over vast territories, and they may simultaneously encompass all the main continents and the waters of the world's oceans. At the same time, strategic operations will be fluid and brief. It is difficult to imagine now the results of their conduct. May one consider that in a future war any one form of strategic operation will be used? Of course not. War always was an extremely complex and varied phenomenon. This is even more true of a future nuclear war. In working out the forms and methods for conducting a future war, an entire number of questions should be considered. How will the war be unleashed? What character will it assume? Who will be the main enemy? Will nuclear weapons be employed at the very start of the war or in the course of the war? Which nuclear weapons, strategic or only operational tactical? Where, in what area, or in what theater will the main events unfold, etc. One can solve the problem of the forms and methods of waging war with the consideration of these factors. Some forms of strategic operations may take place in a nuclear war on a worldwide scale which arose as a result of a surprise enemy attack. Other forms of operations may take place in a world nuclear war which arose as the result of the expansion of a local war into a world war, and a completely different form of operations will take place in a local war. Let us examine in more detail these types of strategic operations and the means for conducting the basic military operations of each service of the armed forces individually, considering, however, that isolated military operations and solitary operations cannot take place in a modern war. Nuclear rocket attacks by strategic weapons will have decisive primary significance on the outcome of a modern war. Mass nuclear attacks on the strategic nuclear weapons of the enemy, on his economy and government control system, with simultaneous defeat of the armed forces in theaters of military operations will make it possible to attain the political aims of a war in a considerably shorter period of time than in past wars. This type of strategic operation has been forced on our armed forces in the event of war. The aggressive imperialist bloc is preparing a war for the total destruction of cities, industrial regions and objectives, communications networks, and mass annihilation of the civilian population throughout the socialist countries by means of nuclear attacks. The main purpose will be to destroy the economy and means for armed combat, to disrupt the governmental control system, demoralize the population, and undermine the will and ability to resist. Using destructive means of armed combat, nuclear weapons, and other devices for mass destruction, the imperialists will attempt to liquidate the social structure in the countries of socialism, including total annihilation of entire states of the socialist community. They do not hide their plans. For example, Henry Kissinger in his book, Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy, writes, "Idea that victory in a war will be assured by annihilation of the industrial potential of the enemy and by undermining the morale of the civilian population is the basic principle of British as well as American strategic planning." 6. Editor's Note 186. The United States for a long time has had special office under the Department of Defense for planning the targets for strategic nuclear attacks. This office records all important objectives in the socialist countries intended for annihilation by nuclear attacks. Strategic intelligence by the United States and other imperialist countries attempts to organize continuous observation of these objectives and to detect new ones. All exposed objectives are distributed between the crews of strategic, tactical, and carrier-based attack planes, missile launching sites, and rocket-carrying nuclear submarines. Planes armed with nuclear devices are constantly on alert on the ground and in the air, as are the missile launching pads and submarines, and a system of signals, alert, etc., has been worked out. The American periodical Flying Review for June 1961 reported that the United States Department of Defense had approved a list of 400 objectives on the territories of the USSR and the People's Democracies which were to use 1,500 to 2,000 nuclear weapons, i.e., 4 to 5 on each objective. This is why the Soviet armed forces and the armed forces of the other socialist countries must be prepared to deliver massive retaliatory nuclear strikes by strategic means against the military economic foundation, the system of government and military control, strategic nuclear devices, and groups of armed forces of the imperialist bloc. Such strikes can destroy the basic regions of the territory of enemy countries where the economic foundations for war of the imperialist coalition are situated, where the strategic means for nuclear attack, strategic aviation, ICBMs, IRBMs, tactical bomber aviation, naval forces, are based, where the basic stockpiles of nuclear ammunition and material for conducting a war are located, regions where troop units and large units are formed, and the main groups of armed forces and strategic reserves are located, and the main centers of governmental and military control. The basic aim of this type of military operation is to undermine the military power of the enemy by eliminating the nuclear means of fighting and formations of armed forces, and eliminating the military economic potential by destroying the economic foundation for war, and by disrupting governmental and military control. The basic means for attaining these ends are the strategic rocket troops equipped with ICBMs and IRBMs with powerful thermonuclear and atomic warheads, and also long-range aviation and rocket-carrying submarines armed with rockets with nuclear warheads, hydrogen, and atomic bombs. These ends can be achieved by attacks on selected objectives by nuclear rocket and nuclear aviation strikes. The most powerful attack may be the first massed nuclear rocket strike with which our armed forces will retaliate against the actions of the imperialist aggressors who unleash a nuclear war. In making nuclear rocket and nuclear aviation strikes, military bases, air, missile, and naval, industrial objects, primarily atomic, aircraft, missile, power and machine construction plants, communication centers, ports, control points, etc., can be destroyed. The prime objectives of the strikes will be strategic air bases. The bases of strategic aviation are very vulnerable since the airdromes occupy a great area and are actually all well known. To deprive strategic aircraft of their bases is equivalent to rendering them unfit for action. In the foreign press, much has been said about the nuclear submarines armed with Polaris missiles. It has been stated that this is the most stable means for the use of missiles. Actually, these weapons are vulnerable. Effective weapons against rocket-carrying nuclear submarines are anti-submarine submarines with self-homing missiles and torpedoes, and also surface ships. Rocket-carrying aviation might also carry out the fight with them using some of the weaknesses of these submarines, in particular, the long preparation of the rockets for launch and the great vulnerability to underwater nuclear explosions. In addition, the bases of the submarines might be destroyed with strikes by the rocket troops. Naturally, the task of eliminating the means for an enemy nuclear attack must be successfully carried out. Of particular significance is timely and reliable intelligence regarding air bases, missile launching sites, submarine bases and positions, the storage sites for nuclear ammunition, and the location of fuel components and control points. A most important task is the destruction of the military economic potential of the enemy. Since the imperialists are preparing destructive nuclear strikes against the economic base of the socialist countries, the latter will be forced to retaliate in the same manner. The military economic base of the imperialist bloc is highly susceptible to nuclear rocket attacks. Imperialism's main economic base for war is located in the United States. Here are concentrated the basic production facilities of the imperialist camp. These manufacture nuclear weapons, missiles, planes, tanks, ships, guns, and other means for combat and for the material support of military operations. The second most important economic foundation is in West Germany, which has a considerable production capacity. England, editors note 187, is highly industrialized. Large manpower resources of the imperialist bloc are concentrated in European countries. The vulnerable features of the economy of the imperialist bloc include its high concentration in limited regions, its dependence on imports, and the vulnerability of communications. The United States depends on the import of raw materials and non-ferrous and rare metals, while England depends on the import of iron ore, petroleum, atomic war materials, foodstuffs, non-ferrous and rare metals, etc. The economy of the socialist countries is in a more favorable position, it is more dispersed, there is not the dense industrial concentration as in many imperialist countries, and, finally, it is less dependent on imports. Thus, an unlimited nuclear war, a war for general destruction and annihilation, prepared by the imperialists will surely go against them. For this there must be retaliatory means in constant readiness. Strategic rocket troops, long-range aviation, and nuclear devices. It is necessary to have an effective means for delivering immediate crushing nuclear blows against the enemy if he forces the socialist countries to this. Military operations and land theaters in a future world war will be of broad scope, despite the use of long-range nuclear weapons. Final defeat of enemy troops, capture of his territory, the establishment of proper order and peaceful control over all problems after the war can be attained only as a result of operations of the ground troops. The imperialist bloc is preparing vast land forces, tactical aviation, and operational tactical rockets to attain their aggressive aims in theaters of military operations. These forces can be deployed along the borders of the socialist countries in a zone up to 1,000 kilometers deep, in corresponding units, mainly offensive. The main purpose of military operations in land theaters is the decisive defeat of enemy units, the capture of vitally important regions and objectives, and the occupation of his territory, and also the prevention of an invasion by land armies into the socialist countries. The basic means for armed combat in land theaters in a future world war will be the nuclear weapon used primarily with operational tactical missiles, and also frontal aviation, bombers, fighter bombers, and fighters. In addition, the strategic rocket troops and long-range aviation will deliver nuclear strikes against important objectives in the zone of the offensive fronts. Airborne landings will be widely used. As before, tank units and formations will be used in mass concentration on the battlefield. The motorized infantry will be just as important, although it will not be the queen of the battlefield as in past wars. On the battlefields, the decisive role will be played by fire of nuclear weapons. The other means of armed combat will utilize the results of nuclear attacks for the final defeat of the enemy. The primary objectives of armed combat in the theaters will be the nuclear weapons of the enemy. Without eliminating or neutralizing these nuclear weapons, it is impossible to count on successful conduct of any military operations, offensive or defensive, in the theaters. The destruction of enemy divisions, tanks, airborne, and motorized, is just as important a task. A characteristic feature of military operations in land theaters in a future war will be the absence of linear troop actions, the absence of solid fronts. Military operations simultaneously will be extended for great distances along the front and to the rear. They will be, to a certain extent, of a focal nature. The second important feature of armed combat in theaters is the high mobility of the military operations, the widespread use of trucks, helicopters, and aircraft for troop maneuvers. Maneuver of fire and nuclear strikes will acquire particular significance. Finally, armed conflict in theaters of military operations will be characterized by great violence, the mass destruction of troops, colossal destruction, and the formation of broad zones with a high level of radioactive contamination. The belligerents in the land theaters will attempt to achieve their aims mainly by offense. While in the last war the defense was incapable of resisting attack, in a future war the offense will be still more superior to the defense. However, defense as a method of armed combat to resist offense will not disappear entirely, although the distinction between offense and defense will not be as clearly expressed as in past wars. Offensive operations in a future war will be the basic means for solving the problems of armed conflict in land theaters of military operations. They will be conducted by fronts and by combined arms, tank, and air armies. The main role in solving the combat problems of an offensive operation will be played by operational tactical rocket troops and frontal aviation using nuclear ammunition, and also by tank, motorized infantry, and airborne troops. During the Great Patriotic War, offense, as a rule, was conducted for the preliminary defense of a positional nature, of which the most powerful was the tactical zone saturated by the infantry with its firepower, anti-tank weapons, artillery, and mortars. The main task was to break through the front defenses, for which in narrow sectors were concentrated large masses of troops, artillery, tanks, infantry, and aviation strikes. Mobile groups, mainly tank troops, were sent into the breakthrough area. In a future world war, particularly at the start, in the land theaters the belligerents will attempt to achieve their aims mainly by offense. Considering the modern nuclear means of destruction and the high maneuverability of tank, motorized infantry, and airborne troops, we can foresee that offensive operations will be complexes of isolated battles, sometimes of the nature of meeting engagements and encounters unfolding simultaneously at great depth. It is also possible that the future defense will be used to counter an offensive. However, the basis for such a defense will be firepower, atomic artillery, missiles, and tactical aviation using nuclear ammunition, anti-tank weapons, guided anti-tank missiles, and PVO weapons, surface-to-air missiles. The infantry and tank divisions will, for the most part, be located to the rear. Only cover will be extended to the forward positions. Under these conditions, breakthrough of the defense front is not such a complex problem as in the past war. The most complex matter will be development of an offensive in depth, where the offensive troops will be met with strong enemy counteroffensives and be subjected to nuclear strikes. The main task of the attacking troops will be the annihilation of atomic artillery, missiles, and tactical aviation throughout the enemy territory. The bases for these weapons are within the range of optional tactical missiles and frontal aviation, and they can be rapidly eliminated by nuclear attacks provided they have been accurately spotted in time. Immediately after the nuclear strikes, the airborne troops will be landed, and an attack will be begun by tank troops whose task will be to move into regions subjected to attacks by strategic rocket troops in order to achieve the final aim of the operation. Enemy infantry and tank divisions will be neutralized and destroyed by nuclear strikes and by the swift actions of tank and motorized troops. But we must say that an offensive against a defender must be even more carefully prepared for than in the past war because of the great complexity in destroying the main means of defense, nuclear weapons, dispersed over great areas deep within the defense area. Such problems as preparing the troops for the offensive, directing the strikes, and determining the offensive zone, the depth of the operation, and the rates of advance will be solved in a different manner. Striking groups will be created to the rear at a considerable distance from the front lines, the country's border. The basic operational structure of the troops will be groups of rocket troops and tank and combined arms armies. Tank armies will operate in the first echelon in the main directions. The main task of the tank armies is rapid continuous movement to a great depth with the support of frontal aviation, right up to the final goal of the operation. The combined arms armies will also develop an offensive to destroy groups of enemy troops. The offensive should be simultaneously conducted in a number of directions in order to cut off the enemy groups from one another and annihilate them piecemeal. However, the main efforts of the advancing troops should be concentrated in basic decisive directions. The direction of the main efforts under modern conditions will be determined by the regions against which the main nuclear rocket strikes are concentrated and also by the lines of advance of the main groups of troops. The offense zones for units and formations are expanding. For example, the American command considers that an infantry division can attack along a 10 to 20 kilometer sector, the most effective is a 12 kilometer sector, and a field army can attack in a 100 to 160 kilometer sector. The offensive will be conducted along the lines with great gaps. Enemy groups will be destroyed by nuclear attacks from the rocket forces and aviation and, in a number of cases, by the concentrated fire of conventional weapons. A characteristic feature of the battlefield is the considerable dispersion of troops, the relative sparseness, and the possibility of wide maneuvering. Offensive operations of a future war will be distinguished by high tempos. An offensive should be mounted primarily on tanks, armored personnel carriers, and helicopters. Dismounted attack will be a rare phenomenon. The fire and maneuvers of troops and vehicles will now reign on the battlefield. Gaps and breaks in the enemy troop formations must be sought. Strikes must be carried out on the flanks and the rear of the enemy troops. Cut them off, surround them, and rapidly annihilate them or take them prisoner. If pockets of enemy resistance cannot be overcome, nuclear strikes should be used and fire from rocket or rifled artillery can be concentrated against him. During the operation, wide use will be made of tactical and operational airborne landings. These will have the task of solving problems of the most effective use of the results attained by mass nuclear strikes, capture of the regions where nuclear weapons are located, important objectives, river crossings, bridgeheads, mountain passes, defile, and the annihilation of strategic objectives which cannot be put out of commission in any other way. Helicopters will be used as the main means of dropping tactical airborne troops. Transport planes can be used for operational landings. To assure the landing of a large airdrop at a great depth, the enemy air defense must be neutralized by ECM, air operations, and rocket strikes. A very complex problem in a modern war is the overcoming of zones with a high level of radioactive contamination. The probable enemy is prepared to create special barriers with surface nuclear explosions in the directions of the attacking troops. The radioactive contamination of the terrain is inevitable. Therefore, an advance will be hindered in a number of sectors because of high radiation levels and destruction. Zones with a high radiation level must be crossed by troops. When it is impossible to bypass these zones, they must be crossed in tanks and closed vehicles with the necessary shielding measures or overcome using helicopters and airplanes. It is not impossible that certain regions can be crossed by troops only after a drop in the radiation level with the appropriate anti-nuclear and anti-chemical measures being taken. During the operations, the troops must suffer losses from nuclear attacks by the enemy. It is possible that entire subdivisions, units, and even groups will be put out of action. However, this should not have any bearing on the speed of the operation. The high combat qualities of our ground troops, their arms and combat equipment, particularly the missile armament and tanks, and the maneuverability of tank and motorized infantry units are all a reliable basis for the successful conduct of offensive operations in a future war with decisive aims. Defensive operations are also possible in a future war. We must not imagine that only offensive operations will be conducted throughout the entire war. During certain phases of the war, in individual directions and, possibly, in theaters, the situation may require that we go on the defensive. Therefore, our armed forces should be perfectly trained in the conduct of such operations. Denial, in Soviet military strategy, of the justifiability of defense on a strategic scale and defensive war as a whole cannot be extended to operational, much less tactical, defense. Such defense has evidently not lost its former significance. It will inevitably appear during the war as one of the means of frustrating the offensive of an enemy having superior forces. Modern operational defense has a number of important aspects, such as the possibility for more effective use of firepower, suitable features of the terrain, engineering obstacles, etc. At the same time, we should consider that the buildup of defense and the methods of conducting it are undergoing strong changes. In a modern war, defense and land theaters may be used to win time, to economize forces, to reinforce an attained objective, and, in a number of cases, to repel an attack by superior enemy forces. But nonetheless, this is a force type F military operation. It is to be resorted to only when it is impossible to change the situation to our favor by means of an offensive, or when nuclear weapons are all used up. During the Great Patriotic War, defenses were set up along a continuous front, including a number of positions parallel to the front line. The main forces of the defending troops were located within a tactical zone, and in the main directions, a high density of troops, artillery, and anti-tank weapons, and also anti-tank and anti-personnel obstacles were created. The basis for the engineer equipment of the positions and zones were trenches and connecting trenches. In a future war, such a defense cannot be so stable. It will not be able to withstand an offensive. The attacking troops can, with nuclear weapons, easily create large gaps in such a defense. Defense, under modern conditions, is based on the use of nuclear weapons and the maneuvers of groups of ground troops. There is no need for creating solid positions and defense bands with dense troop and equipment concentration. The troops will occupy individual, most important, key, regions and positions along the main directions, dispersed along the front and particularly to the rear. The gaps between such regions are covered by rocket troops' fire, aviation actions, and obstacles. In this case, the main forces of the defending groups are located to the rear of the defense, and not near the front lines as has previously been the case. Defense should be mainly anti-atomic, It should protect to the highest degree the troops and fighting equipment from destruction by nuclear attacks. Therefore, in the regions of troop and combat equipment concentration, places of concealment using the protective properties of the terrain must be prepared, foxholes, trenches, more permanent works, and equipped for anti-atomic defense. Defense must also be anti-missile and anti-aircraft. For this, groups of defending troops, the firing positions of the rocket troops, airfields, control points, and rear area objectives should be reliably covered by air and anti-missile defense weapons. Finally, the most important requirement of defense under present conditions is its ability to resist mass tank assaults. It must be anti-tank rockets to destroy enemy tanks. The high efficiency of the latest anti-tank weapons shows the vast possibilities for frustrating an enemy tank attack. Successful conduct of a defensive operation can be assured by decisive operations to frustrate or weaken as much as possible the offensive prepared by the enemy. For this, there must be nuclear strikes and also attacks by aircraft armed with conventional armament to destroy the enemy when he is deploying his forces for the attack. It is expedient to launch a nuclear rocket and aerial attack against his basic forces and weapons. On tactical airfields, rocket launching sites and atomic artillery firing positions, against tank and infantry divisions, and against control points. Modern means of destruction make it possible to attain decisive results from counter-preparation, including total disruption of the prepared offensive. An attack by enemy troops can be repelled by destroying the firepower of defending troops, and also by decisive counterattacks with units, subdivisions, and groups. The enemy groups driving a wedge into the defenses, and also his airborne units, should be destroyed by firing strikes, counterattacks, and counterstrikes by troops located in the rear. In this aspect, the methods of waging a defensive battle approach those of an offensive. Editor's Note 188. During the war in individual sectors, a situation may arise in which forces can be saved from inevitable defeat only at the cost of giving up conquered territory by means of a temporary withdrawal. Troops may be forced to withdraw as a result of an unsuccessful defensive battle or an unprovided-for offensive by individual groups. Sometimes the withdrawal will be premeditated, so that the troops can gain a more advantageous position for subsequent active operations. Withdrawal has always been neglected in all armies. However, history has taught that armed forces which have not mastered the organized withdrawal cannot be considered as battle-ready, since such troops are most often defeated. The Russian army in the past has suffered most of its losses during withdrawal. Lenin taught that, one who knows how to advance and has not learned how in certain difficult circumstances to adapt to it, to withdraw, will lose the war. Wars which have begun and ended with a victorious offensive are not evident from world history or, if they have occurred, are exceptions. In all cases, the withdrawal should be conducted only on orders from the senior member of the unit. It should be organized and without panic. The crucial moment in a withdrawal is the sudden removal of the main forces from the battle under cover of strong rearguards. In many cases, there must be counterattacks carried out over a broad front. Withdrawal can be accomplished by the organization of resistance on intermediate lines, or by uninterrupted withdrawal to the final perimeter. During the withdrawal, measures must be taken to rapidly defeat enemy landings and groups of his troops breaking through along routes parallel to those of the withdrawing troops, and also to annihilate nuclear means. Protection of the rear area of the country and groups of armed forces from enemy nuclear attacks has the aim of preserving the vital functions of the government, of assuring the uninterrupted functioning of the national economy and transportation, and preserving the combat readiness of the armed forces. These aims are achieved mainly by annihilation of the enemy's means of nuclear attack in the regions in which they are based. However, there is no guarantee that considerable aircraft and rocket forces can be annihilated at their bases, particularly at the start of the war with a surprise enemy attack. Therefore, it is necessary to have the necessary forces and means for destroying great masses of enemy aircraft and rockets in the air, in order that there be no nuclear attacks against important objectives within the whole territory of the country. This can be done by military operations for protecting the country from attack by enemy aircraft and missiles. Reliable defense must be afforded to main administrative political centers, the most important industrial targets and regions, strategic stores of materials, road and communications junctions, governmental and military control points, strategic missile launching sites, long-range and transport airfields, naval bases, regions where reserves are formed and trained, institutions where military cadres are trained, etc. The protection of all these objects against enemy nuclear attacks also has another, more important aspect: to prevent mass losses among the civilian population. The basic means for protecting the interior of the country and groups of armed forces from enemy nuclear attacks are the national PVO and pro troops, and also civil defense forces. They have the task of creating an invincible system for the defense of the entire country. Editors Note 189. And also preparing measures for rapid removal of the results of enemy nuclear attacks. Such a system should be prepared beforehand, in peacetime, and should be in a constant state of high combat readiness. The air and anti-missile defense of the frontal zone will be in the hands of forces and weapons of PVO of the fronts in conjunction with the national PVO troops. Modern air defense is built to be anti-aircraft, anti-missile, and anti-space united in a single system. National V.D.Sokolovskiy and anti-aircraft system is created for the timely interception and annihilation of enemy aircraft, winged rockets, and air-to-ground rockets in flight. The system includes radio-electronic devices to detect aerial targets and direct PVO means to them, surface-to-air missiles and fighter planes to intercept and annihilate aerial targets on the approaches to state borders or on the far approaches to covered regions and objectives, and surface-to-air missiles and fighter interceptors which annihilate intruding aerial targets on their direct approaches to covered regions and objectives. PVO forces and weapons should be concentrated in the main directions to provide cover for the most important regions and objectives. Uniform cover of the entire country cannot assure reliable protection from nuclear strikes. It would only result in dispersion of the PVO forces and weapons, which would allow the enemy to penetrate our PVO system. We must consider that the enemy will use the most diverse methods of air attacks against the socialist countries: a converging attack from many directions, breakthrough of the air defenses on a narrow or broad front in a number of directions, the flight of aircraft at maximum and minimum altitudes, active and measures for electronic countermeasures, and also feints. Air defense will become invincible against any of these measures only if it is active and maneuverable. Modern air defense weapons, surface-to-air missiles, fighter aviation, and radar devices assure complete frustration of the strikes by enemy aircraft and winged rockets and annihilation of the main body of the aircraft and winged rockets on their approaches to covered regions and objects. The success of the defense depends on the skillful use of these forces and weapons and on their combat capabilities. Experience during World War II showed that combat against aircraft and winged rockets can be successful only as a result of the utilization of all air defense forces and weapons. In England, for example, the organization of air defenses against the German V-1 included a system of radar and visual detection, an outer defense line where fighter aircraft operated, a second line of defense covered by anti-aircraft artillery, and a third line on which barrage balloons were used. Since that time, air defense equipment has made great strides. Modern surface-to-air missiles, fighter interceptors, and new types of radar have become powerful weapons against aircraft and winged rockets. The destruction of ballistic rockets in flight is a more complex problem. During World War II, England was unsuccessful in solving the problem of destroying the German V-2 ballistic missiles. Attempts to create an anti-missile missile, Project Tamper, were unsuccessful since the level of technology did not make it possible to solve this complex problem at that time. In our country, the problem of eliminating rockets in flight has been successfully solved by Soviet science and technology. Thus, the task of warding off strikes of enemy missiles has become quite possible. Editor's Note 190. It is interesting to note that the problem of anti-missile defense is far from being solved in the West. The United States has developed the Nike Zeus and Wizard systems with nuclear warheads for the direct encounter between a missile and an anti-missile missile. The foreign press has mentioned the possibility of throwing up a screen of fine metal fragments created by the fragmentation of conventional charges into the flight path of a ballistic missile. Work is being conducted on the use of space means, anti-rocket screening systems. It is intended to launch a large number of satellites, missile carriers, aboard which are placed interceptor rockets with a guidance system which operates in the infrared or ultraviolet portion of the frequency band. Editor's Note 191. The interior of the country and the armed forces groups will be protected from enemy nuclear strikes by air defense, anti-missile operations conducted by the national PVO troops. Of particular significance in the successful conduct of the war will be the air defense operations at the start of the war aimed at decisively frustrating surprise enemy air strikes. It is to be supposed that our retaliatory nuclear strike will weaken considerably the enemy's means of nuclear attack. But it cannot be excluded that a certain number of enemy aircraft and missiles will nevertheless be launched for strikes against our objectives. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure early warning and detection and great activity and effectiveness of operation of the air defense forces and weapons. Editor's Note 192. Of decisive significance in the successful conduct of air defense operations will be the activity of all forces and weapons of air and anti-missile defense, their maneuverability, and their rapid concentration against main groups of attacking aircraft and rockets. Exceptionally great demands are being made on modern air defense. While, in the last war, it was sufficient to destroy 15 to 20% of the attacking aircraft to break up an air operation, now it is necessary to assure, essentially, 100% destruction of all attacking enemy airplanes and missiles. Even one airplane or missile with a nuclear warhead, which has broken through the air defense system, can cause tremendous destruction and damage. The high effectiveness of modern means of air defense permits the successful accomplishment of a complex and important mission: the complete destruction of all attacking enemy airplanes and missiles, keeping them from objectives intended for destruction. It is all in the ability to use the greater possibilities of modern means of air and anti-missile defense. The combat operations of the national PVO troops will be distinguished by great activity, fluidity, and continuity. It is necessary to assure the continuous effect of air defense means against attacking enemy airplanes and missiles until their complete destruction at any time of day or night and in any meteorological conditions. Great significance for the successful repulse of enemy airstrikes will be had by the accurate and continuous coordination of all air defense forces and weapons, radiotechnical equipment, fighter aviation, and anti-aircraft missiles. Great destruction and high levels of radioactive radiation are inevitable in the areas of combat operations of the national PVO troops. Under these conditions, great importance will be had by the high level of training of the PVO troops for operations under difficult conditions, rapid maneuver of forces and means, and the timely re-establishment of a damaged air defense system at some other area. However, we should consider that no matter how effective the system of air and anti-missile defense, we must have ready civil defense forces and weapons for rapid removal of the results of nuclear attacks, evacuation of the population from regions subjected to nuclear attack, the organization of emergency medical aid, the extinguishing of fires, the establishment of order, and other similar measures. Special civil defense formations should be prepared to fulfill these tasks. In addition, there must be corresponding preparation of the population for operating under conditions of an enemy nuclear attack. Military operations in naval theaters in a future world war will acquire vast scope, although these operations can hardly have a decisive effect on the outcome of the war. During the Great Patriotic War, our Navy conducted limited military operations mainly in inland seas, the Black and Baltic Seas. Operations in northern and far eastern seas were on a very small scale. The naval operations were aimed mainly for support of the ground troops during operations in the coastal regions for the destruction of enemy naval forces on closed sea and for the protection of naval communications, mainly in the north. In a future world war, the fleet may have more responsibilities. The world oceans will be the theaters of military operations for the Navy. The main aim of military operations for naval forces, the oceans and in naval theaters, is the defeat of the enemy fleet and disruption of his naval and sea communications lines. In addition, there may be the task of delivering nuclear rocket strikes against coastal objectives, support of the ground troops, the carrying out of naval shipping, and protection of our own naval communications lines. The presence of a fleet of rocket-carrying nuclear submarines and naval rocket-carrying aircraft will make it possible to conduct naval operations decisively against a strong naval enemy. The most important task of our fleet from the very outset of the war will be to destroy enemy striking carrier-based units. The enemy will attempt to deploy these units in the most important theaters near the socialist countries and to deliver surprise nuclear attacks against important coastal objectives, naval bases, airfields, missile installations, and, possibly, against objectives quite far from the coast. For example, in the NATO exercise, Autumn '60, a carrier-based striking unit from the Norwegian Sea made 200 simulated nuclear attacks against coastal objectives of our country and against targets deep within our territory. Most of the nuclear attacks were made within 21 hours. Such an attack will present a great danger if the fleet cannot cut it off and destroy the carrier-based striking units. This task can be fulfilled only with a high degree of combat readiness on the part of the fleet, their timely deployment, and skillful operations, taking into account the weak aspects of the enemy's assault carrier units. Assault carrier formations are to be deployed to deliver strikes in a limited region where most of the surface forces are concentrated. In the center will be assault carriers, the basic and most vulnerable target for nuclear rocket or nuclear torpedo attack. The assault carriers are protected by surface anti-submarine ships and anti-submarine aircraft. Radar picket forces will be located on the perimeter of the area. But these forces and weapons can no longer reliably protect the attack carriers and other elements of the force from missile strikes from submarines and naval aircraft. The presence in our fleet of missile-carrying submarines and missile-carrying aircraft permit approaching the aircraft carrier to the distance of missile launch without entering the zone of anti-submarine and air defense of the attack carrier force. It is essential to attempt to destroy the attack carriers before they can launch their planes. We must destroy the security forces and the supply sections, and we must destroy the regions where the carrier units are based. It must be taken into account that these units are highly vulnerable during ocean crossings, during refueling, at the moment they are preparing to launch their planes, and also when the planes are landing again on the carriers. Attack carrier forces can break up into smaller groups. Such groups can include one attack carrier and covering forces. The American press expresses the idea that attack carriers, especially with atomic power plants, can operate without any protection. All this must be considered in organizing the fight against aircraft carriers. The attack carrier is an extremely vulnerable target for a nuclear strike. An effective means of combating assault carriers and other surface forces is the use of rocket-carrying nuclear submarines. The old-style submarines destroyed ships by means of direct hits with torpedoes below the waterline. The submarines are close to the target and close to the surface, which makes them easy targets. Nuclear submarines carrying guided missiles have become a great threat to surface vessels. They are highly autonomous, have great underwater traveling speed, and can strike with their rockets from great distances, even from under the water. Therefore, the nuclear submarine is less vulnerable, highly maneuverable, and can successfully conduct battles against aircraft carriers and other surface ships. New methods of submarine operations have come to replace the former methods of torpedo attack from short distances, missile strikes from great distances, and from a submerged position. Previously, it was necessary to concentrate several submarines for a mass torpedo strike to destroy a large surface ship. Now, any surface ship can be destroyed with one missile or torpedo having a nuclear warhead. Assault carrier formations can be successfully combated with naval and long-range aviation. Armed with air-to-ship rockets with nuclear warheads, these planes can strike without coming in range of the air defense weapons of the carrier unit. The strikes of rocket-carrying airplanes using rockets with nuclear warheads against an attack carrier force or group create the necessary condition for the subsequent operations of airplanes, and with the aim of final destruction of the enemy. The use of nuclear weapons does not require the assignment of a large number of airplanes to accomplish this mission. In addition, coastal missile installations can be used to destroy the enemy fleet. Concentration of all these forces and weapons in the main theaters against large groups of enemy assault carrier formations and their decisive operations can safeguard the countries of the socialist camp against nuclear strikes from the sea. An important task of the fleet is combat against enemy submarines, particularly rocket-carrying nuclear submarines. In the aggressive plans of the Anglo-American bloc, great significance is attached to the use of nuclear submarines armed with Polaris missiles for nuclear attacks deep in the territory of the socialist countries. By the start of the war, rocket-carrying nuclear submarines can be deployed so as to launch rockets up to 1,800 kilometers from the coast, mainly in the Arctic Ocean and the Northern Seas, in the northeast part of the Atlantic, and in the Mediterranean Sea, and in the Western Pacific. The remaining nuclear submarines are to be used to combat our naval forces and to disrupt communication lines. Submarines have become the main striking force at sea, not only in our Navy but in the Navy of the Anglo-American bloc. The nuclear submarine is a formidable underwater vessel. Therefore, in the future, armed conflict in naval theaters may acquire the nature of underwater operations. Submarines can be successfully combated by anti-submarine submarines with rockets and torpedoes, by planes, by anti-submarine surface vessels with hydrofoils and armed with nuclear weapons, and also by destroyers, fast torpedo boats, and helicopters. Nuclear submarines with Polaris missiles can be destroyed in bases by strikes of the strategic rocket forces and long-range aviation, and while crossing the seas and in position areas, by the operations of anti-submarine submarines, long-range aviation, and other anti-submarine forces and means. Combat with missile-carrying submarines has now been shifted to great distances from the coast, to the open seas and oceans. The former coastal system of anti-submarine defense will now be ineffective against missile-carrying submarines. For successfully combating them, a reliable system of reconnaissance is necessary which will ensure the timely detection of enemy submarines, particularly those carrying missiles, the exact determination of the coordinates of their location, and the guidance of active weapons against them. There must also be precise coordination of the operation of all anti-submarine forces and weapons. Under such conditions, we can count on frustrating the enemy rocket strikes using submarines, on safeguarding the fleet and communication lines from submarine attacks. Among the main tasks of the fleet in a future war will be cutting off enemy ocean and sea shipping and the disruption of communications lines. We must consider that up to 3/4 of all the material and personnel of the probable enemy are located across the ocean. According to the calculations of certain military theoreticians, in the event of war, 80 to 100 large transports should arrive daily at European ports, and 1,500 to 2,000 ships, not counting security vessels, will be en route simultaneously. To safeguard his communication lines, the enemy will adopt the most diverse measures: the creation of giant convoys requiring smaller security forces, wide use of the method of patrol zones where transports will move without security vessels, the one-time use, without security, of fast ocean liners, the use of tankers and trawler ships and underwater transport, etc. Operations against enemy communications lines should be developed on a large scale at the very beginning of the war. This task might be achieved by strikes of the strategic rocket troops, long-range aviation, and rocket-carrying nuclear submarines against sea bases and ports, channels and narrow inlets, the shipbuilding and ship repair industry. It can be carried out by destroying convoys and transports at sea by means of submarines and aircraft. Of important significance in the disruption of naval communications of the enemy will be the maneuverable use of nuclear submarines, allowing maximum concentration of efforts against enemy communications within a limited time. Diesel-electric submarines, which will still be used to combat naval communications, can use, as in the past war, the method of mobile screens, systematic operations, or free search. Although support of the ground troops will not be one of the main tasks of the fleet, considerable effort must be expended in this direction. In conjunction with the ground troops, the fleet can foil enemy landings at the landings points or during the ocean crossing, or repel the landing attempt. In turn, the fleet will have the task of conducting landings on enemy coastal territory, assuring the crossing of straits and large water obstacles by the ground troops. The fleet will combat forces of the enemy fleet, particularly his carrier and rocket-carrying fleet, thus safeguarding groups of ground troops from attacks from the sea. It is also possible that naval forces can be diverted to strike enemy troop units and his nuclear weapons in coastal directions. This task can be successfully accomplished by rocket-carrying submarines, aircraft, and coastal rocket installations. The enemy may attempt to land large seaborne assaults in which connection readiness to break up assault operations remains an important requirement of our Navy, ground troops, and the other services of the armed forces. In a modern war, as in past wars, mine warfare may be widespread. Mines will be used to defend the coast, to blockade enemy bases, ports, and straits, to disrupt naval communications, and for other purposes. Conditions for military operations of our fleet in a modern war will differ radically from those during the Great Patriotic War. Our fleets must sail in the world oceans. They will be opposed by a strong enemy, one well-versed in naval operations. The Anglo-American Command has devoted great attention to preparing for war against our fleet, particularly against submarines. They intend to strike our naval bases and have prepared a large anti-submarine force. The U.S. Navy has 7 anti-submarine groups using heavy anti-submarine aircraft carriers. 4 groups will operate in the Pacific and 3 in the Atlantic. This must be taken into consideration when preparing to repel possible aggression. These are the basic forms of strategic operations and operations of various scales and for various purposes which might be used in a future world war, and their specific expression in the field of strategy, operational art, and tactics. Victorious conduct of a modern war is possible through the coordinated use of all types of strategic operations, through the purposeful conduct of the operations, battles, and engagements by a carefully centralized, specific, and flexible leadership of the armed forces. For victory over a strong and crafty enemy, which the aggressive bloc of imperialist countries is, there must be active, decisive conduct of the military operations. Only through such operations can the enemy be totally destroyed. Editor's Note 193. Editor's comments on Chapter 7. This chapter, Preparing a Country to Repel Aggression, remains unique even in the third edition. It was the only chapter attributed to a definite author, General Colonel I. V.D.Sokolovskiy, Doctor of Military Sciences and Professor, also former Deputy Commandant of the General Staff Academy. It has been argued that the chapter was attributed to him because it did not entirely agree with the tone of the rest of the book. On the other hand, apart from Marshal Sokolovskiy, V.D.Sokolovskiy is the best qualified contributor and also has held the most responsible positions. Events since 1963, since the two other editions were published, have given us another reason for singling V.D.Sokolovskiy out. As previously noted, Leonid I. Brezhnev was the political officer in the 18th Army, commanded by General V.D.Sokolovskiy during World War. The adjacent army, the 1st Guards, was commanded by A. Grechko, later a Marshal of the Soviet Union and the Soviet Defense Minister, appointed after the death of Marshal Malinovsky in March 1967. Also nearby was the army commanded by General Moskalenko, later a Marshal of the Soviet Union. Moskalenko was former Commander-in-Chief of the Strategic Rocket Troops. General A. Yepeshev, Chief of the main political administration, the military arm of the Communist Party, was the political officer of the army Moskalenko commanded. Have the friendships, which were formed over 20 years ago on the 4th Ukrainian Front, anything to do with today's politics? Almost 6 years have passed since V.D.Sokolovskiy expressed his ideas on preparing a country to repel aggression. One idea was that if the term of military training were shortened, more men could be trained to be held in the reserves. However, the number of 19-year-olds available for military service in 1962 was very low due to the drop in the number of births during the war. By 1963, the number of 19-year-olds had declined from 2,376,000, for example in 1957, to a low of 914,000. By 1967, the number had gone up to 1,770,000. Beginning in January 1968, the term of service in the Soviet Armed Forces was reduced from 3 to 2 years, and the age of induction from 19 to 18. And there were 2,115,000 18-year-olds available in 1968. Had the period of service remained at 3 years, the size of the Soviet armed forces would have been excessively large. Special inducements were given to servicemen to settle in isolated areas of the Soviet Union after their service terms are finished. The chapter stresses the importance of studying the views of the probable enemy on war. Therefore, one of the books of the Officers' Library series is The Organization and Armaments of the Armies and Navies of Capitalist Countries, published in 1965 with a second edition in 1968. This book deals extensively with the United States, Great Britain, France, and West Germany. As could be expected, France was dropped from the second edition after her withdrawal from NATO. A large section of this present work, Military Strategy, is also devoted to United States views on armaments. Another section speaks of the need for pipelines to follow the troops as they advance. 10,000 5-ton trucks would be required to deliver the daily needs of fuel and lubricants of a modern army. This apparently was advice well heeded, for in 1967, Exercise Dnieper stressed the fact that pipelines were laid in the wake of the advancing troops. The new 5-year plan showed the influence of V.D.Sokolovskiy's ideas on highway and railway networks. The air show at Domodedovo Airport in the summer of 1967 demonstrated the serious attention given to the development of vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, which can operate without vulnerable landing strips. The last section of this chapter concerns civil defense, which remains unchanged from the previous editions. However, The foreword to the second edition noted that civil defense is a proper subject for study within the scope of the theory of military strategy. Chapter 7. Preparing country for the repulsion of aggression. As can be seen from the contents of the preceding chapters concerning the nature of modern warfare and the methods of waging it, victory in a war is entirely unthinkable without thorough and timely preparation of the nation and the armed forces for it. In preparing the nation and the armed forces for war, each country relies on its economy, science, technology, and culture, and also takes into account the forces and capabilities of the probable enemy, the data concerning which are constantly being supplemented. Planned preparation of a country for war should assure the possibility of repelling the aggressor at any moment and of inflicting upon him a shattering retaliatory nuclear strike for the purpose of seizing the strategic initiative, the attaining of victory in the shortest possible time, the possibility, if need be, of waging war for a protracted period of time, the ability to hold out against the massive nuclear strikes of the enemy with the fewest possible losses, and maintaining a high moral political state of the population and bolstering its determination to achieve victory. The preparation of a country for war is accomplished along three main lines: the preparation of the armed forces, the preparation of the national economy, and the preparation of the population. Editor's Note 194. Preparation of the armed forces. The preparation of the armed forces in peacetime under present-day conditions acquires decisive importance. The nature of their preparation, conditioned by the political and economic situation, scientific, technical, and industrial progress, and new methods and means of waging the armed struggle, has changed greatly even in comparison with the recent past, the period of World War II and the Great Patriotic War. Present-day preparation of the armed forces consists in determining their composition and organization for peacetime and for waging war. The preparation for the mobilization of the armed forces, ensuring their high combat readiness. The continuous development of the services of the armed forces in accordance with their role and assignments, ensuring that they are materially and technically equipped to conduct military operations. The preparation of the territory of the country and theaters of military operations. The organization and carrying out of strategic reconnaissance. Mobilization and combat preparation of the armed forces. The numerical strength and composition of the armed forces in peacetime are determined by the respective governments. Taking into account the threat of a surprise attack by an enemy using present-day means of massive destruction and the resulting difficulties in mobilization, it would seem advisable to have peacetime armed forces set up such that the main aims of the initial phase of the war can be attained without additional mobilization. However, to keep the armed forces in such a state is economically impossible for even the strongest country. Therefore, in peacetime, even in the strongest country, such forces are kept as are able to deliver a well-timed nuclear strike, to repel a surprise air attack, and actively wage operations on land and sea, where the power of the first blows can be increased rapidly by throwing into action mobilized units and commands. At the present time, it is assumed that peacetime armed forces must be capable from the very first hours of the war of seizing the strategic initiative and of ensuring the attainment of the most immediate strategic goals. Such a quantity of peacetime armed forces are ensured by keeping in a state of constant readiness strategic forces and weapons in the amount required for the attainment of the war aims. The national PVO system and certain units of other types of armed forces, ground troops, naval forces, air forces, and rescue restoration formations of civil defense. The composition of these most numerous services of the armed forces is, as a rule, increased at the outset of a war by mobilization. Moreover, part of the forces and commands of the ground troops intended to carry out the first operations and deployed in the border regions, part of the submarines and the naval forces, are kept in peacetime at a strength which will ensure the carrying out of the main tasks in the beginning of the war. Another part of them have short mobilization periods, thus enabling the forces to participate in the first operations, and, finally, a certain group is kept at reduced strength in peacetime. In contrast to cover forces in previous wars, the combat-ready units of ground troops under present-day conditions must be much stronger in their structure in order to be able to fulfill their active assignments. Consequently, peacetime armed forces under present-day conditions differ considerably with respect to purpose and composition from the armed forces existing before previous world wars. Now they not only play the role of a shield covering the deployment of the main forces of the nation, but they themselves, in essence, comprise a portion of the main forces. which are increased at the outset of the war. The determination of the composition of the armed forces during wartime is a very important problem of the political and military leadership of the country, since all the mobilization measures taken in the country depend upon it. As is known, by mobilization or mobilization deployment of the armed forces, we mean their conversion from a peacetime footing to a war footing in accordance with the war plan. In practice, mobilization either takes the form of supplementing existing military organizations with war-trained men and combat equipment until a war footing is reached, or else new units and commands are formed. The cadres commanding the new formations are usually chosen from existing troop units. It is very difficult to foresee in peacetime the exact dimensions of the armed forces which may be needed to wage a war throughout the entire period of its duration, since at the very outset of the war mutual massive use of nuclear weapons may fundamentally alter the situation. Therefore, in accordance with the situation already prevailing during the period of mobilization carried out according to plans developed in peacetime, new formations may be created for the subsequent deployment of the armed forces. However, a considerable part of these formations can be realized administratively by taking into account existing personnel and material resources. With respect to methods and ways of realization, present-day mobilization of armed forces can be total or special, open or concealed. Total mobilization is declared by governmental decree and is accomplished openly. In previous wars, up to and including World War I, it usually began during the period of aggravation of the international political situation, only before the beginning of military operations. During World War II, mobilization in several belligerent countries, including the USSR, was mainly accomplished not before, but during the war. Editor's Note 195. Special mobilization in the past included simultaneously or consecutively only the territories of certain military districts in the immediate vicinity of the probable theater of military operations. The concealed method was sometimes used for special mobilizations which consisted of mobilizing only certain units under the guise of different types of checks, training groups, maneuvers, etc. Concealed mobilization is possible even under present-day conditions, but it will be realized somewhat differently than previously. As the relations between the belligerents become increasingly strained, a part of the armed forces intended for the solution of the problems of the initial phase of the war gradually will be brought into state of complete combat readiness. However, it must be borne in mind that with present-day means of strategic reconnaissance, widespread mobilization measures, even though concealed, cannot go unnoticed. Therefore, all the leading countries of coalitions strive to keep their armed forces in a maximum state of readiness. An important factor determining the degree of preparation of the armed forces is the system of recruitment in peacetime and during mobilization. The most suitable system is assumed to be a system of territorial recruitment of armies during mobilization, which under conditions of nuclear rocket war considerably accelerates the process of converting the armies to a wartime organization. As for a peacetime army, its main purpose, the immediate repulsion of an aggressor and the preparation of trained manpower reserves for war, can be fulfilled only by using cadre formations staffed on an extraterritorial basis. The manpower resources for bringing the armed forces up to strength during mobilization are usually kept in reserve on the military register. The register contains all individuals of the appropriate ages liable to military service, both those with military training, as well as the untrained. Some of those liable to military service are reserved by factories and institutions of the national economy and, during mobilization, are not called. Taking into account the number of men eligible for military service, especially those with training, is one of the principles of mobilization. The main source of replenishment of the reserve of men with military training is persons discharged each year from the cadres of the peacetime army. However, no peacetime army, as a rule, in any country ever fully absorbs all the eligible men of a given age, and therefore there is always a certain percentage of men in the reserve who have not undergone training in the cadre forces. In the military training of these individuals, a network of civilian institutions of learning is used preparing different types of specialists needed by the armed forces: mechanics, radio operators, telegraph operators, chauffeurs, etc. The reserve includes trained individuals who have not performed military service and who have a civilian specialty which can be used in military service. Moreover, individuals not called to the army are partially trained at specially organized classes at the military training centers. It is well known that the shorter the period of service in the Army, the greater the number of men with military training discharged every year into the reserve. Editor's Note 196. At the same time, it should be noted that under present-day conditions there are possibilities for more rapid training and instruction of enlisted and non-commissioned personnel, since many of the mechanisms existing in the armed forces are similar to mechanisms and devices used in the national economy. Indeed, such specialists as operators and mechanics of diesel, gasoline, and electric engines, specialists in radio engineering, radio electronics, optics, and others are fundamentally identical in the military and in civilian production. The presence of a sufficient number of officers of all specialties plays an important role in the creation of the militarily trained reserve. The number of officers discharged each year from the cadres of the armed forces and retained on the military register is usually very small in comparison with the mobilization requirements. Therefore, a reserve of younger officers is created in peacetime mainly from sergeants discharged each year into the reserve, especially from those with higher and secondary education. The reserve of younger officers with technical specialties is also replenished by individuals who have completed special civilian institutions of higher learning, but have not performed any actual service in the cadres. During mobilization, the network of intermediate military institutions of learning is usually expanded with an accelerated program, mainly training junior officers. Promotion to higher officer ranks is done by advancement according to seniority, since military and official experience is usually more valuable than accelerated training in advanced training courses. The mobilization of units existing in peacetime, and especially the formation of new units, has special features in each service of the armed forces. Editor's Note 197. The air forces can operate from the outset of the war in the same composition in which they existed during peacetime, but the formation of combat, and particularly transport units and rear area airfield units, might be needed. The Navy usually accomplishes mobilization by equipping the existing ships with sufficient supplies, removing from them excess equipment and personnel with practical experience, putting into service ships of the reserve that are being kept in mothballs, converting of certain ships of the civilian fleet into warships and auxiliary ships, and the formation of means of ensuring the basing of the fleet, for which purpose the equipment of civilian ports and shipyards is used. The most extensive mobilization occurs in the ground troops and the troops of civil defense. The formation of new units and commands in the other services of the armed forces, in addition to being governed by the presence of trained manpower reserves, is also governed by the length of time it takes weapons and military equipment to come from industry during the course of the war, weapons and equipment which it would be inadvisable to accumulate in peacetime due to their rapid obsolescence. It should be noted that the formation during mobilization of certain special units, repair, automobile transport, hydrometeorological, hospitals, etc., can be accomplished directly by civilian ministries and departments. The great losses which may be caused by the nuclear assaults of the enemy, as well as unavoidable extensive disruptions of the operation of the entire transport and communication system, require that present-day mobilization be simplified and dispersed, and that it be accomplished as fast as possible. Only under these conditions can the mobilized troops take part in the initial operations of the war. Simplification of mobilization can be achieved by accomplishing it according to territorial methods. 1. By avoiding the transport of mobilized men, weapons, and equipment to the points of mobilization or formation of troops, so-called mobilization transports, and by simplifying the system assigning eligible men to units. By dispersion of mobilization, we mean an organization where one unit is formed at each mobilization point and the fullest possible autonomy of the mobilization centers, military registration and enlistment offices, is achieved, thus enabling them to form units and groups independently. The unavoidable extensive disruptions of the operation of the entire system of transport and communication will not enable us under present-day conditions to use the method of rigid centralization of mobilization, as was done in previous wars. Therefore, each military organization should be completely mobilized on the spot. During the course of the war, it will be impossible, naturally, to avoid certain transfers of specialists from one region to another. But these transfers under present-day conditions should be reduced to a minimum. Complex storehouses with all necessary equipment should be created at the mobilization centers. During the last war, the equipment for manning the units frequently had to be brought in from dozens of storehouses located hundreds and even thousands of kilometers from the mobilization points. In a future war, such a situation will be intolerable, since it does not correspond to present-day mobilization time limits. The simplification of the system of assigning trained eligible men to military units by more widespread substitution of one specialty for another, related, specialty, and also the use, for recruiting military units, of a large percentage of so-called untrained personnel enables us to avoid having to bring in specialists from far away, thereby increasing autonomy of the mobilization centers. Among the new formations realized during mobilization, a very important place is occupied by units and groups intended for the replenishment of units suffering casualties. The importance and the scope of replenishment of troops during a war may be illustrated by the case of the German Fascist Army during World War II. In 1942, it was receiving an average of 250,000 to 300,000 men per month for replacements. As a result of inaccurate estimates of the capabilities of the country for a systematic replenishment of the armed forces with personnel, already in 1943 the replenishment in the German army was reduced to 150,000 men per month. At the same time, because of strict and centralized planning in the USSR, the replenishments coming into the army were not reduced during the course of the entire war. In a modern war, the problem of making up manpower losses will become particularly acute from the very first hours of the war. According to the experience of previous wars, manpower losses were restored mainly by forming, during mobilization, reserve and training units and groups, which underwent the abridged military training of reserve contingents sent to the front in the form of draft companies, batteries, or battalions. Another method used to bring forces up to full strength was the placer method, i.e., sending into the armed forces a certain number of more or less trained men. Because of the probability of great losses resulting from the means of massive destruction and the possible liquidation of entire units, and even formations, under present-day conditions of waging war, it would hardly be feasible to limit ourselves to the creation of only reserve and training units and formations, sending to the front drafted subdivisions. Apparently, the primary form of restoration of losses will now be the formation of new completely trained and assembled commands or individual units, ready to step into battle immediately after their arrival at the front. However, no matter what the method of achieving organization may be, it must, as previously, be planned in detail even in peacetime. The disruption of mobilization plans and calculations mapped out in peacetime following a nuclear attack will obviously give rise to the necessity of controlling the mobilization administratively to make it possible to introduce changes and corrections into the plans depending on the prevailing situation. Therefore, mobilization plans developed in peacetime should be flexible and adapted to the carrying out of mobilization by different methods: open and concealed, total and special. All these requirements can be satisfied if each mobilization center possesses maximum autonomy in completing the formations assigned to it. The expedient distribution of manpower resources for mobilization formations and for the replacement of casualties is one of the most important problems of mobilization planning. The planning agencies should take into strict account the possible manpower requirements for the entire war and not permit the calling up of eligible men of all young ages during the initial mobilization. A portion of them must be saved for replenishing the army during the war. The General Staff determines the time required to develop a comprehensive mobilization plan and gives dispatching data for planning to the military districts, troops, and military registration and enlistment office only after the government has made its decision concerning the scope of the mobilized armed forces and the rates of involvement of national resources. The abundance and diversity of the data with which both the General Staff and the on-the-spot registration mobilization agencies must operate impose upon the agencies the need to make wide use of various computing machines, including electronic computers. Editor's Note 198. The electronic computers ensure the required rapidity and accuracy of planning. In particular, with their aid it is easier to determine the most expedient sites of new formations according to the system of territorial recruiting, depending on the quantity and quality, specialties, of the available manpower reserves. Under conditions where nuclear rocket weapons are used, both belligerents will be subjected to attacks in the very first hours of the war, and will apparently be in approximately the same conditions from the point of view of the equipment of achieving mobilization and transporting troops to the theater of military operations. Therefore, That side which manages during the first days of the war to penetrate more deeply into enemy territory naturally acquires the capability for more effectively using the results of its nuclear attacks and disrupting the mobilization of the enemy. This is especially important with respect to European theaters of operations with their relatively small operative depth. The most important field of training of the armed forces is direct training of troops in methods of conducting combat operations, which includes operational, combat, and political training. In addition to maintaining the high level of combat readiness of the armies, the basic aims of these types of training are the mastery of the means of armed fighting, teaching methods of fighting a battle, an operation, and armed combat as whole, the development and verification of new methods of waging combat operations, the verification of the workability of the plans and calculations for wartime, and the political and military training of the personnel. It should be noted that in the system of training armies under present-day conditions, there has been a great increase in the importance of technical training and, in particular, of the interchangeability of the crews and teams servicing machines, instruments, and assemblies. The training of troops should be organized and carried out in such a way that during the entire time the theory and practice of military science are developed reciprocally and the methods and means of armed combat are perfected. From this point of view, a generalization of the experience of operational, combat, and political training which furthers the development of the theory of military art is of great importance. In order to prevent the conclusions from this experience from being one-sided, it is necessary in a system of operational and combat training to carefully study the enemy and to follow the changes in his views concerning the conduct of military operations. The theory of military art and the practice of training troops serve as the basis for the development of every kind of official manual, regulation, instruction, and guidance. The timely development of these documents, revising them in accordance with developments of means of armed combat, and their thorough study by the troops constitute one of the most important aspects of the preparation of the armed forces. The development of the armed forces in peacetime is planned for certain periods related to the overall plans of the national economy, new scientific achievements in the field of weaponry and combat equipment, and the nature of the international situation. The long-range plans of development of the armed forces made by the government determine the quantitative and qualitative development of means of armed combat, the organizational structure of the armed forces, the methods of using them in war, the creation of reserves of armament, combat equipment, and other material means, the preparation of war-trained manpower reserves and command cadres. Depending on actual conditions, the long-range plans may also include other additional subdivisions. The preparation for material and technical support of the armed forces. No matter how perfect the armament, the organization, the training, and the combat readiness of the armed forces may be, they will not be able to carry out the assignments entrusted to them if their material and technical support for conducting combat operations is not organized and thoroughly prepared in peacetime. The nature of the initial phase of a modern war requires that the material means required for conducting the first operations not only be prepared in peacetime, but dispersed, taking into account the requirements of anti-atomic defense. Moreover, in the interior of the country at the points of troop mobilization, the required reserves of material means should be created and also reserves for casualty replacements. In accordance with their designation, the reserves of material means for the armed forces are divided into emergency and mobilization reserves, strategic, and government. Emergency reserves are kept directly in the units and commands existing in peacetime in quantities, ensuring their mobilization deployment, if provided for, and, most important, the conduct of military operations for a specific period of time. The mobilization reserves are designated for the replenishment of expended or loss of material means in operations during the initial phase of the war. The quantity and distribution of mobilization reserves depend on the probable requirements of the troops when solving the problems in these operations. By strategic reserves of material means is meant that part of the government reserves which is placed at the disposal of the High Command. All other reserves constitute state reserves. The quantity of strategic and state reserves is determined on the basis of the need for continuous supplying of the armed forces until the mobilized industry expands production according to the war program. According to the experience of the Great Patriotic War, this required about 3 months, while in the case of industries evacuated to the interior of the country, 6 to 9 months were required. The experience of both previous world wars showed the enormous material expenditures for the needs of the armed forces. It suffices to recall that the Russian army during World War I expended approximately 1 million tons of various types of ammunition. During the Great Patriotic War, the expenditure of ammunition in the Soviet armed forces amounted to approximately 8 million tons. The expenditure of fuels and lubricants increased even more sharply. While during World War I the Russian army expended only several tens of thousands of tons of fuels and lubricants, during the Great Patriotic War their expenditure amounted to more than 13 million tons. Thus, in previous world wars, in addition to an overall sharp increase in the expenditures for material resources, a tendency to more rapid increase in the fuel and lubricant requirements is clearly noted. Under present-day conditions, due to the complete motorization and mechanization of the armed forces and the continuous increase in their technical equipment, the importance of fuels and lubricants in supporting the combat operations of troops has increased even more. The quantity of these materials required to carry out one frontal offensive operation can give us an idea of the need for these materials in the armed forces. An approximate calculation shows that in the case of such an operation, about 300,000 tons of fuels and lubricants are required. One of the large fleets alone can consume up to 150,000 tons of fuel during an operation. It is necessary, moreover, to note the ever-increasing requirements for special types of rocket fuel. On the whole, fuels and lubricants may constitute more than 50% of the total volume of material means required by the armed forces. The requirement of technical equipment of all types for the armed forces has also sharply increased. According to rough calculations, it increased by a factor of 2 to 2.5 in comparison with the period of the Great Patriotic War. Editor's Note 199. The armed forces' requirements of material means can be determined more or less accurately only for the first operations of the initial phase of the war and for the support of troops, deployed or newly formed according to the mobilization plan. All other calculations are very tentative. However, they are also used as a basis for the development of the plan for the material and technical support of the armed forces, according to which the extent of peacetime military production of industry is determined, and as a plan for its mobilization at the outset of the war. All calculations of requirements are made with an allowance for probable heavy losses of material means even before the troops get them. The extent of such losses will undoubtedly be much greater than in the last war. In the material and technical support of the armed forces, timely delivery to the troops of all the equipment required from the peacetime stockpiles plays a very important role. In previous wars, the main means of delivery, both from the interior of the country as well as at the theater of military operations, was railway transport. Under present-day conditions, even in the case of destruction of railway focal points, the restoration of trackage on the basis of industrial work methods, and with timely accumulation of roadbed and bridge components, is possible only at a rate not exceeding 40 to 50 kilometers per day, while the restoration of bridges cannot proceed at a rate exceeding 120 to 150 meters per day. In theaters of operation, railways can no longer fully ensure the delivery of material means to the troops, and therefore, motor transport will play a decisive role. In addition to motor transport, pipelines are acquiring ever-increasing importance. One present-day front alone during the course of an offensive operation requires the delivery from the warehouses of the troops of up to 25,000 tons of fuels and lubricants per day. In order to deliver such a quantity of fuel over a distance of 300 kilometers, more than 10,000 5-ton trucks would be required, which is not only uneconomical but also unreliable. In order to deliver fuels and lubricants throughout a present-day frontal operation, the number of trucks required would be many times greater. The problem of supplying offensive troops with the fuels and lubricants from underground pipelines or storehouses located in the theater of operations can be solved only by using field pipelines laid as the troops advance, as well as pipelines to airfields and naval bases. In the future, air transport, using planes not requiring a landing field, may become a very effective and mobile means of delivery. For the time being, the role of aircraft in delivery of supplies is limited, since they have inadequate carrying capacity and require complicated airfield equipment and coverage during flight. Military transport aircraft will apparently be used primarily for airborne parachuting, landing of troops, and the delivery of rockets and fuel to rocket troops. On river systems without a large number of locks, they may be destroyed by the enemy. Water transport will play a large role in the delivery of supplies to the troops. Under present-day conditions, it is absolutely necessary to use all forms of transport in combination. This will make it possible, if need be, to switch the flow of freight from one type of transport to another. An important type of materials and technical support of the armed forces under conditions of a nuclear rocket war will be their medical support. The number of people requiring medical aid will be immeasurably greater than in previous wars, so that a different approach to the organization of medical aid in the armed forces will be required. According to the experience of previous wars, medical aid to the victims consisted mainly in the evacuation of the majority of sick and wounded to the relatively peaceful rear of the army, or front, or even into the interior of the country. This evacuation required a large quantity of specially equipped transport devices of all types. For the treatment of the sick and wounded, dozens of hospitals with all necessary equipment were created in the armies and army groups, fleets. In a present-day war, there will obviously be no peaceful places for treatment. Therefore, it will hardly be possible or feasible to deal extensively with problems involved in evacuating victims of nuclear explosions to the interior of the country. Of primary importance will be the problem of evacuating the victims from the zones of radioactive contamination and of organizing on-the-spot medical aid behind the boundaries of the combat formations of the troops. Consequently, the organization of medical aid must be directed to a large extent toward the creation of mobile detachments of medical personnel, doctors, nurses, and administrators, equipped with supplies of medicines, instruments, and, in part, soft goods. These detachments must be capable of organizing a hospital at any spot with the aid of everyday equipment, furniture, bedding, etc., given by the local population or confiscated from it. As a result, medical detachments can, to a considerable extent, be relieved of their cumbersome equipment. The organization of the so-called technical support of the troops should be based on the same principle. Military equipment put out of commission should no longer be evacuated, but should be collected, this task being trusted not to troops, but to the repair agencies of the front, which move out for this purpose into necessary regions. The repair agencies of the front must, to a considerable extent, use local means of repair, industries, workshops. The repair of combat equipment by the troops themselves must be limited to just the replacement of parts or entire assemblies. The supplies of parts and assemblies for this purpose are prepared in peacetime. The preparation of the rear occupies an important position in the system of preparation of the armed forces. The rear of the armed forces includes many units, industries, warehouses, and institutions devoted to the complete material and technical support of the troops while they are conducting military operations. In peacetime, only the rear of military commands and units intended to carry out the first operations of the initial phase of the war, as well as all kinds of storehouses with supplies, are kept at full strength. As for rear units and establishments of the armies, fronts, and fleets, most of them are deployed or formed during mobilization. We should particularly note the ever-increasing need to utilize the local resources within enemy territory, something for which our rear units must be prepared. The preparation of the territory of the country as a theater of military operations for the purpose of creating the optimum conditions for the use of all services of the armed forces is also one of the aspects of preparing the nation and the armed forces for war. It should be noted that before previous world wars, such preparation was done mainly in the border regions of the countries, and was directed mainly towards the construction of fortifications to protect the troops and the development of a railway network. Before World War II, there was also the construction of airfields in the border zone. Under present-day conditions, the whole territory of the country, not just the border regions, will be covered by rocket troop positions, airfields and positions of national PVO troops, airfields for long-range and other types of aircraft, airborne troops, as well as troops and other means intended for the liquidation of the results of nuclear strikes by the enemy. Now, the entire territory of the country will be liable to nuclear attack by the enemy and in this sense will constitute a theater of military operations. Therefore, there arises a need for appropriate preparation of the entire country, not just its border zones. At the same time, the concept is retained of land and sea, oceans, theaters of operations as the regions in which battles of land, sea, and air forces are prepared and carried out. These theaters include both the territories, the bodies of water, of foreign countries, as well as part of the territory, bodies of water, of our own country. The preparation of the theaters of operations retains the same importance it had previously, since, first, The enormous scope of a future war will require skillful organization of warfare under the most diverse military geographical conditions. And second, the preparation of each theater of operations has its own special features deriving from the operations plan to take place on it during the initial phase of the war, preparation of communication system, pipelines, storehouses, etc. The preparation both of the entire territory of the country and of the theaters of direct military operations includes an extensive range of measures carried out partly by the armed forces themselves and partly by civilian ministries and departments within the framework of the overall state plans. The measures carried out by the armed forces are directed towards ensuring the operations of all the services of the armed forces as a whole or any one of the services of the armed forces. Engineering fortification preparation of the theaters of military operations in the interest of the ground troops, which in the past occupied one of the main positions in the overall system of preparation, has now lost its previous significance. The peacetime development of a railway network in the theaters of operations has also lost its former significance, since railways can no longer serve as the main form of transport in operations of ground troops. A network of airfields is prepared in advance for the use of the air forces, bearing in mind that airfields will constitute the objectives for the very first nuclear strikes. The number of them must considerably exceed the requirements of the air forces to be used for operations in a given theater of operations. In the preparation of naval theaters of operations, the equipping of dispersed bases of the Navy, navigational devices, radar equipment for the launching sites of coastal rocket installations, the mining of certain zones, etc., is an important factor. Strategic intelligence organized by the armed forces in peacetime is also one of the most important parts of preparing for war, not only the armed forces themselves, but also the country as a whole. Strategic intelligence enables us to prepare more rationally for war by taking into account the intentions and capabilities of the probable enemy, allows us to gain a certain amount of time for preparatory measures before the enemy's attack, and also enables us to make well-founded decisions in carrying out operations from the start of combat. It is also impossible to completely conceal the preparation of a surprise attack from present-day strategic intelligence with its high level of technical equipment, since certain signs exist, the study and comparison of which enable us to determine the likelihood of an attack. Thus, well-organized strategic intelligence is in a position to assure a government and the high command that it will be able to carry out certain precautionary measures both of a political and military nature. Strategic intelligence, both in peacetime and wartime, systematically procures political, military, economic, scientific, and technical data concerning possible enemies and studies their military possibilities. Soviet intelligence differs fundamentally from that of capitalist countries both with respect to its class nature, as well as with respect to the content of the assignments and the methods of carrying them out. Intelligence in imperialist countries is not confined merely to the collection of the data mentioned above. It is also entrusted with the task of organizing political pressure on domestic and foreign policy, especially in small countries. For this purpose, the intelligence agencies of capitalist countries use or organize internal political and national enmity, conspiracies, and political assassinations. They blackmail and bribe government officials, party leaders, well-known scientists, and newspaper publishers and editors. In so doing, they rely on the most reactionary bourgeois nationalist and other anti-democratic elements and groups. Such assignments and methods are alien to Soviet intelligence. Current strategic intelligence operations of capitalist countries include the following forms: political, carried out by the ministries of foreign affairs; economic, carried out by the agencies in charge of foreign trade relations; military, organized and carried out by the armed forces. There exists a close relationship and coordination between all the types of intelligence. Sometimes they are actually combined organizationally into one agency under the command of the chief of state, e.g., the Central Intelligence Agency in the United States. Military strategic intelligence, which occupies an important place in the overall system of strategic intelligence, is a part of the entire intelligence service of the state. It studies not merely military, but also military political and military economic questions, and is thus interrelated to political and economic intelligence. The main assignments of military strategic intelligence are the procurement of data concerning the military political plans and mobilization measures of countries, the determination of their military, political, and economic potentials, the ascertainment and thorough study of the composition and groupings of the armed forces in the theaters of operations, the study of the military art of the potential enemy, the disclosure of the planned nature of the military operations of the enemy during the initial period of the war, the procurement of data concerning work in the field of the development and improvement of military equipment and weapons, the procurement of information and the study of data concerning the theaters of operations and their equipment, and study of the level of morale of the army and the population. The above-mentioned assignments, naturally, do not completely exhaust the entire range of their diversity, but give only a general picture of the main trends in intelligence activity. The main forces and means of capitalist military strategic intelligence are undercover intelligence, the legal foreign intelligence network, radio and radar intelligence, air and naval intelligence, and, finally, the information service which studies and processes the open information concerning foreign countries. Undercover intelligence is the main means of military strategic intelligence, since it makes it possible to discover the innermost secrets concerning the plans and intentions of the probable enemy. Undercover intelligence operates continuously both in peacetime and in wartime, both in the interior as well as in the border zones. The legal foreign apparatus sanctioned by international law consists of military, naval, and air attachés and chiefs of military missions with their official machinery. The main methods of operation of the military attachés of capitalist countries are personal observation, official visits to military units and institutions, exercises and maneuvers, parades and military celebrations, trips through the country, and also study of the press. It should be noted that military attachés of a number of capitalist countries also usually engage in a legal organization of undercover intelligence, the organization of sabotage and terrorist acts. Radio and radar intelligence is one of the most important means of obtaining intelligence data. It operates continuously, secretly, and almost independently of the time of year, the time of day, and the weather. The widespread use of radio-electronic devices in the armed forces makes it possible for radio and radar intelligence to determine the location of land, air, and naval forces and the radio communication devices being used by them, and to obtain the most diverse data which are transmitted in open or coded form with the aid of radio-electronic devices. Strategic air reconnaissance is of great significance for obtaining information mainly in wartime, since in peacetime, flights of aircraft over the territories of foreign states are, as a rule, limited to existing international lines. The imperialist countries, violating every international right and law, frequently use aircraft for reconnaissance purposes in peacetime. However, these attempts have been definitively and successfully stopped, a clear proof of which is the ignominious end of the American adventure with the U-2 in May 1960. Naval intelligence procures information concerning naval forces and also of sea and ocean theaters of military operations. For the execution of its assignments, it uses the same methods and means as military strategic intelligence as a whole, i.e., undercover intelligence, the legal foreign apparatus, radio intelligence, air reconnaissance, and, in addition, facilities of the Navy, especially underwater forces. The information service uses all legal sources, such as, for example, the press and periodicals, radio and television broadcasts, and motion picture films concerning the country being studied, etc. The painstaking and systematic study of all legal information, its methodical processing, and its comparison with data from illegal sources can supply intelligence with very important and detailed information concerning all questions of preparation for war and peacetime. This branch of intelligence activity is just as important as the others. The intelligence of imperialist countries, primarily of the United States and Britain, strives by every means to uncover our state and military secrets, sparing no forces or means for this purpose. Therefore, our counterintelligence agencies are carrying on a continuous struggle with capitalist intelligence, relying on the extensive support of the entire people, maintaining a high level of vigilance, and using all the latest achievements of technology in addition to their own methods of operation. Preparation of the national economy. The preparation of industry for operating under war conditions is the most important part of the entire preparation of the national economy. As has already been mentioned, at the start of military operations, the volume of military production increases sharply. To illustrate this concept, we may well recall that during World War II, the United States produced 296,000 airplanes, 86,000 tanks, and 363,000 guns and mortars during the years 1939 to 1945. The The USSR produced about 150,000 airplanes, about 110,000 tanks, and about 900,000 guns and mortars during the years 1941 to 1945. An increase in the production of armaments and military equipment naturally requires appropriate provision of industry with power and strategic raw materials. New military equipment, missiles, supersonic planes, etc., require refractory alloys of special strength. For war production, many non-ferrous and rare metals, as well as a fully developed machine tool construction and instrument-making industry are required. For example, according to rough calculations, the production of 40,000 airplanes, fighter types, with an average weight of 10 tons each requires approximately 250,000 tons of aluminum. In order to obtain such a quantity of aluminum, it is necessary to mine and process approximately 800,000 tons of bauxite, thereby expending 4 billion kilowatt-hours of electrical energy. It must be borne in mind that the requirements of the troops during World War II cannot serve as initial data in calculating the material requirements for a future war. Although the number of weapons units operating simultaneously in theaters of operation may be somewhat less than in the last war, the magnitude of the losses will nonetheless increase immeasurably. According to the experience of the Great Patriotic War, the average monthly irrevocable losses of airplanes amounted to about 21% of those at the front, while the tank and artillery losses amounted to 19% and 9%, respectively. Under present conditions, according to certain calculations made by NATO specialists relative to their own armies, the losses of aircraft in the first 2 weeks of the war might amount to 60 to 85%, while the ground troops may suffer 30 to 40% losses. Thus, it is highly likely that the losses of weapons and military equipment may be approximately 6 to 8 times greater than in the last war. It is not impossible that a situation might arise in a future war where nothing else will be required apart from previously created stockpiles of weapons and military equipment. However, it would be dangerous to count on such a possibility alone, and therefore industry must prepare during peacetime to meet possible heavy losses in the armed forces and to provide new units. The most important duty of the strategic leadership charged with preparing the national economy and, in particular, its industry for war is the development of thoroughly well-founded calculations of the material requirements of the armed forces during the initial phase of the war. On the basis of a calculation of the possible losses of military equipment in theaters of operations, appropriate requisitions are usually made, which enables industry, after government approval is received, to create in peacetime the productive capacities required to satisfy these requisitions. Under present-day conditions, it is difficult to count on any considerable expansion of new war industries after the start of the war, as was the case in the past. Therefore, the reserves required for at least the initial phase of the war are already created in peacetime, and appropriate productive capacities and power sources are prepared, so that at the outset of the war they can be rapidly switched over to the wartime production program. In this connection, certain specifically military industries have created a mothball reserve of production capacities. For example, in the United States, this reserve amounts to approximately 50% of the industries currently operating. Measures are taken in peacetime to accelerate the mobilization of all industry. From this point of view, a standardization of structures or the unification of military and civilian equipment is of great importance, since an industry adapted to the mass production of a given product can be switched over to the production of another product only after considerable lapse of time. One of the important conditions of the rapid mobilization of industry is the standardization of the supplies of the armed forces, the replacement of many models by one or several most appropriate for rapid mass production. Under present-day conditions, extensive cooperation may be observed between industrial enterprises when one production depends on many others. Certain factories serve as suppliers of parts or half-finished products, others are suppliers of tools and assemblies, while still others are engaged in prefabrication, etc. Automation and mechanization of production, and mass and serial production are now based on division by parts and on specialization of labor. In a planned economy, cooperation of production is organized by economic regions, thereby cutting down the transport of individual parts, assemblies, half-finished products, and fuel, and thus accelerating the production process, the mobilization of industry, and ensuring the steady flow of supplies to the armed forces in the event of war. Ensuring the viability of industry, especially heavy and military industry, is a most important aspect of the preparation of industry for war. In previous wars, this problem was solved comparatively simply by an appropriate geographical arrangement of important industrial objectives in the interior of the country, beyond the reach of enemy aircraft and ground troops in the event of a successful defense. Under present-day conditions, no geographical arrangement of industrial objectives will protect them from nuclear rocket strikes, and therefore their viability must be ensured by compulsory dispersion, duplication of production, and by anti-nuclear defense measures. Special attention should be given under present-day conditions to the need for dispersing the industrial power sources. When we speak of dispersion of industry, we must bear in mind that many industrial objects were established at a time when no one had ever dreamed of nuclear attack. Therefore, we should now speak mainly of the appropriate location of newly built objects and the partial and gradual dispersion of existing objects. From the point of view of anti-nuclear defense, the most important industrial enterprises should preferably be located underground in premises prepared beforehand for this purpose. During the last war, the Germans planned to construct approximately 9 million square meters of underground premises for the concealment of industry. However, by the end of the war, they had succeeded in constructing only 1.5 million square meters. Naturally, under present-day conditions, the preparation of underground premises must be developed on a particularly large scale. The United States, for example, as far back as 1956, set aside for these purposes approximately 400 million square feet of underground premises, mainly mines, suitable for the location of military objects. In the case of new above-ground construction for industrial enterprises, the need for increasing their viability is taken into account. The most valuable equipment is located in especially solidly constructed premises beneath concrete shelters. The materials and equipment for rapid restoration of destroyed areas are prepared in advance. Naturally, to conceal underground a considerable portion of the industrial objectives is economically beyond the means of any country, even the most powerful. Therefore, such concealments are used only for the most important objects, while in the case of the other objectives, only stable underground control points are created. Special attention must be given to the problem of evacuating industrial enterprises into the interior of the country at the beginning of the war or during a threatened period. This measure played an important role in previous wars, particularly in the Great Patriotic War. In a nuclear rocket war, the significance of evacuation will radically change. If a real threat of war should arise, obviously only a very small but very important part of the industrial enterprises can be evacuated, mainly from those regions and points where the first enemy nuclear strikes are most likely and where extensive destruction is unavoidable. As for other centers located both in the interior of the country as well as in the border regions, any preliminary evacuation of industrial enterprises from them would give rise to additional difficulties, disorganization of production, and complications of the mobilization measures. Moreover, at the new sites, the evacuated industries, from the point of view of the possibility of enemy attack, would be in the same situation as at the old sites. The evacuation of industries is usually provided for in the plans for mobilizing the national economy and is closely related to the mobilization plan of the armed forces. Summarizing all that has been said concerning the preparation of industry for war, it is necessary to emphasize once again that in addition to equipping the armed forces, industry must, in case of war, satisfy the needs of the entire population of the country. Therefore, industries not converted to war production must be prepared for expansion, and sometimes changes, in their production profile during mobilization of industry. The rates of mobilization of an entire industry depend to a considerable extent on the degree to which the technology of production achieved by the industrial enterprises in peacetime can be converted to a war program. This is tested by filling experimental orders on the supply of the industrial enterprises with raw materials and half-finished products, workers, and technical personnel. The preparation of agriculture, which provides the entire country with food and raw materials, is also one of the important problems involved in preparing the economy of a war. Usually at the start of a war, the conditions of agricultural productions change appreciably, since a considerable number of the workers and machines engaged in agriculture are drawn into the armed forces. Under present-day conditions, the part of agricultural production which formerly went to supplying the army can be replaced by appropriate synthetic industrial products, e.g., leather, wool, all kinds of fiber, etc. However, this in no way diminishes the importance of agriculture as the supplier of the main types of production, since the production of synthetic materials may at the outset of the war suffer from nuclear attack to a much greater extent than agriculture. The preparation of agriculture is done in peacetime according to the following main requirements. First, the level of its development must ensure the creation of considerable reserves of food and raw materials in case of war. Second, its structure must facilitate the carrying out of the mobilization of the armed forces. And finally, agriculture must at the very outset of the war maintain a level of production to supply the current needs of the population and the armed forces for food and the needs of industry for raw materials. The socialist system of agriculture, in which the great bulk of agriculture products is concentrated in the hands of the state, ensures the creation of the necessary reserves in case of war. The advantages of the socialist system in this respect stood out fairly clearly during the Great Patriotic War, when our collectivized agriculture was able to withstand extremely great stress. Now, the possibilities of creating the required reserves have increased immeasurably. The assimilation within a short period of time, 1954 to 1956, of 36 million hectares of virgin land in the eastern part of the country, all the tilled acreage of England, France, and West Germany together amounts to 32 to 33 million hectares. The eightfold increase in the acreage devoted to corn during the period from 1954 to 1960, and the increase in the electrical capabilities in agriculture from 28 to 125 million horsepower are all important factors which the socialist state has at its disposal for the development of agriculture. Agriculture in the USSR is developing along the line of a systematic increase in the yields of grain and industrial crops and in the productivity of livestock raising. This is achieved by expanding the tilled acreage through assimilation of virgin and fallow land, as well as by extensive irrigation and improvements, by ever-increasing mechanization and electrification of agriculture, by improvements in tilling the soil, by the development of plant breeding, by increasing the quantity of chemical fertilizers, by the creation of a sufficient fodder supply, and by introducing scientifically proven methods of keeping animals and caring for them. The development of agriculture is closely related to the state of the machine construction, chemical, and food industries. The preparation of these branches of industry is organized in peacetime in such a way that from the outset of the war they can compensate for the decrease in the number of agricultural machines and workers caused by mobilization. The creation of reserves of agricultural production, as a rule, implies the construction of a sufficient number of storehouses, both state and local, located closer to the consumers and the processing centers in order to reduce the volume of freightage at the beginning of the war. It should be noted that the conditions of waging a modern war necessitate avoiding the storage of food in large cities. The industrial packaging of food in small units is of great significance in protecting food supplies from contamination. In this case, the packaging materials must be impermeable and must enable the food to be stored outside of hermetically sealed storehouses. From this point of view, the development of high-nutrition concentrates and preserves is of special importance from the outset of the war, especially for supplying the armed forces. The mobilization of the armed forces may be accelerated by introducing into agriculture standard machines and mechanisms used in the armies, such as automobiles, tractors, prime movers, tank trucks, automobile repair detachments, road material, containers, etc. Because of the above, the newly formed units will be able to receive this material and equipment at the sites of formation. The preparation of transport for operation in wartime, accomplished in peacetime, plays an exceptionally important role. In addition to the fact that transport must, as in peacetime, ensure the operation of industry and the functioning of the entire national economy, it is entrusted with the tasks of delivering from the interior of the country to the frontal regions mobilized troops and all types of supplies for the armed forces. The troops become very great consumers of materials, as a result of which the direction of freight traffic changes considerably. The development of transport in peacetime is characterized on the whole by new construction and equipping of railways and highways, waterways, pipelines, and airlines, by the improvement of the technical and economic indices of all forms of operations, and by taking measures to increase its viability during enemy nuclear strikes and to ensure rapid restoration after destruction. In the interest of preparing for war, transport facilities create, in peacetime, reserves of rolling stock and fuel for railways, waterways, and airfields, reserves of materials for the restoration of highways, bridges, lines of communication, wharves, airfields, supplies of equipment for railway care, ships, and planes for military transportation, and they prepare cadres of specialists for reconstruction work. Railway transport occupies the most important position in the national economy. However, its share in peacetime transportation is systematically declining as a result of the growth of other forms of transport, especially automobile transport and pipelines. Thus, in 1940, the percentage of the separate forms of transport in the economy of our country amounted to railway, 85.1%, sea and river, 12.3%, pipeline, 0.79%, automobile, 1.8%, and air, 0.01%. In 1965, the share of transport had changed: railway, 71.5%, sea and river, 15.6%, pipeline, 6.8%, automobile, 6.2%, air, 0.07%. Railway transport will, in the future, also be the main form of transport in the national economy. As has already been mentioned, in theaters of operations under present-day conditions, the dominant role will be played by automobile transport, pipelines, and aircraft. However, in the interior of the country, it will obviously be necessary to use all forms of transport in combination, since no one of them by itself can satisfy all the requirements of the national economy and the armed forces. The overall effectiveness of the utilization of railways in the USSR is greater than the capitalist countries. For example, although the railway mileage in the USSR is less than half that of the United States, Soviet railways transport 25% more freight than American railways, owing to the high degree of effectiveness of the utilization of rolling stock and the better traffic organization. By 1965, the freight turnover on our railways was twice that of the United States, although on the whole the share of railway transport in the national economy decreased. The role of railways in supplying the armed forces continues to remain very great even with the increase in the role of automotive transport, since the delivery of freight from the interior of the country to the theaters of operations will have to be accomplished mainly by rail transport. For example, during the Great Patriotic War, an average of almost 10% of the nation's operating stock of railway cars was required daily for the transporting of military freight, and in certain periods as much as 23% was required. There is no reason to assume that the requirements of the armed forces for railway transportation will decrease under present-day military conditions. The increase in the role of automotive transport for carrying freight to theaters of military operations is not due merely to its efficiency and economy, but to the fact that railways are more vulnerable to nuclear attack and the more difficult to reconstruct. In preparing railway transport for war, it should be borne in mind that a denser railway network is always more viable, since it allows the use of all kinds of bypasses of the destroyed areas. Moreover, greater viability is achieved by creating reserves of railway carrying capacity and by taking measures to ensure the rapid reconstruction of railway lines. Reserves of railway carrying capacity are created not only by increasing the stock of cars and locomotives, steam engines, diesel engines, electric engines, but also by the realization of other measures. Thus, for example, very great importance is attached to the acceleration of loading and unloading procedures through widespread mechanization, the introduction of containers, standardization of packages, etc., thereby reducing the idle time of railway cars and increasing their turnover. One of the means of increasing the efficiency of rail transport is to increase the weight of the trains and to increase their speed. In order to increase viability of railways in the main directions, especially those leading to the theaters of operations, extensive bypasses of railway junctions are usually made and tunnels are constructed. Railways under conditions where nuclear weapons are used will obviously be subjected to destruction mainly in the regions of bridges, tunnels, and other engineering work which are more difficult to reconstruct. The removal of the results of destruction will require cadres of specialists, appropriate structures for the restoration of the engineering works, and special types of cranes. Provision must also be made for the use of railways of different gauges, the preparation of extensive bypasses in contiguous territory, the equipment of transshipment regions, and the creation of a rolling stock reserve in these regions. It is very important to prepare water transport for war, since the transporting of troops and freight, and even the transferring of naval forces along internal waterways is possible not only within the country, but also in allied and enemy countries. Water transport is prepared by the construction of new ships, which have high speed and small draft, in particular on hydrofoils, the development of wharves and river ports, the development of cranes and construction of approachways to them, and also the improvement of all the technical economical indices of operation of this type of transport. Great importance will be attached to the adaptation of river floating conveyances, especially barges, for laying temporary floating railway and automobile bridges, and for ferrying. The development of automotive transport is of great importance not only for the armed forces and theaters of operations, but also for ensuring the needs of the national economy in case of disruptions in railway traffic in the interior of the country. Automotive transport is less vulnerable than railway transport and, moreover, is not characterized by the seasonal nature of navigation, which frequently limits the possibilities of water transport. The growth of motor transport involves the development of a network of highways and the equipping of them for servicing automobiles during mass movement by the construction of refueling and repair centers, technical aid centers, etc. From this point of view, it is very important to develop intercity motor transport in peacetime. The improvement of the automobiles themselves in peacetime also plays an important role. Even now, all new automobiles have a greater cruising range, greater road performance, are better technically, and are more economical than automobiles of the period of the Great Patriotic War. They are being further developed by increasing the carrying capacity and road performance, and also by creating devices for self-loading and unloading. Pipelines as a means of transporting liquid fuel are acquiring, under present-day conditions, ever-increasing importance in view of their great economy and low vulnerability to nuclear explosions. While in 1955 about 14 billion ton-kilometers of liquid fuel were pumped through pipelines in our country, in 1965 it was planned to pump about 200 billion ton-kilometers. In case of war, pipelines can play a large role in delivery of petroleum and petroleum products to probable theaters of operations and to the main industrial regions. The importance of air transport will increase as more large cargo helicopters, which do not require well-equipped airfields, are produced. In the preparation, during peacetime, of all forms of transport for war, the widespread development of different types of equipment to ensure rapid transshipment from one type of transport to another is exceptionally important. The preparation of communications consists of ensuring not only the control of the armed forces when war occurs, but also the control of the country as a whole, particularly its economy. For this purpose, it is necessary to create in peacetime reliable control points capable of ensuring normal conditions of operation during an attack by an enemy using weapons of mass destruction and reliable communication between these control points. The problem of creating reliable control points involves appropriately locating and equipping them, preparing duplication points, and supplying them with modern communications equipment. Reliable communications ensuring the control of the country as a whole during the war cannot be considered as something new in comparison with a peacetime communication system. Peacetime and wartime communications must be constructed on the principle of strict continuity. The main means of communication, prepared for the contingency of a nuclear attack by the enemy, should be multi-channel radio, radio relay, and underground cable lines. Above-ground communication wires passing through densely populated points and centers of communication should have at these points circular underground cable lines and reserve communication centers. Important communication centers should be set up in underground quarters protected from nuclear explosions. The location of the centers should form a communications network allowing us to obtain bypass communication directions in case any of the centers is put out of commission. Of great importance is the creation of a reserve of mobile radio centers for reinforcing essential regions. Preparation of the population. You can point out three main directions in which the preparation of the population for war takes place in peacetime. These are, first, the moral-political preparation of the population. Second, preparation for defense against weapons of mass destruction and for the removal of the result of this attack, usually called civil defense preparation. And third, the military preparation of the population. All these types of preparation are interrelated and supplement each other. The moral-political preparation of the population is of decisive importance under present-day conditions, since the use of weapons of mass destruction in war imposes exceptionally high, previously unheard-of demands on the political morale of the population. The political moral preparation of the Soviet people for war consists mainly in educating them in the spirit of Soviet patriotism, love of country, and the Communist Party, and teaching them to be ready to suffer any hardships of war for the purpose of achieving victory. The Soviet people are brought up on the ideas of defending their country and the achievements of the socialist revolution, the conviction of the superiority of the socialist system over the capitalist system, and confidence in the structure of the communist society. In struggling for the peaceful coexistence of two opposite systems, socialist and capitalist, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is waging an unremitting struggle against bourgeois ideology and morality, against opportunist tendencies in the workers' and communist movement, and against revisionism and dogmatism threatening the unity of the workers' movement. To desist from or to weaken our ideological struggle would be to capitulate to bourgeois ideology and morality. Editor's Note 200. Therefore, one of the tasks involved in educating the populace is to decisively unmask the reactionary nature of American politics and propaganda, which strive to present the American way of life in a rosy light, to show present-day capitalism as democratic, peaceful, and humane, to conceal the aggressive nature of its politics, and to present preparations for unleashing war as defensive measures. It is very important to convince the people of the justice of those goals which the Soviet Union and the entire socialist camp will pursue in a war. The people must be deeply convinced of the indestructible unity of the countries of the socialist camp, of the wise leadership of the Communist and Workers' parties, of the economic might of the Soviet Union. It is necessary to instill in the people a belief in the might of our armed forces and love for them, as well as a belief in the strength of the fighting union of the armed forces of the socialist countries. Socialist internationalism and respect for the peoples of capitalist countries should not weaken the burning hatred of the imperialists, whose goal it is to destroy by war the achievements of socialism and to enslave the peoples of the socialist countries. Hatred of the enemy should give rise to a striving to destroy the armed forces and the military-industrial potential of the aggressor and to achieve complete victory in a just war. The moral political preparation of the people for war is accomplished under the direction of the Communist Party and Soviet government, by every governmental and public organization in the country, by the entire system of education and training. For this purpose, all means of propaganda and agitation, the press, science, literature, motion picture films, the theater, etc., are used. As a result of socialist transformations and extensive educational work carried out by the Communist Party and the Soviet government, there has been formed and is now developing in our country a new Soviet man, an active builder of communism, a fervent patriot of his country, ardent champion of a new life, ready to undergo any sacrifices in the name of freedom and independence of his country, capable of overcoming any difficulties on the path to victory. This new man, who possesses a high level of morale and technical culture, will, in the event of war, be a decisive factor in our victory. Preparation for the defense of the population against weapons of mass destruction consists mainly of the timely warning of the population of an impending danger, its partial evacuation, the creation of shelters, ensuring individual means of protection, water and food, appropriate instruction of the population, and the creation of a service to maintain order whose purpose is to prevent panic. It is extremely important to warn the people of an imminent attack in time, since this makes it possible to take measures to decrease losses during an enemy attack. The warning device should be centralized, circular, and based on the widespread use of radio, especially radio broadcasting stations. Since the military headquarters of PVO has the most complete picture of the air situation and, consequently, of the threat of attack against a given large objective, it should warn the appropriate civil defense agencies, and they should warn the population. In warning the people, it is very important not merely to warn them of a threat of air attack, but in special cases to advise them of enemy nuclear attacks already occurring. It is necessary to take into account that the explosion of a bomb or missile in a given region may, depending upon the direction of the wind, cause radioactive contamination of a large area. Therefore, for timely warning of a danger of radioactive contamination, it is necessary to have a special system of air and ground reconnaissance, as well as to create centers for forecasting the radioactive situation, which could use meteorological data of all types. As a result of the contamination of food and water, which unavoidably would occur during a nuclear or bacteriological attack by the enemy, their preservation is a very important measure for protecting the population. It should be mentioned that the water mains in cities are not usually invulnerable to attack and are not always adapted to the purification of water contaminated by radioactive materials and disease-spreading bacteria. Therefore, with the threat of a nuclear attack, there arises the problem of reconstruction and decontamination of water mains that have been destroyed. This will require a large quantity of deactivation material. It is very important to teach the population the rules of behavior during an air attack by the enemy, especially simple examples of mutual medical aid and self-help. The effectiveness of aid to a stricken population will depend to a great extent on the degree to which the necessary order is maintained and panic among the population is avoided, since uncontrolled flows of refugees can disrupt the deployment and mobilization of the armed forces. The maintenance of order should be entrusted to militia units and to the troops if necessary. They should organize and control the traffic of all types of transport. All sections of the services to maintain order and the traffic control should understand thoroughly, even in peacetime, what they have to do in the event of enemy attack and should proceed to execute their duties without waiting for additional orders or commands. As an aid to the militia and the troops, order-maintaining brigades can be created at industrial plants and institutions. The establishment of an operational regime for all industrial plants, institutions, and transport is of great importance for the maintenance of order. The military preparation of the population under present-day conditions acquires great importance, not only from the point of view of replenishment of the armed forces during the war. A militarily trained population can be enlisted in the organized struggle against saboteurs and spies, as well as against small air and naval landings of the enemy carried out for purposes of sabotage. In probable theaters of operations, the population must, moreover, be ready for decisive partisan operations against individual enemy groupings invading our territory. Therefore, insofar as possible, the population should understand modern shooting weapons, anti-tank weapons, and certain other types of military equipment. The people should have a certain amount of information concerning the possible methods of operation of the enemy so that none of these operations will be unexpected or cause confusion. Regardless of what organizations carry out the war preparation of the population, one of their important functions naturally will be to teach individual protection against weapons of mass destruction and the rendering of aid to the injured. Civil defense. The threat of the use of weapons of mass destruction in present-day war, not only against armies on battlefields, but also against the interior, has given rise to the appearance of a new type of strategic safeguard of the vital functioning of countries, known as civil defense. Therefore, the preparation and organization of civil defense has been given great attention in all countries in recent years. In the United States and Britain, for example, a special civil defense administration headed by government officials has been created. Under the direct control of these administrations, many practice atomic alerts are carried out. An extensive network of atomic bomb and fallout shelters has been prepared, and military training of the population is carried out. The strategic importance of civil defense has increased tremendously as a result of the fact that, to a considerable extent, upon its effective organization and functioning depend not only the defense of the interior, but also the mobilization of the armed forces during the initial phase of the war. The principal tasks of civil defense are to ensure the required conditions for normal activity of all governmental control agencies during the course of the war and the effective functioning of the national economy. This is achieved by maximum defense of the population against weapons of mass destruction, widespread and all-round aid to victims, and the rapid removal of the remains of an enemy nuclear attack. The tasks enumerated above are closely related, and the execution of each of them to a considerable extent furthers the solution of all the others. At the same time, the methods of solving the problems confronting civil defense may vary. Certain civil defense measures are realized by government decree on a nationwide scale. For example, the partial evacuation of the population, measures to ensure the communications and control the country, the creation of special civil defense troops, etc. Other measures are carried out by decree of specialized ministries and departments, but again on a government-wide scale. And, finally, the third group of measures is realized in a decentralized manner within cities, industrial plants, and institutions. Thus, civil defense is the sum total of extremely diverse measures, the carrying out of which, to one extent or another, is the duty of all party, council, and economic agencies. All the civil defense measures are so intertwined that they cannot be separated from the overall problems of the organization or the control of the nation and its economy. The civil defense system in the USSR is based on the principle of strict centralization of control. It is under the control of the all-union headquarters of civil defense of the country. There are, moreover, republic, regional, and municipal headquarters consisting of representatives of different departments. They have under their control the following services: medical, food supply, transport, warning, and communication, and others. The headquarters form their own command points. Such civil defense organization, however, does not relieve the ministries, departments, services, and organizations of the responsibility of ensuring the planned operation of industrial plants and institutions, and also of providing the needs of the population and comprehensive facilities in case of war. Taking into account the enormous extent of the probable destruction and losses resulting from thermonuclear strikes by the enemy, it is necessary to create a large number of special civil defense formations for the removal of the results of an enemy attack on the home front. These may be rescue and reconstruction attachments, medical aid attachments, automobile columns, etc. These detachments should be equipped in such a way that it would be possible to transfer them over considerable distances by their own power, i.e., with their own motor transport. In order for the civil defense troops to carry out their missions, it is necessary to place them at an appropriate distance from large cities and industrial objectives. If the enemy succeeds in carrying out a nuclear, chemical, or bacteriological attack, the activity of all civil defense forces and means will be directed toward rendering medical aid to the population, extinguishing fires, organizing rescue work and clearing away obstructions, removing the injured from the zone of destruction, and evacuating the healthy population from the zone of radioactive contamination, as well as maintaining order. In organizing the above-mentioned types of aid to the population, especially medical aid, it is necessary to take into account the extraordinarily great scale of this aid. Moreover, it should be borne in mind that in the majority of cases aid must be rendered from outside, i.e., by forces and means from points that have escaped nuclear attack, since the civil defense means and agencies of the stricken points will suffer great losses. In order to render timely medical aid, it is important that all doctors, regardless of speciality, receive in peacetime training in the pathology of diseases produced by nuclear, chemical, and bacteriological means. Obviously, nurses should also receive such training. In order to render aid in the case of a bacteriological attack by the enemy, it is very important to develop, in peacetime, a procedure for the rapid diagnosis of contagious diseases and also to determine the work regime of industrial plants and transport, the system of isolation of the infected, and to determine the quarantine regime. Summing up everything that has been said, it should be emphasized once again that in organizing civil defense both centralized, as well as decentralized, creative preparation of all measures is very important. It should also be noted that the number of civil defense measures to be carried out should be increased continuously. Editor's comments in Chapter 8. This chapter, Leadership of the Armed Forces, is almost without change from the two earlier editions. Two significant paragraphs are added on the importance of one-man command. These are as follows. The one-man commander is successfully fulfilling his task not only because of the power given him by the party, the government, and the Soviet people to train and educate the personnel, but also because of the honored authority he enjoys from his subordinates for his high culture, education, and the qualified solution of all questions of daily combat activity. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union in its activities systematically carries out work in strengthening the one-man command, viewing it as the most important condition of high military discipline of the personnel and of combat readiness of the armed forces. Another change of interest is the deletion of a part of a paragraph from the 1962 and 1963 editions. All leadership of the country and the armed forces during wartime will be accomplished by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union with the possible organization of a higher agency of leadership of the country and the armed forces. This higher agency of leadership may be given the same powers as the State Committee of Defense during the Great Patriotic War, and will be headed by the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the head of the government, to whom the functions of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of all the armed forces may also be entrusted. The italicized portion of the paragraph above is omitted from the 1968 edition. It is obvious that the reference italicized above was to Khrushchev, who was both first secretary and premier.